Monte Carlo Mission by Vivian Connell. Chapter 1. Corinna was lying in the green cushions by the pool of green Italian marble. The sun of California burned into her golden skin and shone through her smoke-blonde hair. She was reading the pink pages of a script through green-tinted sunglasses, but her eyes stung in the light. She dipped her ankle into the pool and found it warm. She laid down the script and pressed the button on the promenade of the pool and heard the bell ring in the house. The butler came out looking cool and English in his formal black. "A highball, Windsor." She kicked her ankle in the water. "You could boil an egg in this pool." "Yes, madam. Mr. Spiel telephoned to say that he was on his way." Corinna took off her green glasses and her eyes were green. She wore a bikini that would never get by the Marine office and a bandeau that would not get by at the Barretts. But she was not cool, and she felt her heart throbbing in the heat. She curled herself up and knew that she was ready to meet Spiel. Spiel came in a moment after the highball. He looked old and swarthy in his red shirt and paused a couple of yards away and looked at her with eyes that asked what kind of mood she was in today. "Hello, Corinna." She said nothing, and her green eyes were as blank as the pool. "Like it, honey?" She got up in a noiseless spring on her bare feet and picked up the script. Then she walked very slowly around the promenade and dropped the pink pages one by one into the pool. They lay still on the water, and Spiel pressed the button, and Windsor came out with highballs and did not look at the pool. Corinna came back and lay on the cushions and lit a cigarette. Spiel gulped his highball, and his dark Magyar eyes looked troubled in the sunlight. "You don't like it, honey?" "I want a nice long holiday, Manny." "Now, honey, just what's wrong with that story? It's a spy story. It's got color and background and me, Manny." "Well, sure, that's the idea, and all the action cutting across me while I stooge about in Vienna and Rome and every little burg in Europe, playing a woman who's like Mata Hari from Bryn Mawr." "Honey, she's an Austrian, and—" Manny looked at the pages floating in the green pool. "What's wrong with the story?" "I've seen that movie 20 times, Manny, and I'm not going to play it once." "Listen, you can't miss in this Austrian dame." "I'm not Austrian. I'm American. Why can't we have a picture with an American woman spy?" "Corinna, have some sense. We don't have American women spies. Women spies are always on the other side. If you want to play an American woman spy, then you'll have to go to Moscow. Look, you can't miss in this part. It's a setup for anybody." "That's the trouble, Manny. I don't want a setup. I don't want to be a Viennese puppet in a spy story. I want to play someone I know. What do I know about being a spy? In this story, I'd be in Vienna and Rome and Budapest and Athens. I haven't been in Vienna, and I haven't been in—" "Well, it opens in Washington." "I haven't been to Washington." "Nobody goes to Washington." "What is it, honey? Give." "Manny, I want to feel something. I can't feel a damn thing. If I could feel this gal in the story, then maybe." Her green eyes brooded over the glass. "Corinna, you can't just go on drinking highballs in the sun." She tossed the glass into the pool, and now her eyes flashed in anger. She leaped up, and all her golden body seemed to burn in anger in the hot light. "Manny, I want to play someone I know. I want to play me. Maybe I'll get to know myself that way. I'm tired of playing somebody. I want to be somebody. I want to go into politics or something." "Honey, relax." "I want to go to Washington, Manny. Women are doing things there." "Look, if you feel that way, just go, spend a week in Washington, and if you still feel political after that, then I'll tear up your contract." "Is that a deal?" Montano Spiel suddenly looked old and crafty, as had his peasant grandfather on his Horbaji farm back in the old days. "Honey, I was only talking." "I'm serious, Manny. I'm tired of just being this glamour girl." Corinna pressed the button, and Windsor came out with more highballs. "Windsor, tell Barbara to put me on the first plane back to Washington, and tell Janie to pack me for a week." Montano Spiel, one-time gypsy horse trader on the plains of Hungary, now chief of the mighty Golden Lion Pictures of Hollywood, looked around at the Italian pool, the grave English butler moving inside the window, the girl from the candy shop who was the golden star of Golden Lion. He sighed. "Sometimes I wish I was back on the Horbaji." where the horses are, instead of being in the new blue stocking age with Claire Booth Luce in Rome and Edith Stilwell in Beverly Hills, and have your Armand with his Chansons and his poodle. All right, honey, have your week in Washington, but when you get back, we shoot this picture. Corinna went by the window and found Armand sitting on a cushion reading a poem to his white French poodle. She scowled. I come just in this moment. Look, I bring you my heart. Corinna saw the sweat on his pale face, the opal gleam in his cat eyes. He handed her the album scented with lavender. She read, Sanction pour Corinne? It's Corinna, not Corinne. Darling, in France. Corinna blinked at the elegant script. The hell with France. Let Manny look at it. She ran upstairs and left Armand on the cushion. When she had changed into a travel suit, she saw Armand sitting by the pool reading his Sanchon to Manny. The poodle was lapping up a highball. Then she was packed and ready. She looked out again to call goodbye to Manny. The poodle staggered onto the promenade and fell into the pool. He was too drunk to swim and rolled down into the water. With a soprano yell, Armand dived into the pool to rescue his darling. Corinna laughed and then snapped at Janie, who was locking the last suitcase. Get me the hell out of here, Janie, before I go nuts. End of Chapter 1.
Chapter 2. In Washington, Corinna knew she must stay at the Abraham Lincoln. She had learned from an article in Harper's Bazaar that it was known as the home of the ambassadors. The ambassadors always stayed there while their wives were moving into their official homes. Besides, Jacquard Weil, who was once Jake Weil at Golden Lion, before he took up residence as Hollywood ambassador to Washington, lived at the Abraham Lincoln. Variety called the hotel the Hollywood Embassy. Corinna descended from her taxi and saw the light from the porch shining on the green lawn. The porters looked like men who had once fought at Gettysburg. They lifted out her cases and did not look at the name Corinna Lang emblazoned on the leather. She said to the elder from Gettysburg, "Pay the taxi." "Certainly, madame." The young man at the desk had a slight French accent, which he had learned when a clerk in the French embassy. "I want a room, a suite, I think." He opened a book. "The name, madame?" "Lang, Corinna Lang." He did not seem to know the name, and opened the book to L. I haven't a reservation." "Oh, I'm afraid we can't help you then, madame." He never once looked at her. "We are quite full, as always." Corinna scowled and looked at the baronial lounge and the writing tables lit with candles. "Jake Weil stays here?" "I do not know the name, madame." "I mean Mr. Jacquard Weil." "Ah, Mr. Weil. Yes, madame, he has just gone up." Corinna walked straight over to the elevator and spoke to the man with epaulets on his livery. "Mr. Jacquard Weil's suite, and send up my suitcases." "Certainly, madame." The man in livery escorted her to suite 140, and pressed the bell and went back to the elevator. The door was opened by a valet in a short black coat. "Mr. Weil in?" "The name, madame?" Corinna walked past him and found Jake reading the Washington Post, and looking like an aging prime minister from Europe in his formal black. "Jake." Jake put down the Washington Post with all the care he once used when arranging a close shot in the studio. "I was afraid of this. And the name is Jacquard." Then he forgot it all and gave her a hug. "It's great to see you, honey." Woodhouse, the valet, looked so shocked that Jake remembered he was Jacquard and became all Washington again and made a gesture to bring the drinks. Corinna sat down and admired the Bond Street style of hair grooming on Mr. Weil. "You must have a make-up man working on you all morning, Jake. What kind of a hotel is this? They don't have a room, and I told them my name." "That was a mistake. Film stars are persona non grata in the Abraham Lincoln." "Film stars are what?" "A little drink, Corinna?" "A lot of drink, Jake." "If you'd called me, I'd have found you a place to stay, but at this time of day—" "But I'm staying here, Jake." The green eyes burned. "What the hell do you think?" "But, my dear—" The bell rang, and the valet opened the door and admitted the 5 suitcases marked Corinna Lang. "Honey, you can't." Jake frowned at his valet. "Woodhouse, lay out my clothes." Woodhouse went into the bedroom and closed the door. "Now, Corinna, listen to me. You're in Washington. You're not in Hollywood. You're not even in America. You're in Washington." Jake backed away and lit a cigarette. Honey, you can't stay in this suite. Damn it. Do you think I can have a woman staying in my suite in the Abraham Lincoln? Sleep where you like, Jake. I'm staying here. Any trouble, and I call out Manny Spiel. Jake brushed the Bond Street locks away with an angry hand. Then he snapped up the telephone. Put me in the lodge tonight. Miss Lang is staying. I don't give a damn. Give me a room. He slammed down the telephone. I could murder you for this. Woodhouse will take out some of my things, and Janie can settle you in. I didn't bring Janie. I'm traveling incognito. Karina's lip trembled. Jake, don't ride me. I came up to Washington because... Jake swung on her and threw her an evening paper. Are you telling me why you came to Washington? Do you think I can't read? Haven't you seen the evening papers? Incognito? Karina felt her skin prickle as she read Miss Hilda Hooper's little story about Karina Lang's flight to Washington from her broken romance with the French poet Armand. Tears of anger blinded her as she read Armand's hurt denial that the romance was over. Armand, fondling his poodle while being questioned in his lilac pajamas by Miss Hooper, could only explain Karina's Washington trip in the cutest Gallic American. I don't know. I think perhaps the president, he make a call to her, and maybe she go into the politique. Karina stamped on the paper. Jake was stern. And who the hell is this Armand? He's a phony French poet. He's been around just 3 times, for just long enough for him to read a poem. Damn him, I hardly know him. Jake lent her his handkerchief and spoke grimly. Well, we ought to hire him as publicity man. He certainly has queered you in Washington. Call up Manny. Tell him to sue that creep. Kick him out of Hollywood. Tell him... Honey, relax. You can't do anything now. We'll get Wally or somebody to wipe the story and get something on this Armand. That's all we can do. Who the hell can do anything about Hilda Hooper? Karina trembled and the ice shook in her glass. Oh, Jake, I feel sick. Maybe I'm hungry. Take me out to dinner. I can't. I've got an important date. Who is she? Jake smiled and looked 100 years old. Honey, have sense. This is Washington. I've got a date with Colebrook. And who the hell is Colebrook? Colebrook? Why, he's the assistant secretary and... Assistant secretary? Karina, you may be number 1 at the box office, but you're only a country lass in Washington. Anywhere 10 miles away from the White House is back country. You better get hep to who's who in Washington. You got to be seen with the right people, eat in the right places. Where do I eat? There's only one right place, and that's the Trianon. But you've got to be with someone who's known. Karina swore. I don't suppose anybody in Washington has heard of Karina Lang. Jake got up and smiled. Honey, I've got to change. Take the 2nd bedroom in there. Woodhouse will move me out and unpack your things. He put his hands on her shoulders. You got to reorientate yourself here. Jake went in to change, and Karina went into the unused bedroom and reburnished her eyes. She felt she wanted to cry in anger, and then she laughed in the mirror. So I've got to be with someone who's known to go to the Trianon. Then her smile died. Who did she know in Washington anyway? It looked like a chicken sandwich and a drink in Jake's suite. She brushed the ringlet over her ear and went out and poured herself a stiff one. When Jake came out, she hardly knew him. He wore a tuxedo and an ivory silk waistcoat with a gold watch chain. A monocle hung from his lapel. Karina giggled. Okay, I'll call you Jacquard if you hang that monocle on your eye. Jake winked at her with his bare eye. She stared at him. Do you know what Manny said about you, Jake? He said you didn't do a damn thing in Washington, and that you were worth $1 million a year. I've just realized what he meant. And what do? Sit in all evening and read the paper? I don't know. You can always go to a movie. The bell rang, and Jake picked up the telephone. It's for you, honey. He listened to her on the telephone, and his face dropped in gloom. When she'd hung up, he asked, Who was that? Mickey Adams, the polo player. A 10-goal man. I'm having dinner with him. A polo player? I could have found you an attaché at least. He glanced at his watch, kissed her coolly, and went out of the room. The end of Chapter 2.
Chapter 3. Karina sprang out of her bath and found Wodehouse had laid out her dressing table as if he had been trained by Elizabeth Arden. She did her face and hair and inspected the layout on the bed. The black satin from Douar and... Karina paused. The panties. white virgin cambric with Irish lace, which had been sent by an old lady in New England, and which Karina had never worn, had been chosen by Wodehouse. Karina smiled. Janie would not have made that mistake. Karina stopped smiling. Was it possible, just possible, that Wodehouse knew something that Janie did not know? Karina got on the douar with a couple of judo bends and then called Wodehouse. I'm afraid you must hook me up, Wodehouse. Certainly, madam. The adroit fingers never touched her skin as he hooked up the clips up her spine. She could see his cool, blue English eyes in the mirror, about 45 and used to the grand world. Voila, madam. Wodehouse stepped back and bowed. Thank you, Wodehouse. Everything was perfect. She felt like spring in the white virgin cambric and wished that she had written personally to thank the old lady fan in New England. She stepped out into the salon, and Wodehouse presented her with a small glass. Sherry, very dry, madam. Wodehouse must have been a very good-looking man. Say well, this morning. Karina smiled to herself, and the bell rang. Wodehouse picked up the telephone. Mr. Adams is waiting, madam. A cape, Wodehouse? The white mink, of course. She knew what Wodehouse would bring. Her handbag and a clip of dollar bills, all part of the Wodehouse service. A glass of hot milk and brandy as a nightcap, madam. I shall have it ready for you. 11 o'clock, madam? Thank you. Wodehouse opened the door for her and went along and rang for the elevator. When she stepped out into the lobby, she saw Mickey at once. There he was in his English tuxedo, the same tawny curl in his fair hair, slim, debonair, fresh as just stepped off the Mayflower. Mickey, isn't this grand? She felt safe as a polo pony in his hands as he guided her down the steps of the porch. Coolness, breeding, and riding muscle. The moonlight was on the lawn, and Mickey opened up the Jorb's Jaguar. Beautiful night for a ride. What about the equestrian club down in the country? But, Mickey, I'm all in after the plane ride. Can't we just eat in Washington? I'm hungry. What about the Trianon? The Trianon? That's gone to hell. Political dames and promising young men. I'm just crazy to see it, Mickey. Okay, honey. Don't blame me. Mickey mashed the gears with a 10-goal oath. The doorman at the Trianon looked at Karina as if he had expected Marie Antoinette and was disappointed. She stood with Mickey at the Louis lobby and waited for Jules to come along the floor. The maitre d'hotel paused now and again to inspect the tables as he came along, and Mickey scowled. Jules bowed the minimum inch to a 10-goal man, and Mickey spoke. Got a table, Jules? Have you a reservation, sir? No. Then I'm afraid, unless you take the last table in the corner, sir. That will do. Jules walked them down the aisle and led them into an alcove in the wing of the room. He installed them in silence and left them to the waiter. Dry martinis? Mickey said in a sharp voice. No, a dry sherry for me, said Karina, remembering Wodehouse. On the wagon? No, Mickey, just on sherry. Mickey looked around and saw Jules discussing a menu with a couple of attaches from Quad d'Orsay. That son of a bitch, growled Mickey. He used to bet $100 on the nose every day, and I used to play the horses for him. Now he doesn't even know my name since this joint became kind of a lobby for the White House. Brenna studied the clientele of the Trianon and left Mickey to the ornate French calligraphy on the menu, engraved with the print of the Trianon at Versailles. It was early, and the string orchestra was tuning up for the first Viennese waltz. The important tables around the dance floor waited for important people. Young attaches and a few Western congressmen were being patronized by Jules. The other table in the last corner had a card on it and waited for somebody on the lower rung of protocol. At last, Jules came along and stood by Mickey with a superior patience. I'm just trying to translate this into food, Jules. Bring a couple of soles and then split a chicken, and I'll leave the wines to you. Jules waved to a waiter and gave the order in French. He then bowed to Karina and moved away. Mickey called to him. And by the way, Jules, Rainbow Flash just got up to the nose at Belmont today. He reckoned he owes you about $50,000. Hope you played him. Jules moved away with pain in his austere face. Mickey scowled around the room. I'll bet you $10 they open up with Blue da Boo. Corinna smiled as the violin sang and took a bill from the clip. Honey, you don't have to pay. Take it for luck, Mickey. It's all on Wodehouse anyway. Who's Wodehouse? Oh, well, I guess he's protocol. Protocol? My God. You've been a couple hours in Washington, you're already talking protocol? Honey, you look like $1 million in black. You wore nothing much in Santa Barbara. Come to think of it, just the blue sea and golden sun and... Mickey, don't. Let's go back to Santa Barbara. They were silent then. In the end, nothing had come out of that burning month in Santa Barbara except her divorce from Robert. Mickey's best pony had sprung a hock in the paddock, and Mickey had jumped the first plane home to the stable, and that was the end of another rainbow. And now, Mickey said with a grin, tell me about Armin. Corinna swore. Marlene or someone wished him on me one night at Mike Romanoff's. It's the new craze since Gaylord Hauser and the Dolly Psychos went out. Edith Stelwell came in. They're all dressing like female druids and gone on poetry, so Armand's over to cash in. He's selling poems and French poodles. She stopped as Jules bowed in a couple to the adjacent table. The woman had lank hair that must have been groomed with a broken comb, a shallow, long face, spectacles, and clothes straight from the flea market in Paris. She spoke to Jules in a Middle European French and sat down in an abstracted way, but Corinna was looking at the man. Talent scout casting a European diplomat or spy would take a long look at him. He was perhaps 30, handsome in a saturnine way, would look the same age 20 years hence, had cold gray eyes with a glint of green, skin that was dark and yet no color, and all the mystery of mixed blood in his personality. He ordered a Nolly Pratt from Jules in French, then saw Mickey and said, Hello, Adams. Hello, Strange. He gave a slight bow to Corinna, then sat down with his back to her, and listened with great attention to politics talked in French by the European lady. Corinna waited until the music of the next waltz, then asked softly, Who is he? Larry Strange. He was at Harvard with me. He's in the State Department. He doesn't look American. Honey, he looks Washington. And she? God knows. She looks like something out of a UNESCO or maybe Smith College. Queer guy, Strange. My brother's in his department. Says he's a brain. Mickey grinned. Honey, he wouldn't look at you. He's a young man with a career, and he couldn't afford to be seen with a glamour girl from Hollywood. But don't let it get you down. Corinna was hardly listening. He could feel the eyes of Larry Strange looking at her through the back of his head. They left at 11:15, and Mickey said in the Jaguar, A run down to the country or the Samba Club? Home for me, Mickey. I must sleep. Besides, I've got to get back at 11. Why? I've got hot milk and Wodehouse waiting. Who the hell is Wodehouse? I told you, Wodehouse is protocol. Okay, honey. At the porch of the Abraham Lincoln, Mickey asked, Come down and see my family and the ponies tomorrow? Call me in the morning, Mickey. Mickey waved her as she went in, and knew she would not come out in the morning. End of Chapter 3.
Chapter 4. The beam of sunlight on her eyes awoke Corinna, and she watched Wodehouse open the window and breathe in the morning air. Beautiful morning, madame. 8 o'clock. Madame has slept well, I trust. Oh, what's this? China tea with lemon, madame. Wodehouse poured the tea. A cool shower, madame, or a pine bath? The shower, Wodehouse. And breakfast, madame, in half an hour? Thank you. Wodehouse went into the bathroom, put the towels to warm, and left Corinna with a Washington Post. Corinna ate her breakfast in the salon. Obviously, Wodehouse did not approve of breakfast in bed. A boy came in with a sheaf of roses. Compliments of Mr. Jacquard Weil, madame. Jake came along himself in the wake of the roses. He was cool and gray with a pastel tie and looked fresh after his walk in the park. Hello, Jake. Oh, and thank you for the roses. Roses? Oh, Wodehouse. He remembers everything I ought to remember. He's a honey. I've read the Washington Post all for Wodehouse. Jake stood at the window and then turned with a grin. Washington is all smiling for you, Corinna. He paused. Karina, why are you here? Well, maybe I had too many highballs in the sun and just hopped a plane. I don't know. But I'm not going to be licked by Washington, Jake. I wasn't licked by Hollywood. What are we going to do today? It's your day. We'll do Washington. Count on old Jake. I'm just as mad with that Armand as you are, and I'm not going to let a Golden Lion star get laughed out of Washington. Jake grinned. God knows why I am here. I'm representing the Motion Picture Association in Washington, and they call me the Hollywood Ambassador, as a kind of gag. But I'm doing a good job. I really am. Look, I'll spend half an hour on my mail, and I'll send Woodhouse up to get you all set for the day. Karina had another black coffee and read the Post editorial 4 times and could not get the point. At that precise moment, a very important person in the White House was reading it for the 2nd time and trying to get the point. But Karina did not know that. Then Woodhouse opened the door, and Confidence came into the room. Madame is ready to dress? If you say so, Woodhouse. Woodhouse did not seem to hear that. He went to the wardrobe and selected what Madame ought to wear for the day in Washington. He looked at the leather shoes. Ah, Madame has been to Florence? I have not. He came and fitted me in Beverly Hills. I haven't done Europe, Woodhouse, just a couple of weeks at Pinewood and a weekend in Paris. Ah, Paris. But Italy, it is indispensable, Madame. Karina went in to dress and knew that Italy was indispensable. Indispensable like Woodhouse. Jules came straight down the room to Mr. Jacquard Weil. Ah, Mr. Weil, for 2, yes. Karina smiled as Jules led them to an important table by the orchestra. She startled Jules. I think I would like a table over in the corner, if you don't mind, Jake. Jules looked at her as if he had never seen her before. In the corner, Madame. Karina let her green eyes rest on Jules a long time. Where I was last night, Jules. She stood still and waited as a flush came into Jules' gray face. Ah, yes, I remember. Certainly, Madame. When Jules had gone for the menu, Jake grinned. Well, you've got Jules on a pin, but why do you want to sit in the corner, honey? I like it quiet. Karina looked at the vacant table where Larry Strange had sat last night and knew why she wanted to sit in the corner. Jake watched her sip her sherry and knew that Washington had worked on her all day. Not too much, Jake hoped, because when they got poetry, romance, or religion, one could handle them, but when they got politics and protocol, it was all right being a pin-up girl in Korea and Berlin, an ambassador for morale in a bathing suit, but... Jake, I don't want to just be a pin-up in Korea. Jake looked at his sherry in the light and held his breath. Jules saved him with the menu. When Jules had gone, Jake said, Honey, let's leave all that until we get to the coffee. There it was, one look at the White House, and they fell for it the way they fell for an Indian prince. Karina looked around the room and wondered if congressmen ever went to the movies and saw a Karina Lang picture. Jake, I feel here like I felt all those long days waiting outside Golden Lion. It was cold outside. I feel cold here, but you're in, Jake. I can feel it. Tell me, how did you make it? Well, honey, I got in by getting Woodhouse. How? He was the valet to the British ambassador. Everybody knew about him, and they all wanted him, so I got him. And they knew if I could get Woodhouse, I could get what I wanted. I just walked in behind Woodhouse. But how did you get Woodhouse? Honey, if I told you that you'd be as wise as I am. So I must get me a Woodhouse? Larry Strange came in as the sommelier poured the cold wine from the greenish bottle. This evening he was with a young man who had a Quai d'Orsay written on his face since the day he was born in a Normandy chateau. Karina felt the glance from Larry's eye as he carefully placed the young French attaché facing Karina and sat himself with his back to her. It might have been courtesy, but Karina knew it was not. Larry had bowed to Jake, but had not spoken. The Frenchman looked at Karina and asked Larry a soft question. She saw Larry move his head in a negative, and she thought, he knows damn well who I am. She could feel those cold eyes looking at her through the back of his head. She asked Jake, Do you know him? He knows you. Jake spoke quietly under the music. I've met him. Lawrence Strange. He's in the State Department, officially. What do you mean, officially? Well, I believe he's in the room. The room? What's that? Nobody knows. It's just the room. It's State Department and H-bomb and counter-espionage and God knows what. They say that Dulles is responsible to Eisenhower, but the room is responsible to God. Where is it? In the White House? Jake laughed. Honey, nobody knows. I don't know if it's a place at all. It's outside protocol, and nobody knows the way. It's the Mystery X in Washington, and Strange is supposed to be in the room. He's got an iceberg in his eyes. And don't talk any more about him. I don't like to feel him looking at me through the back of his head." Jake suddenly looked hard at her. "Was he here last night?" "Yes." Jake smiled. "So that's why we sit in the corner." Jake looked into her eyes. "Honey, do you know how a man like Strange looks at women?" "Don't tell me. Let it come as a surprise." Karina let her mind rest on the bald head of a congressman and felt the hock and the claret and the brandy going to war in her blood. Jake was still talking about her new picture as Manny had sent him the script to check on the Washington sequence. "Honey, it's a grand story, and it has box office written into every line. Jake, lay off. You've been selling me that story all through dinner. It's just another movie, and I'm damn tired of it." "Honey, you're #1 at Golden Lion, and you know it. You're doing a grand job, and—" "For God's sake, Jake, where do you think you are? Back in Hollywood? You're not in Hollywood. Jake, you're not even in America. You're in—" "Washington," said Jake. The old European music was stirring in her blood like hidden currents in the Danube. "Jake, I'm doing nothing. I'm not part of anything." The French attaché was looking at her across Larry Strange and trying to keep his mind on the Schumann plan. "Well, honey, just what do you want to do?" "I don't know yet, but I can feel it coming up in me. I can feel it all around me here. I feel just like I did before Golden Lion called me in." The music had stopped and the French attaché had lost the Schumann plan. "I just feel it, Jake, the way my father did before he quit the farm and went out on his prayer wagon. I'm tired of making a musical with a stand-in singing for me and someone else doing the dance steps. I'm tired of sewing cool pictures with somebody else doing the dives. I'm tired of doing things that I'm not doing, and I'm not going to play a spy that Marlene could play with her legs and a cigarette. I want to play somebody real. I want to do something real, Jake, and I'm going to find it right here in Washington. Larry Strange got up quietly and went out with the attaché. Karina paused as if the director had said cut. She tried to pick it up again. "Jake, I want to—" "You don't have to go on, honey. Strange is gone." Jake smiled. "You were talking to him, weren't you? And he never stopped looking at you out through the back of his head." As the doorman called Jake's car, Karina saw her name in red lights on the movie theater across the street. On the gaudy poster, she was clinging in a kiss to a Mr. America with a Rocky Mountain jaw. Her mouth trembled in anger. "Do you call that doing something else, Jake?" "Honey, take it easy. Eleanor Roosevelt has her statistics in her head. You've got 'em somewhere else. That's all the difference." But Jake knew it wasn't any good to talk to her. End of Chapter 4.
Chapter 5. That morning, Karina read the paper with a smile. Wally had gone to work on Armand, and the shadow of something called immigration had fallen on his sunny path in Beverly Hills. And the mail had brought 5 cards, all printed in gold, from 5 hostesses in Washington. 2 receptions and 3 cocktails. Karina laid them down like a royal flush. Jake came in, and Karina pointed to the royal flush. "Look what I've got, Jake. They want me in." Jake turned the cards face down. "No good, honey. The only ones that are any good are handwritten and invite you to dinner." "Oh, Jake, Manny just called me up. He says they start shooting Monday and you must fly out Saturday." Jake grinned. "He wanted to talk to you. I told him you were out having breakfast at the White House and hung up. I'm not going back Saturday. He can shoot around me. Jake, I like it here. What's shooting today?" "I'm taking you to lunch with some ambassador. He's only a small guy. I have Wodehouse researching his country right now so he can brief us. You'll have to go through the script with Wodehouse. He'll cut you right. I'll pick you up at 12:30, and don't cross your legs when you sit down in his drawing room." "Why not?" "Ladies don't cross their legs in embassy drawing rooms." "Oh." Karina was practicing the way to sit in an embassy drawing room when Wodehouse came in with a map and 4 crested books and a look of protocol on his face. Karina felt happy this Friday evening in the Trianon. Jules had read her name as a guest at the ambassador's lunch yesterday and promoted her to Miss Lang. This evening, as she watched Larry Strange talking to his companion, she felt amused. There was something crazy in the ardent way the handsome Larry talked to this homely woman who looked like a matron in an ad. "Who is she?" whispered Karina. "God knows, honey." Jake considered. "I think she's Betsy Minesta from Minneapolis. She's the new minister to San Marino or Andorra or somewhere. I saw her picture in the Post this morning. Anyway, Larry is briefing her as if she were going to Moscow." "But why her?" "Honey, I don't know. She's probably a brain, or she won a political quiz on the radio. Nobody knows how they pick 'em, but they certainly don't look for 'em among the Goldwyn girls. Well, I wish they'd pick me for something." Larry paused with his knife on the breast of a chicken. Then he went on talking. Jake left it until the coffee. "Honey, you ought to plane out tomorrow. Manny is—" "Jake, what do I know about playing a spy? I want experience. Don't talk like a college girl from a little theater. You're in the movies. We cast an American quarterback as Louis XIV, and he socked him from Los Angeles to Tokyo. We nearly had to call in Einstein to count up the gross. One shot of his hairy chest in a hip bath did that. You've got a bedroom scene in Vienna that will reorganize the lingerie departments all the way from Gimbel's to the Galeries Lafayette in Paris. So, I'm not even listening." Jake took the cue and talked protocol till Larry moved. As Larry got up, the cold sort of his eyes pierced Karina in a brief glance, and she felt her spine tingle. She spoke in anger. "Larry Strange gives me a chill. I like them human, like Mickey." "Honey, the only difference between Larry and Mickey is that Larry would leave you for a dispatch box, and Mickey left you for a polo pony. Do you get that plane in the morning?" "No, Jake." She paused. She remembered how Larry had paused on the chicken. "It's a feeling I have, something I know, and I know it for sure." End of chapter 5. Chapter 6. It was a beautiful night, and Karina opened the window and saw the lights of Washington through the leaves in the park and listened to the hum of automobiles on the avenue. She sipped the hot brandy milk Wodehouse had made. The night was so warm she wore only a smock nightie under her robe. She relaxed in the chair. She had switched off all the lights save the table lamp, and the salon had the mysterious glow of an old room at night. The time had come, as her father used to say, when the apples are ripe and you stop to add the year up and all. The time had come to add up where Washington had her, or to see if it had got her anywhere at all. The lunch with the little dark ambassador had worked in her mind. She had stopped on a slice of pineapple and realized that if Hollywood came to a standstill, the world would go on just the same. Gabor came, and Chaplin had gone, and it didn't seem to matter in Washington. Karina had never before sat at a table where movies were not discussed once during the meal. But what had happened in Washington, or had anything happened at all? She had got up from her swimming pool and flown in. It didn't seem to have any more plan than her jaunt to Mexico City with Richard. Hell, she thought, all I'm having is a romantic weekend with Washington, and it gets me nowhere except back to the studio. Then she knew why she was sitting there. She was making up her mind whether to catch a plane out tomorrow or stay around a little while. Back home there was another picture and another lump of golden lion money. Here, well, what was there except the curious sense of being inside the world at the ambassador's lunch, and the certain sense of being outside that mystery room in which Larry Strange belonged. There was no window in that room, and she could not see in, but Larry could see out through the back of his head. She could feel the cold in his eyes and pulled the robe close to her legs. He made her cold all over in the Trianon, and it made her cold even to remember him. She sat still as a cat and looked out at Washington under the stars. The doorbell rang and she leaped up. She crossed the room and opened the door. He wore a long black silk dressing gown with a high collar that made him look like a monk in some peculiar way. He stepped inside the door and did not speak and did not smile. All she could say was, "I didn't know you stayed here tonight." The cold, grayish eyes were all green now. "My name is Lawrence Strange." "And mine," she said with a little irony, "is Corina Lang." "I know." He looked around the room and then walked around it and came back and shook his head when she held out the cigarette box. "Can you guess why I am here?" "Yes," she said slowly. "I think I can." "Well, if you can guess, then tell me if you can be in New York tomorrow." "I can." He got out a card. "Where do you stay?" "Waldorf." "Very well, stay there, but go to this address with one suitcase when you have installed yourself at the Waldorf. There is an apartment booked for you there in the name of Madison. I'll call to see you there at 7 o'clock tomorrow." "Thank you." He looked at her with irony in his eyes. "You don't seem surprised." "No, are you?" He said nothing, and she opened the door. He heard the elevator going down and walked quickly along the corridor and went into a room. Corina closed the door and put the card into her handbag. That night she slept like a child. End of chapter 6. Chapter 7. Corina sat in the apartment and heard the clock above the square strike the 3rd quarter of the hour. This was the hour for a cool, dry martini, but she sipped a pale ginger ale as she waited for Larry. She was always cool in a peak moment. She smiled as she remembered how she had got into Golden Lion. She had been waiting in the big room at the casting bureau among 20 girls when the door opened and Manny Spiel, in person, surveyed the room. He growled, "I want the dumbest blonde in Hollywood, so dumb she don't know she's breathing." The 20 girls who waited to step over the threshold straight into stardom stopped breathing. They did not recognize the great Manny Spiel, and none of them could recognize in herself a dumb blonde. Corina got up and walked straight over to Manny Spiel. Kantz, the casting agent, opened the door, and without a word she followed Manny and him into the office. Manny waved her to a chair and then turned to Kantz. "Now, go out and get me a real dumb blonde. Say you want a beautiful girl with sex appeal who is also a great dramatic actress." Manny waited until the amazed Kantz had gone, and then he smiled. "I'm going back to the studio. Like a ride-in, honey?" "Yes, Mr. Spiel." On the 3rd chime of 7, the bell rang, and she opened the door to Larry Strange. He wore a navy blue suit and a green silk tie with a dark red shading that refracted a curious light in his eyes. In a leather case he carried a 16mm movie camera, which he put down with his Homburg. "Good evening, Miss Lang." "On time, Mr. Strange." Larry walked and looked behind the curtain and peeped behind the bureau. He examined the room in a quick, expert way. "What are you looking for?" "Habit. You never know when a room can be alive." "Alive?" "Yes, a pickup. There's often one in an apartment like this." "What's special about this?" "Well, call girls use this place." "Is that why you picked it?" "Yes." She nodded. He looked at her in a cold, abstract way. She was so quick on the uptake that he was suddenly on guard. She sensed his thought and smiled. "I can act dumb. Anything else you want to know before you get to the point?" He took a slim notebook from his pocket. "I know all about you." His smile was cold and not a smile. "We investigated you, of course." He read from the dossier. "Born on a farm. Father turned preacher. So you got work in a store, then a candy shop in Hollywood." He paused, then read on. Personal life, normal. For Hollywood. Twice at Reno. Actors, playboys, negligible. And Savant Lickstein, as he called himself, the psychiatrist with charm. Why did you go to him? Be your age, Mr. Strange. Larry bit away a smile. All right, but did you ever talk politics to him? I don't think I ever got around to talking. What's wrong with him? Never mind, but we asked him to take a long holiday out of the United States and not to come back. Larry put away the notebook. What are your plans, Miss Lang? I'm waiting for you to tell me that, Mr. Strange. Why do you think I'm here? I don't know, but you're supposed to be in the room, and I'm guessing you want me to do something, but I'd like to know. I'm due back on a picture Monday unless... I want you to go to Europe. Why have you picked on me? Because I heard what you said to Jacquard Weil in the Trianon, and because you could be useful. She lit a cigarette. What do you want me to do, Mr. Strange? I want you to take something to Europe and perhaps bring something back. That is all. Yes. Can you use a movie camera? Yes, I'm a bit ham-handed, but I can load it, and I got some good reels in Mexico City. I haven't got mine with me. I have one for you. He held her with his cold eyes. I want you to go to Monte Carlo. Just be on vacation. Swim, lie on the beach, dance, do anything you like. And then he opened the leather case and took some round tins of film from the inside pockets. See these reels of film? They all look alike, but one is marked. His hand was cold as ice as he touched hers under the lamp. Look, there's a scratch on that one. She nodded. I want you to deliver that reel to a man in Monte Carlo. Who is he? I don't know, but he'll know you're there, and he'll find you. How do I know him? He will use the word exterior, and he will use it in such a way that you will know it's deliberate. Then he will, I imagine, want to borrow a reel of film for his movie camera. When he does, give him this one. When you give it to him, say in a casual way that you don't need it back, as you got it as a present from a boyfriend called Michael. Larry paused. But I think he'll give you back the reel later on. You mean another reel? Precisely. Larry looked grim. And if he does, don't lose it. Bring it back to me. I see. And who is Michael? I am. I am Michael to him. So this man is being double-crossed. You can call it that. We call it counter-espionage. Larry picked up a cigarette and then put it down without lighting it. Anything else you want to know? Yes. What side is this man on? That will depend on you. Corina felt the coldness of the room. But I have no experience in this sort of thing. I may make a mistake. I don't know enough. You know as much about this as I do. Just take him the same as any other man. Be friendly with him, then go. But don't cross more than one frontier. Find out anything you can, and stay around until he gives you back that reel of film. That's all I can tell you. He put back the reels in the case. Don't load this reel by mistake, and don't lose it. But I don't understand why you pick on me. I'm the last person who... That's why. Larry locked the case and gave her the key. You must make your own reasons for this trip. All right, but I'm going to get into an awful row with the studio. Well, that's your concern. Larry picked up his Homburg and looked in distaste at the room. You don't have to sleep here. Nobody stays here long. But I didn't want to be seen talking to you, so... That's okay. I don't mind being a call girl, once. Larry was already at the door. Goodbye then, Miss Lang, and thank you. End of chapter 7.
Chapter 8. The sun came over the New York skyline and was bright in Corina's eyes on this Sunday morning. She awoke and wondered what was missing and knew that it was a cup of China tea with lemon. And Wodehouse. Corina sat up in bed and her mind jumped from sleep into a lightning decision. She wanted Wodehouse in Europe. She picked up the telephone and called Jake in Washington. The Abraham Lincoln operator said that Mr. Weil had left for New York very early that morning. I want to speak to his valet, Wodehouse. Wodehouse came on the line. Good morning, Miss Lang. I'm sorry, but Mr. Weil has gone to New York, the Waldorf, madame. I know all about that, Wodehouse. Now pack your bag and come straight to the Waldorf, and bring your passport. There was a slight pause. Very well, madam. I'll get the first train. Thank you, Wodehouse. See you this evening. Karina ordered her breakfast with a smile. She rang the Waldorf desk. I want another seat on the Paris plane Monday. Very well, Miss Lang. We'll do our best. The name? Both in your own name until I have to check in. Yes, Miss Lang. The moment Mr. Jacquard Weil arrives, tell him to call my room. Yes, Miss Lang. We expect him in tomorrow. When she had breakfasted, Karina wondered how to spend the day. Then she saw the camera on her bedside table. She locked the marked roll away and sauntered up to Central Park to get her hand in with a movie camera. When Jake had had a bath and had changed into a dark suit, he came up for a drink. What's on your mind, Karina? I'm going to Europe, Jake. Just a short holiday. Then I'll do the picture. What's all this? Does Manny know? No, she smiled. I'd like you to explain to him. What do I explain? That you go on a jaunt to Europe and leave him stalled on a picture? Anyway, what's the reason for this trip? Jake, when I jumped a plane to Washington, I didn't know the reason. Maybe I don't know the reason for Europe, but I'm going to find out. And have you found out why you went to Washington? Yes. She paused. Jake, I'm going, so call Manny when I'm gone and... Honey, this makes no sense. Just where are you going anyway? I don't know. Paris, Monte Carlo. I want to see the Riviera. You'll get lost in Europe. I've been in London and in Paris. 3 weeks in London and a personal appearance weekend in Paris, and you were wet-nursed all along the line. That's not the same as being in Europe alone. For God's sakes, I'm 24 years old and I'm not a child. I know that, but look what happens to 'em when they go to Europe, especially the Riviera. It's a grand. To a buck, you'll be in a gossip column with Prince Saudi the day after you get there. I don't know Prince Saudi. Honey, none of them knew him until they met him. The next thing they know is they're looking at the Taj Mahal in his black eyes, and we can't get him home. Damn it, why must you go alone? I wouldn't mind if Barbara or Janie went with you. I don't want a secretary or a maid. I want to get away from all this star stuff and be myself. Why do you want somebody with me, Jake? I don't know, honey, but I'd feel happier if there was somebody with you. You know how it is. The doorbell rang and Karina opened the door. Good evening, Wodehouse. Good evening, madam. Good evening, Mr. Weil. Jake spilled his drink in astonishment. What the hell are you doing in New York, Wodehouse? Have you got your passport, Wodehouse? Yes, Miss Lang. Come back later. Yes, Miss Lang. Yes, sir. Wodehouse went out with a slightly puzzled look in his blue eyes. Now, Karina, what the hell do you think you're... Have another drink, Jake. You spilled that one. Now, all you've got to do is call Manny Spiel and explain. Wodehouse? Oh, wait until this gets in Hilda Hooper's column. Even Gabor never thought up one like this, Jake swore. A valet. Then he leaped up. My valet! I tell you, Wodehouse is not going with you. Jake stared at her. Just why do you want Wodehouse with you? I knew you'd feel happier if somebody was with me, she said sweetly. Jake swore. I'll bring him back, Jake. Karina looked out the window at the sunset. Or he'll bring me back. She was very quiet. Jake looked at her in the evening light. There was something about her that had not been there before. Suddenly, all the instinct he had developed in Washington came alive in him. He was surprised at what he said in a quiet voice. Okay, honey, I'm not asking anything. Maybe you need Wodehouse more than I do, he sighed. Only, for God's sake, keep away from Prince Saudi. End of Chapter 8. Chapter 9. The heat was a blue haze on the hills and a golden haze along the shores as the DC-6 landed at the Nice airport. Wodehouse got Karina through customs with a smile and a chalk mark and into a taxi before the Nice Azure reporter had awakened to the fact that a Hollywood star had landed out of the sunlight. Wodehouse talked in rapid French to the chauffeur as he cursed and sirened his way along the crowded promenade des Anglais in Nice. They climbed Mount Boron and coasted down the hill to Villefranche, and Karina saw the stars and stripes on a battleship in the deep blue of the bay. Flagship of the Sixth Fleet, said Wodehouse. That is Cap Ferrat across the bay. That white villa above the point belongs to Somerset Maugham. Karina lay back and sighed in the perfumed heat that came through the windows. The Riviera was obviously an old friend of Wodehouse, and she was not going to lose her way. The man in livery at the Quartier took off his cap and led her to the desk of the concierge. "Good afternoon, madame. I want a room, please, and a sitting room." "You have reserved, madame?" "No, the name is Lang." The concierge spoke through the grill to reception and then laid a key on the desk and called a chasseur. "Suite 40, madame. May I have your passport, please?" The concierge looked at the passport and spoke again to reception. The smart young man came out, and the concierge changed the key to Suite 12. Karina took off her sunglasses and smiled at the man. Then she said, "I want a room also for my valet." Wodehouse had come up to the desk and waited gravely. "Valet, madame?" The concierge blinked as the smart young man scowled at him. "Certainly, madame." Then he saw Wodehouse. "Oh, Mr. Wodehouse, I did not know." The concierge blinked again, and the reception man spoke. "This way, Miss Lang, please. If you don't like number 12, I can show you another." As they went to the elevator, Karina glanced back and saw the concierge still looking astounded as he spoke to Wodehouse, whom he knew as the valet of a British ambassador. Yes, Wodehouse agreed, he would like his old room, number 5 in the annex. Yes, it was quite a few years now since His Excellency was at the embassy in Paris, and used to come down to the Quartier on holiday. Well, no valets were not a new fashion for Hollywood stars, but Miss Lang was, well, Miss Lang. The concierge nodded. He was very much annoyed with himself because he had shown surprise. While Wodehouse unpacked her suitcases, Karina walked around the garden in front of the casino, refreshed by the cool green of the grass, enchanted by the flowers, and amused by the horses and carriages that brought the last century up alongside the Cadillacs in the shade of the trees. "It's all old," Karina thought, "but it's new to me, and I wanted it, and I'm glad I came." She was tired after the long trip, and when she went up, Wodehouse had laid out a Miami evening dress, a skirt and bodice, and a Mexican evening cape. "You will dine on the terrace, madame, and the air comes up cool in the evening here." "Thank you, Wodehouse." "Madame will go to bed early, I presume?" "Yes, this evening. The hairdresser in the hotel is excellent, madame. I have asked her to come up in half an hour, when you have had your bath, madame." Wodehouse turned on the bath, and Karina went out on the balcony and watched the sun melting into that long afterglow that hangs on the Mediterranean. She sighed in peace. It was all going to be as easy and light as a dream with Wodehouse on hand. She dined on the terrace overlooking the garden and listened to the Strauss melody from the string orchestra. It reminded her of the Tryon, but here, instead of ladies of the Pentagon and the Washington young men, were the old dukes and the princesses of Europe. Nobody seemed to know she was Karina Lang. She was just another pretty young American dining quietly and alone on this famous terrace under which the Cadillacs murmured and the hooves of the carriage horses talked as the lights came up on the hills and the stars looked like huge diamonds in the dark velvet sky. An old marquise sat at the next table in an ancient satin gown with a beautiful solitaire on her bosom and kept looking into her glass of liebfraumilch as if she were staring into some pool of the Rhine. "It's all long ago," Karina thought as she sipped her coffee in the lounge and felt the Chopin lullaby putting her to sleep, and watched the old marquise with her eyes now dreaming in the old Napoleon. Then she saw Wodehouse standing by a pillar, immaculate in his formal black, waiting until she might need him. Karina smiled at him, and he came over and bowed. "Madame?" "I'm going up, Wodehouse." Karina got up and was startled to hear the old marquise speak. "Good night, my dear." Karina blushed and said good night. The old lady had not looked at her once all evening. Wodehouse went up by another elevator and awaited her at the door of the suite. He opened the door and gave a slight bow. While she undressed, he prepared hot milk and brandy. Karina sighed in peace as Wodehouse said good night and wished her a pleasant sleep. Then she smiled. She had realized that the old marquise was not in the least surprised that an impeccable valet and not a maid should attend this young American girl. These people were old and had seen all and were not surprised at anything. Wodehouse had the green window shade down against the brilliant sun when he brought Karina tea in the morning. After breakfast, Wodehouse had her beach skirt and swimsuit all ready on the bed. "So am I going down to swim, Wodehouse?" "Of course, madame." He handed her a key with a number on it. "That is the key to your private cabin on the plage. The hotel bus runs down every 10 minutes. "And what are you going to do?" "Morning off, if you permit, Miss Lang. I propose to spend it in the blue sea. Madame will take lunch on the plage." "Is that the thing to do, Wodehouse?" "Usually, madame. Then a siesta and a swim at sundown. I shall bring you tea at 5 o'clock. Wodehouse paused. Just sign the bills at the plage. They will send them back to the hotel. Monte Carlo is all one company, madame." Wodehouse went out and Karina got into her beach outfit. She wondered if Wodehouse would arrange a date for her this evening. Under the golden sun, the anonymous golden bodies lay on the sand, and the white yachts went by from Cannes to San Remo. The salt of the Mediterranean stung sweetly in Karina's eyes as she sprang out fresh after a sharp swim and lay on the long blue cushion. Behind the sunglasses she felt happy and alone. It was the first time in 5 years that she had spent a holiday alone. Always there was somebody, and one always knew that Reno lay beyond the horizon. She had a long swim before lunch and ate a green salad on the beach terrace, and the hot sun was a sleeping drug in her blood as she went back to the Corte. She could not remember how she had gone to sleep in her skirt when Wodehouse woke her with tea at 5 o'clock. He laid down a copy of the Paris Herald Tribune by her tray, and she looked through it and discovered in a small paragraph that Karina Lang had been ordered to take a short holiday abroad by her New York physician and was on the Riviera. Good old Jake, Karina thought. He's handling it all as easy as any ambassador. The smart young man from reception came in and bowed. "Miss Lang, there is a reporter from the Nice Azure below, and he would like to interview you. It is the Riviera newspaper." "No." The smart young man recoiled and bowed again. "Madame, it is the usual thing when a celebrity is here. You must forgive him. It is his job. I shall tell him that you do not wish to be interviewed." He bowed. "I shall take it as an instruction that you do not wish to see the press?" "Yes." "You will not be disturbed again, Miss Lang." Karina smiled. She knew that she would not be disturbed again. The old Marquess said good evening to her when she sat down to dinner this evening, and later as they sat at coffee she looked up from her brandy and spoke. "Would you like to come down to the sporting club, my dear?" "Yes, I'd love to. What is the sporting club?" "They play there, my dear. It is quite the place to go." The old lady got up and called the chasseur and told him to bring down her shawl. Karina looked in her handbag. "Excuse me, I must get some money." "Oh, you do not need to play." The old Marquess waited for the casino bus to run them down by the sea to see the sporting club. "Don't waste your money on taxis, my dear." She looked at Karina out of deep old dark eyes. "You are American, of course?" "Yes." That was all the Marquess wanted to know as she fingered the solitaire like a talisman, or a memory. The sporting club was quiet at this early hour, and there were not many at the tables. The old Marquess looked around and said, "There are not many people. I think I shall distract myself at a table." The old lady went to the roulette table where one gray British colonel was playing small red chips to amuse himself until the baccarat warmed up. She said to the chasseur, "My plaques." The chasseur went to the casse and came back with a tray of plaques. There was a white card with a name on the tray, Marquess de Nogail. The big plaques looked like ornamental tiles, and the chasseur laid them in a pile on the green baize in front of the Marquess. The old lady said to the croupier at the end of the table, "Rouge." The croupier laid a plaque with a lot of figures inlaid on it on the red, and the ball spun against the wheel. The black came up, and the old lady said, "Rouge." The red lost twice again, and the old lady said to Karina, "Now you play them for me." "But just tell the croupier red or black, my dear, that is all." Karina played the red twice, the black once, and the red again, the black again, and saw the height of the pile in front of her and realized that many people were watching the play. The croupier paused, and the chasseur brought another bank of plaques to the head of the table, and the chef looked in question at the Marquess. Then the Marquess laughed. "My dear, I always play one at a time," she chuckled. "I never thought of leaving it all on 5 times. "Oh, have I done something wrong?" A young man watching laughed at her answer, and Karina flushed. "Well, my dear, do we go on?" I don't know. I've lost the count." "Count?" "Yes, I was counting apples. We used to play it at home when I was a child. Then we'd better stop, my dear?" "Yes." The Marquess spoke to the croupier. "Partage avec," she whispered to Karina. "My dear, I don't know your name." "Lang." "Partage avec Madame Lang." "Oui, Madame la Marquesse." The chef wrote another card for Madame Lang, and the croupier divided the winnings into 2 piles on the tray and laid a card by each pile. The chasseur took the tray away, and the old lady got up. "You can take your share at the casse whenever you wish, my dear." "But I don't understand." "My dear, you won it for me. I've been playing for 50 years, and I have never had the sense to leave it on and let it win." The old lady chuckled again and saw an old duke hobbling into the room on a stick. "Just wait for me a moment, my dear. I must go and talk to an old friend." Karina sat down, and the young man who had laughed by the table came by and smiled. He was fair with blue eyes and looked American. Mind if I sit here, too? I'm Bill Rowley, 6th Fleet. We're in the Villafranche. I'm Karina Lang. That's what I was afraid of. I was hoping you were just somebody like her. What's wrong with being Karina Lang? Ensigns don't promote themselves to dating movie stars. Don't be so silly, Bill. Okay, I've got a chip on my shoulder and an ensign's pay. The way you tossed those plaques on the table nearly made me seasick. What about it? They're only chips. Bill stared at her, and then it dawned on him. Listen, do you know what those plaques are worth? No. Just about $300 each. He saw her amazement, and then he smiled. Gee, and I thought the laugh was on me. He was still laughing as the Marquess came back. He bowed to the Marquess and walked away. What a nice young man. Why did he go away? My dear, I think we ought to have a little champagne. Listen, I can't take half those winnings. I didn't know. The Marquess looked at her and fingered the solitaire. Oh, is that it? I thought the young man upset you. The Marquess looked 1,000,000 years old. My dear, it's only money. She sighed. And what do you think I can buy with money now? Karina sipped the champagne and watched the old lady and knew that it did not matter if they were $300 plaques or apples in a game of guess it green or red in the garden at home. Karina was heavy with fatigue as Wodehouse opened the door of her suite. I'm late, Wodehouse, and very tired. The Sun and Sea, madame. A lemon drink and 2 aspirins, I think. Unzip me, please. She felt that she was a lot more used to Wodehouse than she had ever been to the 2 husbands she had dropped in Reno. Did you enjoy the sporting club, Miss Lang? Yes, but... She told him about the plaque she had left on 5 times and how the Marquess had made her share the winnings. How much is that, Wodehouse? Wodehouse did a quick sum. Nearly $5,000, madame. Oh, dear, what am I going to do about it, Wodehouse? Take it, madame. You will make the Marquess happy. She is very rich. His Excellency used to stay at her chateau in Normandy. The money does not matter to her at all, madame. Very well, Wodehouse. Good night, and thank you for waiting up. Even with the window open, she began to perspire a little in the warm night, and the perfume from the garden below went to her head like wine. She dropped into sleep and woke as she plunged into the cold green sea of Larry's eyes. She sat up in the listening night and wondered if it was all a dream. End of Chapter 9.
Chapter 10. Karina went out to the American English bookshop and stocked up on novels about espionage. She looked them through all the long afternoon and peeped into intrigues in Vienna and Prague and Trieste and Tangiers. These were the places, she felt, where agents and spies rode on frontier trains, haunted dark streets, found guns pointing at them by beautiful Mataharis in black evening gowns, and crashed to the end of the story over an alpine precipice. She flung down a novel and sat looking at the blue sea and watching the yachts of the Riviera. I'm crazy! Larry is crazy! The whole thing is crazy! Wodehouse came in with afternoon tea and picked up the novels flung on the carpet. I'm sorry, Wodehouse. I got mad at them. They're all spy stories, and I'm supposed to do a spy picture next. She paused. They want to set it in Monte Carlo, Wodehouse. Can you imagine espionage going on in Monte Carlo? It's the last place. That, Miss Lang, is just why it would happen here. She dropped in a cube of sugar with a slight splash. Well, you ought to know, Wodehouse. Wodehouse racked her evening shoes with care. Yes, Miss Lang. She felt that she ought to leave it alone, but she could not leave it alone. They want me to play a spy in this film, and I don't want to play it. Why, Miss Lang? She spoke in an irritated way. What does a woman know about spying? Wodehouse breathed on the leather and polished it with a pad. Well, Miss Lang, the best agent the British had was a lady, and she died in Monte Carlo. How did it happen? She fell from a balcony in this very hotel. They called it an accident, but, well, it was not an accident, Miss Lang. Oh, maybe they're right in the studio after all. It is possible. A swim before dinner, Miss Lang? Yes, I feel like a good hard swim. Before she changed, she went out and stood on the balcony. It was a long way down to the stone in the garden. She backed away from the rail. Out of the red glow of the sunset, she could see the cold green eyes of Lawrence Strange laughing at her. It was a gala night at the sporting club, and the Marquise had asked Karina to dine there with her. You must get out and see people, my dear. She told Woodhouse not to wait up and went down with the Marquise and dined to the music of a Cuban band. There was a singer from a Paris boîte who talked little chansons of Parisian gossip into the mic and rubbed her bosom against an imaginary man, and was listened to by Americans and Egyptians and Argentines who pretended to understand the allusions to Saint-Germain-des-Prés. Now and again, one of the ancients with bald heads got up and did a Viennese waltz with an old dowager to a Latin rhythm. A young American couple from the embassy in Paris got up and danced a diplomatic samba, and then sat down in a guilty way. Karina watched the Cuban band trying to wake up the old ghosts of Europe, and caught a wink from the drummer to a young Italian waiter. The Marquise looked up from her chicken in aspic and sipped her Veuve Clicquot. Dreadful, my dear. Karina flushed as the old lady read her mind. The Marquise regarded a table by the window for a long time. There was a dark Indian there who had a Paris banker, a Greek shipowner, and their bejeweled wives as his guests. He did not seem to have a personal companion in the party of 5. That is Prince Saudi, my dear. I suppose you have heard of him? Yes. A waiter brought a card on a tray and delivered it to the Marquise. She read the message and said, That is from Prince Saudi, my dear. He wants to know if we would give him the honor of taking coffee with him. I know him, slightly. I don't want to go over. Nor do I, my dear, said the old lady, looking with cold eyes at the diamonded wives at Saudi's table. She wrote a note on the back of the card and gave it to a waiter. He took it back on a tray to Prince Saudi. The Marquise sighed. He's a very nice young man, I suppose, but he has so many horses and so many of those film stars. I'm afraid I don't know anything about racehorses or those Hollywood girls, my dear. I come from Hollywood. Oh, do you, my dear? I suppose you know those film stars. Karina felt the color going down to her shoulders. I am a film star. The Marquise looked at her and then smiled. Are you, my dear? Then she glanced over at Saudi, who was scowling into a glass of champagne. How very disappointing Saudi has become. I thought he wanted you to come over because you were such a pretty girl. There was a harsh note in Karina's voice that startled the old lady. He just wants another movie star, and I don't want to be typed. The Marquise looked at her with eyes that were suddenly warm and blue. So you are a famous person, my dear. How very nice. No one would ever know it. I think I would like a peach. A peach, my dear? Yes, thank you. Karina ate her peach and wanted to laugh. The fact that she was a screen star was of no more consequence to the Marquise in Monte Carlo than to Larry in Washington. She was so amazed at being liked for herself by this aristocratic old lady that she nearly wanted to cry. When they went out into the gambling room, Saudi was taking out his chagrin on the green table of baccarat. He was pushing out million-franc plaques in the way of a baby pushing blocks on the nursery floor. Karina looked at his dark, plump face and wondered how he had wrecked so many picture schedules in Hollywood. Then she studied the old Greeks and the Egyptians and the ladies of Israel who had played blocks with million-franc plaques. A man who had a dark Italian face apologized as he knocked Karina's elbow when he leaned over the rope and put 100,000 franc plaque on the table. Then he walked over to the window and looked out at the sea as if he had forgotten about the game. "He's forgotten about his bet," said Karina, as the croupier looked around to know who had laid the plaque. "I suppose it doesn't matter to him." "You are quite wrong, my dear. He is a gambler, and that probably is his last plaque. He walked away because he's too nervous to look at the cards." The man came back and saw that he had won and left the double on the table. He had a handsome, restless scowl and somber brown eyes. He was maybe 35, and life had written a story in his face that Karina could not read. He wore a cream silk jacket and a dark red evening bow, and watched his money being raked into the bank with an air of disdain. He glanced at Karina as if she were not there, and sat by the window and played with a signet ring on his finger. "Who is he?" The Marquise started at the question. "I don't quite know, my dear. He is a count or a baron, one of those men that you always see in Monte Carlo. I think he drives racing cars. Perhaps he's Italian. They are all so vague, my dear. They are always dark and handsome, and nobody quite knows who they are." Karina looked round the room and remembered why she was in Monte Carlo. Not even a Golden Lion script writer, she knew, could imagine any agent among this crowd of bankers and playboys and tottering dukes and languid girls in Dior gowns. She had an angry feeling that Larry had played some sadistic joke on her, and that she would wake up one morning and find it all blown sky-high in Hilda Hooper's column. She felt hot and prickling in the fashionable room. "Shall we go back, my dear?" As she went out with the Marquise, she saw the man who had lost his money slide into the long cream sports car. He shot away with a roar of his engine, and the moonlight glistened on the car. 2 silver blondes came out with a couple of Levantines and waited for a Rolls-Royce to come round. It was all like a scene in a movie, Karina felt, and it was not real at all. The Rolls-Royce whispered by the curb, and she heard the long sports car screaming away into the night. End of Chapter 10.
Chapter 11. In the morning, Karina got a note from Jake, who had learned to write longhand since he had gone to Washington. "My dear Karina, I hope you are having a good time, and that you are playing the tables and not Saudi. Play 1 chip at the sporting club for me, for the sake of old Lang Syne. I fixed it up okay with Manny, and quoted the doc to him. By the way, the doc says he would like to meet you sometime, but I told Manny you'd be back in 2 weeks, so don't let me down. I hope Wodehouse is being your eminence grace as well as your good fairy. Love, honey, your Uncle Jake. P.S. When are you going to sit on my knee and tell me why you are in Europe?" Karina smiled and wondered what an eminence grise was. When she had had a swim, she lay on the long cushion on the sand. Even through her dark glasses, the colors were brilliant in the glare of the sunlight. The golden skins of the Scandinavian girls, the mahogany skins of the Italians, all glistening with salt and shone with oil on the long cushions or under the gay beach parasols. A man with dark skin glittering with salt crystals stood on a rock, and his movie camera swung slowly in a long panorama of the beach and the mountains. She recognized him suddenly as the man who had lost his money last night in the sporting club and who had gone screaming into the moonlight in his long cream sports car. Another playboy who forgot his moonlight worry in the morning sunlight. He strode down the beach with his muscles rippling and began to pan on the crowd over her head. His white teeth flashed in a smile as he stood near her and lowered his camera. "Ah, mademoiselle, you permit that I take an external of your?" She disliked the camera pointing at her like a gun. "An external of me? I don't. Ah, it is exterior, I mean. Exterior is the word I need. Is it not, mademoiselle? She got the shock as he repeated the code word, and she heard herself speaking slowly. Yes, exterior is the word. So this was it, and that was the man. Karina sat up on her cushion and realized that he was offering her a cigarette. He lit it with a steady hand, and the water glistened on his dark hair. Mademoiselle is so kind. Always I amuse myself with my movie camera. Mademoiselle also has a movie camera to take a memory of all these beautiful places? Yes, I have a camera. He smoked in silence and gazed at the blue sea. Today I go to Cap Ferrat to make a movie of the coast along the Villefranche Bay. You know the Cap Ferrat? No. Then you must go. I leave my car at Plage Passable, and then I walk along the coast. There are so many beautiful little coves under the pines. Perhaps mademoiselle might be there one day? Today? Yes? Yes, perhaps today. Good. Then perhaps I shall see you along the rocks from the Plage Passable. I help you to make a movie, yes? Karina nodded. He sprang up off his heels and stood dark and handsome in the sunlight. Mademoiselle is so kind. Then I have the pleasure to see mademoiselle this afternoon. Good morning. Then he was gone, sauntering along the beach with his camera in his hand. Karina wanted to laugh as her heart knocked against her ribs. She crashed into the sea and swam the tension out of her in long, fierce strokes. When she came ashore, she was panting for breath. Then she went along to the terrace and ordered her lunch. On the corner, she saw him flirting with a Venetian blonde. The waiter came with a blue trout in aspic and a flask of pale rose Pradelle. But she could not finish the trout, and she hardly touched the wing. She could feel Larry's eyes watching her and warning her not to make a mistake. She drank black coffee and walked out past the man. He did not look at her as he stroked the palm of the beautiful Venetian. She looked at the map on the concierge's bureau and located the Plage Passable. Then she spoke to the concierge. I want a car at 3:00. Certainly, madam. To where, madam? I don't know. I just want a ride. Yes, madam. She rested a while on her bed and then got up and carefully put the marked reel in the pocket of the camera case. When she got into the car, the driver asked, Where, madam? Just drive along the coast. Already she was discovering, when one was alone on a dangerous job, instincts began to operate that you had never suspected in yourself. She would drop on the Plage Passable as if by accident, and then leave the car at the beach and, very certainly, find him along the coast, waiting to borrow a reel of film. Suddenly, as the car coasted down from Cap d'El, and she saw the green peninsula of Cap Ferrat in the blue sea, she felt very calm. She knew only that she must make him say everything first. End of Chapter 11. Chapter 12. Karina left the car in the grove at the Plage Passable. She picked her way among the parasols and sunbathers on the small beach, and took the rocky path that led out to the point of Cap Ferrat along the coast of Villefranche Bay. The old pastel houses of the port gleamed across the bay, and white sails cruised in the sunlight around the flagship of the Sixth Fleet. The dark gray battleship might have been on a holiday cruise, so idle she looked on the blue water, with the sailors in summer white strolling the deck. The flag hung asleep on her stern. But Karina knew the gray warship had a mission in the blue Mediterranean, and she hoped the admiral had more briefing from the Pentagon than she had from Larry Strange. She had walked nearly a mile before she turned the corner of the coast and left behind the flagship and the port of Villefranche. The pines grew down here to the rocks, and the sunbathers were hidden in the corners of the tiny blue coves. There was not a sound out here, only the lapping of the water and the occasional splash of a dive from the point of a rock. "It's beautiful here," thought Karina, and she slipped on the brink of the path and nearly dropped the camera into the sea. It was beautiful, and the beauty made her mission seem all the crazier in this paradise. She sat down to rest in the shade of a pine, delighting in the sharp, sweet smell, and then she saw him, balancing on the ledge of a rock, panning his camera on a boy who came up from the blue depth with a fish on his spear. He wore only a Hawaiian bathing sarong and looked picturesque under the green woodland. He spent a long time filming the boy climbing up with a small red fish on his spear. And when he came up and found her sitting in her gay beach skirt and bra under the pine, he greeted her in his gallant playboy way. "Ah, mademoiselle looks so beautiful. She permit me." He moved around her as the camera purred, and she had never seen a hand camera used in such a way. His body was like elastic as he moved, not altering the camera level, and she knew that he was a genius at this job. Then he put down the camera and produced a small cigarette from the camera case slung on his shoulder. "Mademoiselle will smoke, yes?" She shook her head, preferring the smell of the pine and sea. She noticed 1 or 2 scars on his chest and arms, and they seemed to decorate the dark and glistening skin. Here in this woodland shade, his personality was formidable, but it might have been only the physical impact of a handsome man in the sunlight. He walked on bare feet, on the sharp stones and rocks as easily as a dancer on a green lawn. She spoke slowly. "Why do you call me mademoiselle? My name is Lang. Don't you know?" He waved his cigarette in a magnificent gesture. "Who does not know the name of Karina Lang? Always I have seen her as a picture, a painting, beautiful. And now she is alive and breathing all the perfume of this pine tree. I am so surprised that I say mademoiselle, until she permit me to say Miss Lang." Then he inhaled the air as if he had inhaled her breath and said, "Miss Lang." He said it as if he had said, "Darling," and Karina sat up against the bole of the pine and pulled down her skirt. She remembered the day she had gone tuna fishing with Richard, before Reno, and she had yelled, "Play him, Richard, play him." And Richard had panted, "Honey, this one is playing me." She smiled at her thought and changed the smile to him. "Tell me about yourself. After all, I don't even know your name." He tossed the cigarette away, and once again a scowl passed like a ghost on his face. It was like the dark past of Europe on this summer day. "Moi?" He paused and remembered to smile again. "I am Carlo Redonco, once of Poland, now of nowhere." Again a pause. "In the end, they gave me the passport and let me keep my name and my title, so that I am still the Redonco. But what is the Redonco now? One without a country, one without a home. Bah! I play myself like an actor. I am happy. I lie in the slow sunlight, or I speed in fast cars, and I win, maybe, the races sometimes, so that I am somebody." Again the dark scowl. "But not me. Nobody is oneself anymore except the beautiful young American ladies who are always and ever the same." He lit another cigarette, and she watched him. "So you don't like the young American ladies?" "Sometimes, when they have money, and they buy my cars." Suddenly, he looked at her with astonishing candor in his wine-dark eyes. "But I tell you, because you are not a fool, And you do not buy a car from somebody because he is a count and he kisses the hand and says he has won the Mille Miglia in that beautiful car he drives. Always I have a car, and always it is supposed to be the car that won the race. So they want a car that has won the race for the Count from Poland. But you, I do not sell you myself or my car. Why not me? Because you make your own money, and you are not a Detroit daughter or a Long Island girlfriend, and because you are a peasant, as I am a peasant, and you cannot make fools of those who come from the land. She was astonished, and she looked hard at him. That's right, I come from a farm. How did you know? Look, you pick your teeth with that pine needle. So, he grinned, and also there is the smell of apples in you. He jumped up with that easy cat spring. Alors, I talk too much. Look at that boy. He dives like a kingfisher. I think I make a picture of him. He leaped aside on a rock and focused on the swimmer in the pool. Then she heard the click of the camera. There he was again with that charming smile. Ah, it is finished. There is no more film. Perhaps Miss Lang could lend me a reel so that I can make this beautiful picture. I promise you, I buy you another. Karina opened her case slowly. It was incredible that this charming play in this lovely place was concealing something dangerous and secret. She held her breath and wondered if she were making a mistake. He saw her pause and murmured, If you do not wish to lend, it is nothing. Only to make pictures of this beautiful exterior of Cap Ferrat. She opened her case with a sharp click and handed him the reel. You don't have to replace it. I didn't buy it anyway. She paused. I got it as a present from a boyfriend called Michael. He took the little tin and turned it over in his hand in a casual way. She heard her breath as she paused where the scratch was made. Ah, how nice to have a boyfriend called Michael, who gives you the presents. He sighed. Once I know somebody called Michael. Then his smile flashed again. But I give you back the roll of film. I always give back. He lit a cigarette and seemed to forget about the film. A farm. All the way to Hollywood from a farm. Ah, how romantic is the American story. In Poland, we lived always on romance, and then all one has in memory is just these. He touched the scars of his skin. And what are they in memory of? A machine gun somewhere, I do not remember. But it is all gone now, and I lie in the sun, and I get so sleepy. I do not want to make pictures any more on this beautiful day, so tell me about your farm, and I shall tell you about my forests in Poland. She wanted to listen, but she knew that it was dangerous. This man was all instinct, and he disturbed her when he said that she came from the land. She got up. No, I must go now. I have somebody waiting at the beach. She paused. Shall I see you again? Oh, but yes, I hope. He paused. Perhaps I shall go to Italy for some days. I have some business with the cars. But, he grinned, adding, Monte Carlo is so small. I shall not miss you. She nodded. He kissed her hand, and she left him sitting on the rock and looking into the blue pool. She smiled as she walked the narrow path. He had forgotten all about helping her to make the movie of Cape Ferrat. She turned the corner and saw the port of Villefranche again and the gray battleship. Suddenly, she felt angry. What a hell of a mission Larry had picked for her. But she knew now there was no joke about it, and it was as real as that battleship in the bay. She stopped dead and she felt a slight stir of wind on her like a cold breath. What she did not know, and could not know, was what side was this man on? End of Chapter 12. Chapter 13. Back from Cape Ferrat, Carina sat waiting for the evening to come by the window of her salon. But Carlo Radonco seemed to sit by her at the window and haunt the room. A page brought up a cablegram, and she read the long text from Manny Spiel that reported progress on the shooting and had some corny jokes about the Riviera. The whole message was unnecessary, and she knew that Manny was just being friendly, and it meant nothing at all. She did not feel in contact with Hollywood. She was sitting at a window in Monte Carlo, out on a limb in Europe, and nobody was going to help her on this lone mission from Washington. There was no script, no director, and no set, but this golden sunset on the Mediterranean. Woodhouse came in and glanced at her and went into the bedroom. She heard him opening the wardrobe and suddenly knew that she could not bear the long, formal dinner and the old dreamy music of Chopin and Strauss. She called, "Woodhouse." He came out. "I'm not going down this evening. I want a grilled chicken sandwich and coffee up here, and I'll stay dressed as I am." She wanted to be alone as she waited for what was going to happen next in this strange game that Larry had assigned her to play. She drank a lot of black coffee after the sandwich and read a novel of espionage. She began to smile as the hero arrived in Trieste and was plunged at once into a giddy whirl of happenings. She was learning already that espionage was a cold game of waiting, and that it took a long time to build up and to happen. She put down the book and looked at her watch and saw that it was 11 o'clock. It was a beautiful night, and she got a coat and went out and walked on the terrace below the casino. She went down by the harbor and found Woodhouse sitting on the wall and gazing at the yachts in the port of Monaco. He started at her voice. "Dreaming, Woodhouse?" Woodhouse got off the wall. "I was just going up, Miss Lang." "Don't worry. Take me down to a little cafe on the quay and buy me a drink." They had a couple of cognacs and watched the fishermen play ballot in the bar, and then sat on the pavement in the moonlight, and Woodhouse told her all the history of the quaint little country called Monaco. They had another cognac, and Woodhouse said, "You are having a very quiet holiday, Miss Lang?" "Yes." There did not seem to be anything more to say, and they walked back in silence to the Quatorze. She woke out of a dream with the moonlight on her face. She had been dreaming of Larry, but this time his eyes were smiling. The next day was Sunday, and Monte Carlo was busy and crowded with excursion buses that came over the border from Italy and from all corners of the province. "Sunday is a bad day in Monte Carlo, Miss Lang," said Woodhouse. "You ought to drive up into the hills for the day." "Very well, but you must come and show me all the places to go." "With pleasure, Miss Lang." "A car in half an hour?" "Yes." She was sitting in a bra and a skirt at the mirror when a man in a cream silk suit and a soft blue tie walked into her bedroom. She jumped in surprise. "What? Oh, Woodhouse!" she giggled. "I didn't know you." She felt herself blushing as Woodhouse held her blouse ready with an abstract English look in his eyes. They lunched on blue trout over a waterfall high on the Gorge de Loup, and drank cassis at a bistro in Villefranche on the way home. Woodhouse had a knack of guiding her in France as if she were an old friend of the country, and knew every patron that remembered Mr. Woodhouse and greeted him with a kiss on the cheek. She was learning things from Woodhouse, and when she got back to the Quatorze, she said, "You must charge the car to me." "Yes, madame," said Woodhouse as he flushed slightly in pleasure that she knew she had been his guest for lunch. She went up and fell asleep at once, and woke to find Woodhouse waiting in the salon. "They don't change for dinner on Sunday, madame." She had a bath and sat alone for a while when Woodhouse had gone. She wanted to lose herself in the evening and had a light meal on her balcony and listened to some music that came from everywhere on a Sunday night. Then she put on a short linen coat and strolled by the crowd in the garden and went along the promenade by the sea. The music of a Latin dance band came up from the shore, and she saw the lights under the palms on the Loretta plage. It looked romantic, and she put on her dark glasses and went in the gate and found a crowd in gay attire dancing under the colored lamps and dining or drinking at the tables over the moonlit sea. A waiter in a light blue jacket seemed disappointed that she was alone, but gave her a table in the corner under a palm. "Dinner, madame?" "No," she paused. "Bring me half a bottle of champagne." She did not want the champagne, but she realized that she had better spend some money in this place. She watched the Latins dance to the South American music, and she smiled at the anxious air of love-making that makes the amour look so professional on the Frenchman's face. Near her, she heard a cool American voice say, "Boy, how they work at it." She bit off a laugh and stole a look at the group from the Sixth Fleet. The Latins worked at it so hard on the dance floor and under the palms at the tables that Corinna, like the Sixth Fleet, wondered if they ever got time to enjoy it. "Well, that may be the way, but I'd rather keep my amateur status." Corinna turned her chair away from the Sixth Fleet and did some feminine thinking on the choice between the campus attack of the American and the pianissimo approach of the European on nape and palm and spine. She was beginning to enjoy herself when she became aware of Carlo Redonco. Carlo was at a table under a lantern hung from a palm with a Venetian blonde and a man with a heavy Gothic face. They drank brandy in a brooding silence, and the big man smoked a cigar and gazed at the blonde through the smoke. The music began, and the woman leaned her lissom body on Carlo as he led her to the floor. Her skin shone like dark gold satin, and her crimson mouth whispered something in Carlo's ear. Then all the avid Latins got up and crowded the floor in an amorous tangle. Corinna saw Carlo's face darken as the dancers crowded him and the Venetian. Then he said something to the woman, and they went back to the table and joined the heavy Goth. There was a silence between them, and then Carlo saw Corinna and made an apology and came over to her table and bowed as if she were a stranger. "Mademoiselle cares to dance?" "No, thank you." She was surprised that he had approached her among the people, and she saw him hesitate, and then she nodded to a chair. He sat down, and a waiter brought another glass and poured the champagne. "Are you deserting your friends?" "I only joined them." He raised his glass with a polite bow as he drank. Then he scrawled, "Poof, she's a fool. She makes love to music like a little bourgeois," he grunted. "She's from Venice once. Now she is married to that big giant fool of a German. Bah! How could he sit his great bottom in a car made for the sport?" "So she did not buy the car?" "No, I waste my time. He is a big belly. He only marry her to watch her make love with every man. I lose myself with a woman like that, and I do not like me. Bah, all these women, they make love all the time, and there is nothing left anymore. But tomorrow I go to Italy, and I drive up over by the mountains, and I feel nice, clean danger on the wall of the mountain, and the nice clean air, and not the breathing of that woman, and the nice blue sky, and not the damned green table where I lose my money at the baccarat. Then I come back, and maybe I am myself again. And you do not dislike me, as you know now, because I make a fool of myself with her." "I don't care what you do with that woman." She paused. "How long are you going to stay in Italy?" "Ah, that I do not know. I come back when it is time to come back. Maybe I do not come back. One day I go over the wall of the mountain." He scrolled at the crowd. "The music is all noise in my head. I hate so many people. I shall take my car now and climb up the hill to the stars. Perhaps I have the pleasure to drive you back to your place." She hesitated, and he got up abruptly. "I wait outside in my car, if you come." He bowed and left her at the table. She saw him pause at the desk on his way out, and then he was gone. She looked at the crowd. She called the waiter. "Check, please." The waiter seemed surprised. "But the gentleman has paid, madame." She got a surprise as she realized why Carlo had stopped at the desk. When she went out, he was sitting in the car, the engine humming. He sprang out and helped her down into the deep cushion. Then he got in and wakened the engine. "The quatorze, is it not?" "No," she said. "The stars." He did not glance at her as he let the power shoot into the engine and went slowly along the promenade and by the garden of the casino. He had been savage about the Venetian woman, but he could also be gentle, as he was, as he nursed the powerful engine along by the garden. When they got up behind the suburb of Beausoleil, Carlo pulled the back of his seat forward and bent over the wheel for the corkscrew climb to La Tourbe. Corinna watched his hands as the car swung on the margin of corner after corner, so close there was hardly a pause in the grinding of the tires, and knew that he was determined to make this climb on one gear and a steady needle. When he got to the village of La Tourbe, and he ran the car out on the plateau to look almost straight down on Monte Carlo at the bottom of the valley, he wiped his face with a handkerchief and smiled. I get warm. One has to, work on such a road." "That was a wonderful climb," she said honestly. "I never knew what driving was before." "You must let the road pull you on your arm and hold it steady. I talk so much. A cigarette?" She took a cigarette and looked down at the shining lights of Monte Carlo against the dark blue sea. There was a long time. Then he spoke. "Yes, it is beautiful, but they are only the lights of lamps. If you like, I shall take you up the mountain, where there are no lights, but the stars in the sky." She flung away the cigarette. "Let's go." They ran down into the valley and along the Var and past the little villages and fields of vines and flowers in the moonlight. At Tulle de la Scarine, he pulled the seat forward again and said, "And now we climb all up to the Col de Bras and away up to the stars." He drove without lights as he aimed the car on the corners that hung over precipices on the lonely moonlit climb up to the mountains, dark and gleaming in their pines. Corinna glanced down once or twice into the canyon and knew that with anybody else she would have been frightened badly, as the nose of the car pointed again and again over the low parapets and was swung back smoothly by the strong hands. When they pulled up at last on the crest of the col, she saw the sweat glistening in his face, and then she looked on the magnificent valleys that ran down from the Alps to the Mediterranean. "And now," he said, "you see we are alone with the stars." There was not a light of man on the landscape of the col, and the stars, giant as always, over the Mediterranean looked moist in the sky. The moon, which lighted all of the valleys, as if they were shining in a mirror, stood over Corsica, but it was not alive like the stars. Carlo caught her thought and said, "On the Mediterranean, one can see the stars breathing." "I know. They all seem alive. It's beautiful up here." "We are not so high, but in a day or two I shall be high on the Alps, and there the snow will be always above the summer." "Where are you going?" "Where the frontiers are in the sky, Miss Lang." He was silent a little time. "I should like to take you there," he smiled. "Oh, do not have fear. I would not disturb you on the mountains. It is good to sit up by the stars and remember nothing." His scars were hidden inside his silk shirt, and his past was hidden inside his dark eyes. She was not going to learn anything about him except that he carried messages in secrecy about Europe, and that he linked her to Larry, who was, like him, cold and distant and mysterious, and aware of danger all the time. His words leapt out of some dark brooding in his mind. "And then I come back to Monte Carlo, and I play the cards on the green table, and I am a fool again." "You like to gamble, don't you?" "Only with money, Miss Lang." His cold voice startled her. He had known that she was probing for a weakness in him, and his tone was a warning. Suddenly he seemed ironclad in war and hostile in the moonlight. "When I come back, I see you in Monte Carlo, yes?" "Yes." "And then, maybe I give you back the roll of film you so kindly gave me in Cape Ferrat." His gaze was lost in the moonlight. "How beautiful it is, the land that is waiting always for war. How beautiful it is. And I sit in the moonlight with a beautiful woman, and I do not know that I am a man." He gave a harsh laugh. "And then you go back to Mikal, and you see the sky in his blue eyes and the sunlight in his golden hair. I think I take you back before I remember things." He ran the car down the winding road over the precipice, but Karina could not lose herself in the beautiful night any more. She kept on wondering, who was this man Mikal, who had blue eyes and golden hair? She did not see around the next corner in this game she was playing for Larry Strange. She had a feeling that somebody was gambling and that she had been given the chips to play, just as the Marquise had given her the chips to play. She had not known the stakes she was playing in the sporting club, and she did not know the stakes in this game, but it was not hard to guess that they were higher than those on the green table. End of Chapter 13. Chapter 14. Karina prowled around her salon in a bad humor. The sky had clouded to a purple-gray haze as a thunderstorm piled up on the hills, and she had come back to lunch from the beach. Her head throbbed in the hot pressure of the air, and she had swallowed aspirins to kill the ache. She prickled in the heat and could not sit down in the room. She had not eaten lunch and could not read the Herald Tribune. This was Thursday, and the last 4 days had gone by in a blank of sunlight and sea. She looked at herself in the mirror and frowned. "All I'm doing is getting a tan and pickling in this sea," she thought. She was not good at waiting about. Kantz, the casting agent, had told her long ago, "It's the waiting gets 'em, honey. You just gotta sit until the big chance comes along and finds you. Of course, you gotta be sitting in the right place." She had listened to Kantz and had sat around for 8 long months until the big chance had walked in. But the 4 days since Carlo had gone to Italy had got her down worse than the 8 months of hanging around the Kantz Bureau. The big chance was at this moment shooting an expensive picture around her in Hollywood, and was holding on Jake's promise that she would be back about Monday, sooner or later. Manny would be on the line, and the hard facts of a picture budget would arrive at the Hotel Quatorze in Monte Carlo. Also, at this moment, her head was splitting, and she was bored with Monte Carlo and Strauss dinners and the Marquis. A page came in with a cablegram, which he presented to Woodhouse, who was putting roses in the vase. "Oh," said Woodhouse in surprise, "this is for me. Excuse me, Miss Lang." He read the message and then handed it to her. "You had better look at this. Confidential. Please cable me confirming Miss Lang booked return flight in time. Reach coast Monday. Confidential. Weil." Karina smiled, got a sheet of the Quatorze notepaper with the crown on the letterhead, and wrote a cablegram. Confidential. Refuse absolutely come back until part written in picture for Saudi confidential love. Karina. Woodhouse took her cable and smiled. "That will cause a nervous breakdown somewhere, Miss Lang." Then he looked worried. "Are you really going to send that?" "It's as good as anything else I can say, Woodhouse, because I certainly won't get back Monday." "When are you going back, Miss Lang?" She looked straight at Woodhouse and said, "I don't know, Woodhouse." She said it very distinctly, and Woodhouse nodded as if he accepted that she had a reason that was in some way a lot more serious than the cablegram. "Send it, Woodhouse. I just want to stall." She rubbed her forehead. "I hate this day. All that sky is inside my head." Woodhouse picked up the cablegram, and then he paused. "Forgive me, Miss Lang, but have you met Prince Saudi?" She spoke again in that distinct way. "Do I look as though I've got Prince Saudi on my mind, Woodhouse?" "No, Miss Lang." Woodhouse paused as he waited for the elevator and thought about Miss Lang. All his life he had worked for people who had to postpone journeys and could not tell anybody the reason. That was natural in embassies and in diplomacy, but what on earth had all that to do with a Hollywood star on a vacation in Monte Carlo? Woodhouse did not know, but all his training told him that Miss Lang of Golden Lion certainly did not have her mind on movies or Prince Saudi. Woodhouse woke her with tea from her siesta. She felt terrible and got up and went for a walk. The hot sky refracted heat, but no light from the pavement, and her feet burned through her sandals. Up over Mount Agel, the sky was blue-black. Thunderstorms brooded a long time before they cracked on the Riviera. She went up to her salon again and stood on the balcony and watched the sinister glint of the sunset behind the gray, purple haze of storm on the sea. "If something doesn't happen, I'm going to crack open like that sky," she thought. A Chaucer came into the salon with a card on a silver tray. She picked it up and read, "Myron C. Haddock, Golden Lion Incorporated, Paris, Publicity." She wanted to tear up the card and tear up Mr. Haddock. "The gentleman says he will wait if you are engaged, madame." "Bring him up." The light scowled in the sky, and Karina scowled in the dusk of the room. If Jake was responsible for this, she would let him know about it in a hard way. She was not in a mood for a little man from Publicity. She went to the cabinet and got out a bottle of bourbon and glasses. She was certainly going to need a drink to bear with Myron C. Haddock. The Chaucer showed in Mr. Haddock and switched on the light. "Good evening, Miss Lang." Karina looked at him in his smart Paris suit and knew that at the Trianon in Washington she would have chased him as an attaché on sight. He was tall, with a keen, intelligent face, and looked old Boston and young Harvard. And he certainly did not grade into the type that handled Golden Lion Publicity. She picked up his card. "Good evening, Mr. Haddock. Like a drink?" "I'm just going to have one." "Yes, thank you." "Are you just in from Paris?" "Yes, I came down by Air France," he smiled. "I think we just made it before that thunderstorm." She drank a little bourbon and looked at him. "Is this Jake Weil?" "Jake Weil?" She stared at him and gave a sardonic smile. "Mr. Jacquard Weil, to you." She looked at him with sharp eyes. Golden Lion Publicity ought to know Jake Weil. Woodhouse came in with an evening dress on his arm and stopped as he walked by Mr. Haddock, in obvious surprise. "Good afternoon, Mr. Woodhouse paused. I beg your pardon, sir. I thought I recognized. Woodhouse walked into the bedroom, left the door open, hung the dress, and went through to the bathroom. Who was that? My valet. He thought he knew you. Lord, a valet! Is that the latest thing in Hollywood? Karina put down her glass and looked straight at him. Then she picked up his card again. You don't seem to know much about Hollywood, Mr. Haddock. Why are you here to see me? That is not my card. His voice was quiet and distinct now. I met your Mr. Haddock in a bar, and he gave me this card, and I used it to get to see you. Might I ask who you are? My name is David Longmead. I'm sorry I used that card, but it doesn't matter. He paused. I came to ask you some questions, Miss Lang. About what? He spoke in a quiet way. I was sent down from Paris to find out if you know Lawrence Strange. Lawrence Strange? Her voice snapped at him. Just who are you to come in here and ask me questions? He never took his eyes off her as he spoke. I come from the room. Mr. Haddock or Mr. Longmead, whichever you are, I don't understand why you are in this room asking questions that are just plain crazy to me. David Longmead, with all his training, was puzzled by this angry girl. He had got very little to go on in Paris, and he was getting nothing at all now. It looked like the State Department to a stick of gum that the lead was wrong. He tried again. Look, Miss Lang, I'm not down from Paris, just for the hell of it. I'm State Department, and I'm here on a State Department assignment. If you know anything, I'm asking you to help us. If you don't, I'll have a clear negative from you. That's all I want. The first gust of cold wind rattled the balcony window, and Karina shivered in her light cotton. She could see Woodhouse through the open doors in the bathroom. I'm going to put on a sweater, if you don't mind. I'm cold. And please, close that balcony door. She went to the bedroom and shut the door. She could feel her mind ticking like a clock. She called Woodhouse from the bathroom. Woodhouse, do you know that man? She took off the dress and forgot about Woodhouse as she stood in her panties. While she talked, she put on a skirt and a warm jersey. I thought he was Mr. Longmead, Miss Lang. And who is Mr. Longmead? He was the United States Department of State, as far as I know, Miss Lang. He used to come to the embassy when I was with the ambassador. Woodhouse paused. Is anything wrong, Miss Lang? No, I just wanted to know if you knew him. She shaped her mouth with care and went into the salon. And now, Mr. Longmead, will you tell me just what all this is about? Sit down. Have another drink. Thank you. He paused. I've remembered your valet. He used to be with the British ambassador. I think his name was Woodhouse. Am I right? Yes, she smiled. I've just checked on you with him. Now you can talk. What is it? Miss Lang, if you know anything about this, then you will understand what I am going to tell you. If you do not, then I am putting you under a pledge to forget this conversation absolutely, and my visit here. Is that understood? Yes. Miss Lang, we are concerned about the disappearance of a man called Lawrence Strange. Disappearance? Yes. And why do you come to me? On a long shot. You mean you just picked me out of a hat? No, he paused. All we know is that Lawrence Strange spent a night in the Abraham Lincoln Hotel at Washington when you were there. Nobody knows why he left his apartment for that night and stayed there. He smiled. But we do know that Strange is not the kind of man to do that without a reason. We don't know his reason, and we cannot find out any reason why you came to Europe. He looked grim. All we know is that Strange vanished 5 days ago, and we don't know where he is gone. Then why don't you call in the police or somebody? Miss Lang, In this matter, we are not calling in anybody, if we can help it. Strange belongs to the room, and we are keeping this matter in the room as long as we can. Miss Lang, this is very serious, and it's vital for us to find out what has happened to Strange. He shot the question at her. Miss Lang, did you meet Larry Strange in the Abraham Lincoln? What makes you think I met this Strange? We have no evidence at all that you ever met him, but we know that he was out of his bedroom at midnight from room service. And he paused and reddened. Miss Lang, if there was a romance between you and Strange, we have no interest in it except to prove a negative. So please forgive the question. Is Mr. Strange the kind of man to have a romance in the Abraham Lincoln? He is not, Miss Lang. And he is not the kind of man to make a mistake that would locate him there. Suddenly his eyes hardened. Miss Lang, you are questioning me, and I am here to question you. As an American citizen, you must tell me if you know Lawrence Strange. Yes, I do. Where did you meet him? In my room at the Abraham Lincoln. Well, how and why? He just came in. She lit a cigarette, and Longmead got up and paced around. Miss Lang, I'm waiting for you to tell me what happened. Not a thing. He looked like a monk and behaved like one. Why did he come to see you? Why should I tell you? David Longmeadow looked at her as if he wanted to slap her. For God's sake, Miss Lang, this isn't a joke. I come from the room, and Larry also said he came from the room. Well, he is in the room. What are you getting at? Where is he now? We don't know, I tell you. Damn it, that's why I'm here. How do I know you won't vanish just like Larry? Are you crazy, Miss Lang? That's just what Larry would have said if I had doubted him. Miss Lang, this kind of thing makes no sense at all. It makes a lot of sense to me. David Longmead remembered what he had told him in the code message. Typical Hollywood blonde. Usable as stooge, probably unaware significance if being used. IQ probably A, B. No romantic angle discoverable trip Europe. No political affiliation slightest on record. Work on A-B assumption. Negative probable, but check minutely. Longmead looked at Karina with baffled eyes. The hunch had been right, but now he had come to a standstill on this A-B logic that bracketed him with Strange. He began patiently again. Miss Lang, you are perhaps working on the idea that Strange has done something wrong, and there is no reason why you should trust me more than you trust him. But we don't know that Strange has done anything wrong. All we know is that he has vanished. He may have been kidnapped, killed, anything. But you suspect him. Of course we suspect him. He's in the top secret organization of the United States, and he vanishes into thin air. He had no outside assignment from the room. Perhaps he was on an assignment of his own. That's impossible. Nobody can have a personal assignment in the room. He coordinated the staff work of the room, but he is responsible and subject to the chief every minute of the day. He just doesn't go out and do a job on his own. The room doesn't work that way. Do you see? Is he very brilliant? Yes, of course. That's why he's aide to the chief, although we don't rank in the room. But he can't act alone. The room is a total unit. And it's always unanimous? David looked at her in surprise. This was certainly not an A-B question. Well, it's got to be. And what happens, for instance, if you have a hunch and the room doesn't believe in it and nothing is done? Miss Lang, we don't work on hunches. Well, then why are you here? Well, I guess somebody got a hunch, Mr. Longmead? Well, maybe you're right, Miss Lang. There was a rumble of thunder on the hills, and Karina got up. That thunder makes me itch like a cat, she looked at him. Mr. Longmead, do you really think there's any logical reason why a movie star from Hollywood should be mixed up in the State Department affairs? Well, no, he jumped in. Miss Lang, you're not telling me anything. What happened between you and Larry Strange? That concerns only Larry Strange and me. Is that all you're going to say, Miss Lang? That's all. This is hostile, Miss Lang. I shall report it that way. I warn you that as an American citizen, you're taking a chance, Mr. Longmead? She paused. I'm not going to tell you a damn thing about Larry Strange. Longmeadow looked at her with hard eyes. You don't know anything about things of this kind, Miss Lang. And I warn you, don't warn me again, or I'll leave this room. I'm sorry, Miss Lang. He flinched before the angry green eyes. Anyway, the AB briefing on her IQ was wrong. He calmed himself. You're not helping us, Miss Lang. You just can't act on this alone. Then he wondered if she was alone. Do you know where Larry Strange is? I haven't the least idea, and I didn't know he had vanished. Longmeadow began to get angry again. He was going back to Paris with nothing at all, as his reception would be very unpleasant. He took out a card and wrote a number on it. If you get to know where Strange is, call this number in Paris and ask me to come down. That's all you need to say. She took the card in a disinterested way. Thank you, but I don't think I'll be calling you. He picked up his raincoat. Miss Lang, I just don't understand you at all. He looked at his watch. I must get the night plane back. He looked grim again. Forget everything that was said here. She looked at him with steady green eyes, and color came to his face. Thank you for telling me so much about the room, Mr. Longmead. He saw her amused smile as he went out and closed the door with a slight bang. When David Longmeadow had gone, Karina felt the room drop into silence. Then she knew why. The ticking in her head had stopped. She knew her mouth was dry and realized that she had not touched her drink. She gulped it down. The lightning flashed on the dark sea, and thunder rolled along the water and echoed in the hills. She knew she was absolutely alone. The first time she had known that it was to be alone was when she had got up in a cold dawn and walked out through the gate on the farm and stood on the road in the silent country and waited for the bus to Los Angeles. She had felt alone and cold all over that morning, and she felt alone and cold now. She was gambling on her hunch that she had to handle this job on her own, but she hardly knew what she was gambling on, and she tried to see it clearly. Then she knew. Hell, I'm gambling on Larry Strange, she almost smiled. And I don't even like him. Her smile was grim. And if I go down, it won't matter a damn to him. She almost hated him. What does he think he is, God? But all the same, listening to the gusts of the storm in the cold night, she felt a lot better. She poured another drink and took it with her to the bedroom. Woodhouse was sitting at her dressing table, reading a book. She had forgotten him waiting there. He jumped up. Shall I turn on your bath, Miss Lang? She sat on the bed and sipped the bourbon. What are you reading, Woodhouse? Oh, one of those spy stories, Miss Lang. He looked disgusted. Same old thing. Tunnels under the Alps, shadows on every wall, guns pointing from every window in the alley. And the whole thing going as fast as the Simplon Orient Express. Woodhouse closed the book. You know what, Miss Lang? The best agent I ever knew told me that all spy jobs could be summed up like this. 30 days waiting about, and then 1/10 of a second to make up your mind. And I reckon he knew the game if anybody did. Anyway, he's still alive. Got to know him before he went on a job to Berlin. Gave me a letter for his wife, in case he didn't come back. He told me about it later. They spent 10 days briefing him until he knew more about Berlin than a postman there. Then they got round to telling him about the man he was to contact. They knew everything about him, even down to the shaving soap he used. Woodhouse grinned. The only thing they didn't know was what side he was on. Woodhouse chuckled. Intelligence never makes a mistake, Miss Lang. Except on this one last point. Am I boring you, Miss Lang? Karina looked up. Not at all. I'm going back to make a spy story, she smiled. No harm in getting to know about a thing, Woodhouse, is there? No, Miss Lang, he paused. But the funny thing is, all they can tell you doesn't help at all when you're alone on the job and that 1/10 of a second comes. You are all alone then, and all the books and briefings in the world won't help you. All you've got is what you stand up in a manner of speaking. Woodhouse went to the wardrobe. Are you going to dine downstairs, Miss Lang? Yes. The telephone rang in the salon, and then in the bedroom. Woodhouse picked it up. It's from Mr. Weil, Miss Lang, person to person. She took up the telephone. This is Miss Lang speaking. I accept the call. She waited and smiled at Woodhouse. I guess my cablegram has arrived. Jake's voice said, Is that you, honey? In person, Jake. There was a slight pause. Listen, honey, what's all this about Prince Saudi? Can't you read off a Father's Day joke, Mr. Weil? Another pause. Well, honey, you had me worried. You mustn't do this to me just when I've seen the tax man. Another pause. Well, honey, are you all set to come home with that Monte Carlo sunshine on you? I can't, Jake. I'm in bed. In bed? At lunchtime? What do you mean? It's not lunchtime here, Jake, and I'm not feeling good. What's wrong? I don't know. The doctor only speaks French. What's all this? Are you sick? No, nothing much, Jake. I'll be okay in a couple of days. Better call Manny and tell him I'm stalled in bed and won't be back Monday. Another silence. Listen, honey, they're shooting that picture. I've got to tell Manny what's wrong with you. Jake, I don't know. I just ache, and the doctor just keeps me in bed. Look, you better get an American doctor. I'll call Paris and tell them. Jake, don't get in a lather. I've got a doctor, and he's honey. I wish there was a part in this picture for him. Something sounded like an oath broke the pause. What the hell is this? Are you romancing a French doctor? Jake, I'm disgusted with you. Here I'm sick in bed, and you think I'm going to hang up, Jake. Give my love to Manny when you call him. Honey, Bye, Jake. Karina hung up and smiled at Woodhouse. Did I do all right, Woodhouse? Fine, Miss Lang. But the next call is coming to me. Well, make it sound good. End of Chapter 14.
Chapter 15. The rain had braced the air, and Woodhouse let in a brilliant sun. Beautiful morning, Miss Lang, bright as a bird. A cold shower made Karina sharp for breakfast, and she was reading the English column in the Nice Azure when a chasseur came in with a bouquet of roses. Compliments of Jacquard Wiley, madam. Karina looked up in surprise and found Woodhouse smiling as he replenished the cigarette box in the salon. He called me at 3 o'clock in the morning, Miss Lang, and told me to present you with a bouquet. What did he want to know? Inquired for your health, Miss Lang. I assured him it was only a crease. What's a crease? Woodhouse carefully lined up the cigarettes. Well, it's a couple of days in bed in France, Miss Lang, and a couple of aspirins anywhere else. Karina looked at Woodhouse, discreet and busy. She knew there was a slight flush on her face. I hope you made it all sound okay, Woodhouse. Yes, madame. Karina did not pursue it. If Woodhouse could handle the excuses for ambassadors, he could handle them for Karina Lang. She walked out on the balcony. There was a blue lace on the sea. The breeze awakened the light. It was a beautiful morning for a walk on the promenade. She came back at noon, and the concierge came from his desk with an envelope on a tray. Her name was typed on it. There was no stamp. A letter for you, Miss Lang. Who brought this? A boy on a bicycle, madame. Karina took the letter upstairs and opened it. It was a typed message. Piera Cava this afternoon. Leave car in village. In field above village, bungalow La Mimosa. That was all. Karina smiled in relief. Carlo Rodonko was back again. She strolled across the square and inquired about Piera Cava in a tourist bureau. She was too careful to inquire at the concierge. She found it was an alpine village above the snow line in winter. In the summer, it was a paradise of pine woods and wild flowers. They gave her a little map and a brochure on the region. She went back and ordered a car at the Quatorze. I just want to drive up into the hills. Yes, madame. She had a light lunch and was pleased they had found her the same driver who had taken her to Cap Ferret. Jean spoke English and made a journey interesting. She wanted to go up into the Alps. What were the nice places? Jean named them all, and she made up her mind. Let's go to Piera Cava. That's a nice name. She was surprised to find herself climbing again the road to the Col de Bras, where she had driven with Carlo in the moonlight. This time the valley came alive in little fields of grapes and flowers that had been lost in the night. The alpine perfumes came in sweet through the open window. At the Col, they turned up westward and made the last climb to the wooded heights of Piera Cava. As they ran into the village, she was astonished to see the caps of snow on the hot Alps away in the background of the blue sky. They call this place Little Switzerland, said Jean, and began to talk about the alpine flowers as if he were translating a French poem in English. They pulled up by the hotel, and Karina said, I'm going to wander and pick flowers, Jean. Just wait around and do what you like. Yes, madame. Jean went off to a cafe to have coffee. He did not mention to his friends in the village that the young lady in the sunglasses was Karina Lang. He knew what a warning from the Quatorze concierge meant. Karina went up a path under the pines and then stopped in astonishment as all the grove chimed in music. Then she saw the cows that had moved when their herdsman called them to a new pasture. They filed down the path and their bells made a carillon, and Karina realized that all the bells were attuned. The sun glowed on their yellow coats and shone on the horns. They moved down against the deep purple of the valley and then climbed a hillock against the distant snow. She turned into the sloping field that rose from the village to the upper woodland and passed a man scything grass where the skiers raced down in January. He sang as he worked, and, bared to the waist, was a dark golden minstrel in the sunlight. One or two bungalows made like Swiss chalets nestled in the shade of the pines. The air was sweet with lavender, and the grass was printed with little flowers. She wanted to lie down in the grass and forget about Carlo. All this had nothing to do with the dark web of espionage around Carlo. She passed a little chalet ringed with blue and yellow blossoms. Two small naked children played with pine cones, and their mother called to them in some language that Karina did not know. Karina moved along the ridge to a green bungalow and could smell bread baking and the blue smoke of pine logs that came from the chimney. Inside the door she could see a girl in a white silk blouse and a gay skirt who sang gently as she busied herself in the kitchen. Then Karina saw the name painted on a tree by the porch, La Mimosa. She went by the garden and saw the back of a man who was painting at a corner of the porch. She could see the green of the pine trees on his canvas as if it were a miniature reflection of the woodland before him. He wore a gay shirt and was lost in his painting. He paused an instant to change his brush, and then he heard her step on the grass and turned around with a happy smile. Ah, hello, Miss Lang. It was Larry Strange. Karina was so astounded that she could not say anything at all. The sunlight glowed on his dark skin and his dark uncombed hair. He stood an instant and looked down on the yellow chain of cows that descended like a slow river of music into the valley. Listen, they catch songbirds and put them in those bells. He sprang down off the porch and clasped her hands in his as if she were an old friend. His warm hands surprised her like the laughter in his eyes. She stood back and stared at him. I suppose you are Larry Strange. Then she laughed. She was laughing at herself, laughing at her astonishment and the way she was staring at him. He laughed also. Come and see the latest work of the famous painter Lawrence Strange. She stepped onto the porch and saw the light and easy pictures of the woodland. He's not very good, you know, but he thinks every pine tree he paints grows in his picture. He laughed again. Always paint a tree or a rose. They never complain. She leaned on the rail and thought the gray in his eyes was like the pine smoke in the green woodland. Well, this is a strange surprise, Mr. Strange. Who did you expect to find here? Don't tell me you came out on blind dates." She watched his laughing eyes and wondered if she were going crazy in this mountain air. He spoke as if it never occurred to him that he had sent her on a mission that involved her in blind dates. She could hardly believe he was the man she had known in the Trianon, as he stood there happy in his gay shirt and cotton trousers with paint on his hands. He said, "Now, let's go in and have some tea." They went into the delightful room, with bright covers from a village in St. Paul de Venice, Picasso bowls from Belarus, and the color of Provence on the grained walls. Sunlight and flowers came in through the windows. The light played like a fountain in a column of Venetian glass. What a lovely room! Larry smiled and called to the little kitchen, where a kettle sang on the pine logs in the stove. "Madeline!" The girl stood in the doorway with the sunlight on her corn-colored hair and in her eyes, blue as a mountain lake. The gay flowered skirt billowed from her slim waist. "Madeline, this is Corina, a friend of mine." Madeline smiled like a girl in a painting and murmured, "Enchanté." Then she was all courtesy. "Mademoiselle would like tea, yes?" "Thank you," said Corina, as Larry settled the cushions for her in the long chair. "Who is Madeline?" "A friend of mine," said Larry, as if surprised at the question. "I must get the paint off my hands." Corina heard him humming softly outside as he dabbed at his hands with turpentine. She flushed slightly as Madeline came in with a cake and hot biscuits and smiled at her in that polite, charming way of a girl in a painting. She had a slight pang of anger as she heard Madeline humming over the kettle and making the tea. Here was Larry enjoying this picture holiday, while she waited in Monte Carlo, and while the room stayed awake at night wondering where he had gone. All she could feel clearly was that Larry Strange had more cool, damn nerve than she had ever met in all her life. Madeline poured the tea and dropped a spoonful of yellow cream into the cup. Like any European girl of breeding, she believed it impossible that any woman as elegant as Corina did not speak French. She was happy and relaxed and hungry, and took everything for granted, and Corina tried to understand the relationship of Larry to the beautiful Madeline, who was so polite and had no curiosity at all about this American who was Larry's friend. Madeline cleared the table and then came back from the kitchen with an earthenware jug in her hand and said, "Now I go bring the cream and the eggs, and I leave you to be lazy with Larry, yes?" She gave a little bow to Corina and kissed Larry on the cheek and went singing through the long grass. Corina lit a cigarette and said, "I wish you'd explain to her that I didn't understand a word she was saying." "That doesn't matter. She only talks to be polite." "Does she live here?" "Not always. She's Polish. A friend lent her this bungalow, and she's spending the summer here." Larry paused. "Well, how are you enjoying the gay life in Monte Carlo?" "I'm having a wonderful time." The snap in her voice almost stung him. "Just what do you mean by all this?" Larry did not seem to hear the question. "Put that cushion under your head and be cozy. Well, who did you meet in Monte Carlo?" In his casual way, he compelled her to respond. "Well, I had a few gay evenings in the sporting club with an old marquise. I'm being chaperoned like a Bryn Mawr girl." "No romance?" He sounded disappointed in a humorous way. "Just one drive in the moonlight on the Col de Bruce. I'm jealous. And who was the Romeo?" She knew that she had to play it Larry's way, and she smiled. "Oh, I promoted myself to a count or a baron or something. His name was Carlo Redonco." Larry murmured, "Ah, quite a playboy." "But a good driver. Won a great Mille Miglia and lost the Giro de Sicilia on a blowout. Sells Romano custom specials to rich Americans. Lots of charm and a long memory. And where is Carlo now?" "Gone to Italy or somewhere." "Somewhere, most likely. And is he coming back to see the charming Miss Lang?" "Yes." She paused. "You seem to know a lot about Carlo." "Just a little." He lit a cigarette and looked at her with that green light in his gray eyes. "Did he lose or win in the sporting club?" "He lost." Larry got up and gazed out the window and listened to the chimes of the cows as they gathered in the valley to be milked in the field. She waited and saw that he was not going to say anything more. "Is that all you want to know?" "Yes." He turned and smiled at her. "What are you surprised at? That I ask you to do something and that I leave it all to you?" "Yes," she said. "I guess that is what's surprising me." She spoke slowly. "Are you taking a vacation here, or what?" "Just a little change of air," he smiled. You just have to get away sometimes and leave no address." She looked at him standing in the sunny room. He did not seem to have a care in the world. She remembered the fear and tension in the salon with David Longmead yesterday. Larry must have known very well the storm that was blowing up in the room over him. He might even guess they would try to find him by questioning her. But he stood there and did not even give her a warning not to disclose his presence in Pierre Cava. "You are an extraordinary man, Larry Strange." "No, Carlo gambles on the green tables. I gamble on people. That's my play." He paused. "And you're the big gamble. I guess you know that." "Yes, I guess I do." She saw Madeline below in the valley watching the peasants kneel and milk the yellow cows. "Well, it's a long way from Hollywood to Pierre Cava. But it's not a long way from Washington," Larry said quietly. She got up and looked around the sunlit room and saw Madeline's handbag on a table. She suddenly felt lost and alone, and there was a little tension in her voice. "I just don't know what the hell is going on, Larry," she managed to smile. "Maybe you'll tell me one day." "Maybe," he paused. "Come up and let me know when Carlo comes back." She nodded. "Yes, well, I guess I'll go now. Maybe I feel one too many up here." She was silent as the car went down the long, winding Alpine road, and Jean gave up trying to interest her. Mademoiselle was very quiet, and she had not gathered any flowers in Pierre Cava. End of section 15.
Chapter 16. Corina sat through the long dinner and could not bear the sound of the violins. She sat in her corner on the Quattre's terrace and watched the solo violinist stand by a table and play a gypsy melody over the plump bosom of a Dutch banker's spouse. All along the terrace sat the old rich of Europe. Corina dallied over a green salad and saw on her plate a picture of the sunlit room in Pierre Cava. This evening she could not look at the old Marquis, who sat in silence with all her life behind her, and waited for death in the Quadsor in Monte Carlo. Corina had coffee at the table and snapped at the surprise maitre d'hotel. Then she became angry with herself and went upstairs to her salon. She lit a cigarette and found that her hand was trembling. She was trembling in anger. She let it blow through her like a storm and rage at Larry Strange. He had got her pinned down here alone in the old world of Europe to which she did not belong. All through dinner she could feel the bow of the violinist scraping on her nerves. She was waiting about like a stooge on the whim or plan of a man who was enjoying himself up in the beauty of Pierre Cava. And Madeline? She avoided the question of why Madeline was there, and then leaped up and tossed the cigarette over the balcony. "Be your age, Corina. For God's sake, be your age." She knew how angry she was when she found herself speaking aloud, and reasoned down her anger. What had the private life of Larry Strange to do with Corina Lang? Nothing. But he certainly had a way of doing things that did not make a woman feel good. All afternoon she had felt like a woman looking through a window into a home to which she did not belong. She could see him now, with the sunlight on his dark skin, striding about the room as if he were laughing at that cold, precise Larry Strange who had scared the hell out of her in Washington. His way of handling things was just plain crazy. If David Longmead had not come down with his face taut with anxiety, she would have believed that afternoon that the whole thing was a fantastic joke pulled on her by Larry Strange. He had talked about her mission as if it were a holiday prank. But she steadied her mind on the fact that Larry knew all about Carlo Renunco. Larry had a crazy way of doing things, but he was on the job under his Pierre Cava smile. He told her almost nothing, yet he had left her to act as if she had been trained in the room. She began to see what he meant about gambling on people. He could not be there to guide her with Carlo, and he knew that in the long run he had to gamble on her brain. What astonished her was that he thought she had a brain. Nothing had ever been left to her own thinking on the studio floor, and she had forgotten the notion that she had a brain of her own. She saw, very suddenly, in the quiet of the salon that Larry, in fact, was the only person she had met who had credited her with intelligence. Then, suddenly, she knew something. She was no longer the same person who had jumped up from the swimming pool in Beverly Hills and flown to Washington on a blind impulse. Her father had hitched the horse to the old wagon and gone out on the prairie road. She had jumped a plane. But the same thing had kicked them on their way. She felt her breathing stop as the evening star came bright in the sky. Larry had seen it all through the back of his head in the Trianon. End of Chapter 16.
Chapter 17. Corinna awoke from a brief siesta the next day and saw the red sails in the bay. The dinghies were trying to catch the light wind and have a race this afternoon. They made a lovely picture on the blue water, and Corinna got her movie camera and shot them from the balcony. Then she went down and got them from the harbor wall. She used up a lot of film trying to hold a long arc pan on the rock, a sweep to the hills, and a comeback on the port of Monaco. She grinned to herself as her arms ached in the hot sun. I bet that's terrible, but I can't miss on the red sails. She was sweating and thirsty as she came back to the Quatorze and walked into the bar. Something long and cool, and no alcohol. There was nobody in the bar as she drank the Perrier and lemon. Then a man strolled in, smiled in a friendly way, and sat in a window chair near her. He looked maybe 50, and he had iron-gray hair that looked too old for his face, and iron-gray eyes that looked too hard for his genial smile. He wore blue linen trousers and a navy blue sports shirt. He had no tan on his skin. He looked like a Wall Streeter just in for a vacation and badly needed sunlight. The young barman came over. "What would you like, sir?" "I don't know. I'm thirsty." He smiled in a friendly American way at Corinna. "What are you drinking, if I may ask your advice?" "Perrier and lemon." "The same for me." He pulled out his pack. "Cigarette?" "Thank you." He came over and lit her cigarette. Then he smiled at her, and she could see that he always had to make an effort to make his eyes smile over his mouth. "You're Corinna Lang, aren't you?" "Yes." "Well, this is a pleasure. My name is Fulton, Colonel Fulton." "Kentucky?" Fulton reddened under her amused eyes. "I'm sorry. I was trying not to be fresh. Just Frank Fulton to you." The barman brought over the drink. "Would you like to sit down?" The barman put the glass on Corinna's table. "That's nice of you." He sat down. "Having fun in Monte Carlo, Miss Lang?" Did you just get here?" "Yes." He looked around the empty bar. "I'm afraid I don't know anybody here." "Well, it doesn't take you long to get to know people, Colonel." She was trying to size him up. He was nice and easy. Too nice and easy for those grim iron-gray eyes. The Wall Streeters got away from their work. The Colonel seemed to bring his work with him. But now he was going all out for sociability. "I'd be grateful if you could give me a line on this place, Miss Lang. What to do and where to go." "Well, they all do the same thing. They lie on the beach all morning, maybe take a drive in the afternoon, and they go to the sporting club or the casino in the evening if they want to play or see the glamour, or maybe the Loretta Plage if they want to stay outside and be natural." "Thank you. I guess I'll get into the hang of it." "Staying long?" "Oh, I don't know." He smiled again. "I suppose you know everybody here." "Hardly a soul. I just go solo." She made a sign to the barman. "I think I'm going up now." The barman came over. "Suite 12. The Colonel produced a bill. "No, let me." She gave a little shrug, and the Colonel got up and paid. "I think I'm going up too." They went up together, and the Colonel got out behind her. "Oh, we're on the same floor." "Isn't that a coincidence?" She walked along behind the polite elevator boy, who opened her door with his key. And then she turned to the colonel. "Like to come in?" The colonel followed her into the salon. She put the camera on the table and indicated the box of cigarettes. "This is very nice of you, Miss Lang." He looked around the pleasant room. "I'm afraid I don't run to a salon." "What lovely roses." "Yes, I got those from a friend in Washington." "All the way from Washington?" "Oh, no. He cabled the order. That's just his way. Jack Cardwile. Do you know him?" "Yes, I do. What a coincidence." "So, you come from Washington?" "Yes." She was arranging the roses in a casual way. "Did you come to see me, Colonel?" Colonel Frank Fulton dropped the smile from his face. There was a long pause. "Yes, I did. How did you know?" "When Mr. Longmead went back, I guess somebody else would be along. Sit down, Colonel. How about a drink?" "Not at this time of day, thank you." He paused. "Are you psychic, Miss Lang, or do I look as if you belong to the room?" She smiled. She lit a cigarette and sat with her back to the light. The colonel stiffened a little in his chair. This was going to be tough, and he remembered David Longmead's warning. Forget about the A.B. briefing. This blonde is hell to handle. Already she was one up on him in calling the play. There was no smile in the iron-gray eyes. "If you know why I'm here, Miss Lang, then let's get to the point." "I'm listening." "Miss Lang, you left Longmead up in the air. Frankly, he reported you as hostile, and we simply cannot understand your attitude." He paused. "The disappearance of Lawrence Strange is a nightmare to us, Miss Lang. Can you understand that?" "Yes." "It's incredible that an American citizen should refuse to help us in this matter." He paused. "You admit that you—" "Don't use the word admit to me, Colonel." "I beg your pardon. You report that you met Larry Strange in the Abraham Lincoln in the middle of the night, and you point-blank refuse to tell us why you met him and what transpired between you." He paused. "Look, we're still working on the assumption that nothing transpired between you and Strange that's connected with the disappearance of Strange. All I want is to get that established." There was a sharp edge to his voice now. "Damn it, Miss Lang. If you can tell us, quite frankly, that there was a romance between you and Strange and nothing else, you don't have to be a prude about it." He waited and tried again. "All the facts we have point to that. That's the normal guess if he spends a night in your hotel." He smiled now. "There's no crime about a romance, Miss Lang." Again he paused. "Was there a romance?" "No." The colonel jumped up and looked down at her. "Then what did happen between you and Larry Strange?" "That's his affair, mine." "It is not, Miss Lang. It is now a matter that belongs to the room. The matter is so important that only a dozen people know about it. If we can't solve it, then we shall have to call in the FBI and all of them, and then we can't keep it out of the papers. We must find Larry Strange." "Why don't you wait for him to find himself? Maybe he's gone on a job of his own." Her voice was sharp now. "Why do you always think everybody is guilty of something? Mr. Longmead said you had no proof that Larry Strange was guilty of anything." The colonel walked around the room, and then he came back, and his eyes were cold and bitter. "That was true, Miss Lang, when Longmead came to see you, but it is not so now." "What do you mean?" "Something has disappeared. We only found that out on Thursday, when Longmead was with you. That's why I am here." "What has disappeared?" "A roll of microfilm." "Is that all?" The colonel looked at her, and he nearly raised his hand. "God damn it, Miss Lang, will you grow up?" "A roll of microfilm? Anybody would think it was the H-bomb, the way you go on." The colonel looked as if he would explode. Then he saw the camera. He walked over and snapped open the case and took out a roll of film from the pocket. "Look, on a roll of film this size, you could tell the life story of the H-bomb. Now do you understand?" "I guess so." "Well, a roll is missing, and Larry Strange had access to the safe. And now he's missing. If you can't add that up, Miss Lang, then I'll believe all I've heard about the brains of Hollywood stars." "And what has all this to do with me?" "Look, Miss Lang, we're not accusing you of stealing a roll of film. The fact is that Larry Strange has disappeared, and so has that roll of film. There isn't necessarily any connection, but on the other hand, there may be. All I want from you is to know whether he said anything or did anything that would indicate that he was going away or where he was going." His smile was cold. "We're not presuming that Strange would discuss top-secret matters with a blonde from Hollywood." "I said no such thing, Miss Lang. Don't put words into my mouth. I mean that a man like Strange is not likely to trust an inexperienced person with dangerous secrets. We're not presuming that you're an accomplice. We're not presuming anything. All we want to know is how you happen to be in contact with Strange. We know that you sat near him several nights in the Trianon, and that you didn't know him at all. And then suddenly, he's in your room at night, in the Abraham Lincoln. It makes no sense at all to us. And you can give us the answer in 5 seconds, and you refuse to do so, even when you know that a top-secret microfilm has vanished. Did he or did he not say anything to indicate that he was going to disappear?" "No." "Then what did he say?" "It was a private conversation." She looked at him with a little irony in her eyes. "Colonel, you don't seem to be very clever in the room. How can anybody leave the States and not be checked?" "That depends on how far you can go in the checking. We don't want to start a manhunt for Strange and another witch hunt in the press. All our work depends on keeping it in the room. Nobody knows who is in the room. They can guess, but they don't know. Only the chief knows all the names." "And the chief is Colonel Frank Fulton?" The colonel looked at her with angry eyes. "Miss Lang, I came here all the way from Washington to ask you a question, and I'm staying here till I get the answer." "Well, that's nice. I don't have any friends here." The colonel calmed himself. "I'll be around, Miss Lang. When you come to your senses and decide to let me know why Larry Strange was in your room." "And meanwhile, I am under suspicion?" The colonel looked at her with steady eyes. "Yes," he said, "you are." The colonel was nearly out the door when he turned and shot the question, "Why are you in Europe?" Corinna smiled at him. She touched the camera. "I just came to make a movie, Colonel. My own movie. I got a honey of those red sails in the bay." A corner of her mouth twisted up. "Come up and see my movies sometime." When the colonel had gone, she tried to laugh. Then she knew that she was trembling all over and wanted to shiver in the sunny room. So a roll of microfilm was missing from the room. She could feel the iron-gray eyes probing into her and asking, "Miss Lang, what side are you on?" And the greenish-gray eyes in Pierre Cava that laughed and asked her nothing at all. She touched the camera as she closed the case. It felt cold and metallic and sinister as a bomb. She almost ran to Wodehouse as he came in calm and smiling and comforting with a silver tray. "Wodehouse, thank God!" End of chapter 17.
Chapter 18 of Monte Carlo Mission. Corinna drank her tea and then drew the shades and lay on her bed and tried to sleep. She was all taut from playing the colonel. Then she chuckled in the half-light of the room. "I ought to get an Oscar for this." She leapt out of bed and let the sunlight into the room. The sea looked warm and blue. An Italian stopped his car on the road and laughed up at the window. Carina leapt back and realized that she was naked. She slipped into her bathing suit and combed her hair. When she went out, she looked down the road and saw the Italian still leaning on the door of his car and looking up at the window. She walked down and spoke to him. "Don't waste your time, I'm dressed now." The Italian did not understand a word, but realized that she was the girl at the window. She almost had to call a Monaco policeman dressed like Alfred Lunt in a costume play to get away from the Italian. She escaped through the terrace below the casino and heard the Italian grinding his gears as he shot away. It sounded as if he were grinding his teeth, but she was in good humor as she plunged into the sea and swam into the golden sunset. She came out panting and rubbed herself with a towel and felt grand. She strolled back along the promenade and watched the beautiful sun dropping into the sea. Then the cream nose of a long sports car nosed by the curb, and she jumped as a voice called, "Ah, Miss Lang! Oh, Carlo, you're back again!" He looked happy and gay in his yellow shirt, and the sun was a dark light in his eyes. "Ah, I'm so happy you remembered my name. Yes, always I come back again. I drive you back to the Quatorze?" She looked at the sunset and paused. "It's beautiful. I wanted to walk back," she smiled. "Did you have a nice time?" "Oh, yes, but I am late. I stay in San Remo since Thursday." "Bah! I meet a beautiful American, and maybe she buy the car, yes? So I wait until she come to Monte Carlo, and I also come." He made a grimace. "So she came, and also that husband, so you're going to be busy in Monte Carlo." "Yes, maybe. But I see you again, yes?" He paused and looked at her, framed in the light. "I think I do not see you before. Maybe I am blind, so you do not ride with me?" "I want to walk." "Then maybe I see you on Loretta this evening." "Yes, I am with the American, but I steal one dance with you, yes? That's a date. Now I am happy." In a casual way, he fingered a little knob on the dashboard of the car, and a small panel slid under his hand. "See, I bring you back the little thing that you so kindly did lend to me in Cape Ferret." She took the roll of film and felt her heart miss a beat as she reddened under his smiling eyes. She dropped it into her bag and smiled at him. "Thank you. I shall give it back to Mikhail." There was a shadow on his face, then it was gone. "Ah, yes, so this evening." "Yes." He leaned out the car and kissed her hand, and then drove away with a smile. He looked handsome and gay, and she had been glad to see him when he came out of the sunset. Certainly Carlo had a very different way of doing things from the grim colonel. She felt the roll of film in her bag. But he delivered the goods. Carlo would die with a gay smile. Then she understood a little about the Carlos of Europe. They had died so many times that one more death was nothing at all. Damn the American woman, she could have enjoyed an evening with Carlo, now that his mission was out of the way. Carina locked the roll of film Carlo had given her into her small jewel box and walked up to the next floor and rang the bell in the corner suite. The Marquise was in a dressing robe and welcomed her with both hands. "How nice to see you, my dear. Come and share my champagne with me. I always have a glass just after my bath." Carina laid the box on the table and had a little champagne and polite talk before she came to the point. "Marquise, will you be very kind and keep my jewel box for me?" She flushed a little. "I know it sounds silly, but if anybody is stealing, they always steal from movie stars." "Of course, my dear. I shall lock it away." The Marquise asked nothing more, and Carina went back to her room, fastened the keys of the jewel box in an envelope, wrote her name on it, and went down to the concierge. "Lock that away, please. Don't deliver it to anybody but me." "Certainly, Miss Lang." Carina went up again and found Woodhouse preparing her bath. "Woodhouse, can you drive an automobile?" "Yes, Miss Lang." "Have you a license to drive here?" "The valet of an ambassador always has an international license. I keep it in order always." "Good. Hire a car that can move. Take it in your own name." "Yes, Miss Lang." "Put it in a garage where you can get at it at night." She moved to the wardrobe. "Nothing long, Woodhouse. I shall go down to the Loretta tonight." She did not indicate the clothes she would wear. Woodhouse so far had not made a mistake in dressing her, and he would know what to choose for the Loretta plage. She smiled. Sooner or later, the question of returning Woodhouse to Jake would come up, and then, well, there was going to be a hell of a quarrel. She hummed softly as she wiped off her lipstick. There were problems coming up all along the line. She felt grand. The only problem so far had been getting Reno scheduled between pictures, and all those stormy hours arising from the quarterback that lay hidden behind the tuxedo of the American male. She laughed a little on the note of a song. In his own way, the colonel had a touch of the quarterback in him. But she knew that Larry Strange wanted nobody to call his plays. Her teeth snapped sharp and her mouth was tight and firm in the mirror. And nobody was going to call the play on Corina Lang. Corina lingered over her dinner and accepted the compliment of a Napoleon from the Maharaja, who occupied the suite next to hers and who always dined near her on the terrace. The Maharaja had a dark wife and a fair mistress, and his aides seemed to get on very well with the Maharini, and they made a piquant quartet. "I go back to another sun in the morning, Miss Lang. Permit me to drink a toast to the most beautiful lady in Hollywood," he smiled. "I have my own cinema, and I always get a copy of your pictures from Mr. Spiel. He's an old friend of mine." This was a surprise to Corina, but she promised to bear the greetings of His Highness to Mr. Spiel. She thought it was delicate of the Maharaja not to mention this until he was departing. She was getting used to the fact that nobody in the quatorze had any curiosity about Hollywood celebrities. The only person who had the celebrity bug was Prince Saudi. "But of course, my dear, he comes from Cannes," the Marchese had said, and Corina had a clear picture of Cannes. She said goodbye to the Maharaja and found Colonel Fulton looking stern and alone over coffee in the lounge. She walked over and smiled. "And how is the colonel this evening? All set for the sporting club?" "I don't think so. I'm not dressed." "Oh, you don't have to wear a tuxedo unless there's a gala night. You can lose your money in an old suit. I don't gamble." "Well, why don't you walk down to the Loretta plage and sit by the sea and watch the music and dancing? I'm going down. Maybe I'll see you there." She walked on with a smile and left the colonel brooding over a cigar. The maitre d'hotel of the Loretta now knew who Corina was, and although he was careful to call her Madame in an anonymous way, he installed her himself at a table under a palm. Gustave knew that celebrities who wanted to be incognito came to Monte Carlo. The hungry sycophants of glamour went to Cannes. The Courteaus had informed him that Miss Lang was véritable. The Sporting Club had informed him that Miss Lang had snubbed Prince Saudi. Miss Lang had a gold mark in Monte Carlo. Corina saw that most of the crowd had finished dinner, and the orchestra came back after the break. She did not see Carlo, but she knew that he would come for the dance. Meanwhile, it was pleasant to wait, over the moonlit sea, while the glow of the lanterns was golden in the champagne or delicate pink in the rosé, and the liquid pearl of Venus hung in the sky. Corina smiled as she saw the colonel come in and stand waiting for the maitre d'hotel, who brought him across the floor and paused when he heard the colonel say, "Hello, Miss Lang." "Hello, Colonel." The maitre d'hotel waited to hear Miss Lang ask the colonel to join her. Since she did not, he compromised by placing the gentleman who obviously knew her at the next table. The colonel ordered Veuve Clicquot and looked around at the picturesque garden. "Well, this is a very pleasant place, I must say." She nodded and accepted his light for her cigarette. Both watched the dancing in silence, and then Carlo came in with his American. Corina hid a smile. She had met a good many Americans like this Long Island brunette. Some of them came west in search of cowboy stars and went back when their husbands had read Hilda Hooper's column. This one must have a well-trained husband, since he was not here this evening. The Long Island woman had a long cigarette holder in black and a long body in black, and she never looked once at the maitre d'hotel as Carlo ordered a bottle of champagne. Then she looked around the garden as if to see who or what she could buy there, and blew out smoke in a long spiral. She was about 35. Carlo, in a red evening jacket, took her out in a slow foxtrot that suited her long body. The colonel grunted, and Corina looked at him in surprise. "She dances with him as if she'd paid him to dance." Corina gave a little laugh. The colonel, anyway, was no fool. The Long Island lady swung her glance on Corina on a turn, and then swung it back again on the reverse. Corina smiled at the colonel and studied the Long Islander. She wore her sex appeal the way she wore the black gown. It was like something she had acquired, but she had all the confidence in it that $1 million gives to a plunging neckline. Carlo had never once looked her way, and Corina smiled a grim smile. What with Larry and Miss Madeline and Carlo and his American, she was having about as gay a time as the colonel. When they sat down after the dance, the American sipped her champagne, glanced once at Karina, and asked Carlo a question. He looked over at Karina and gave a negative shake of his head. What the hell is he playing at? Karina asked herself, and got no answer. The American now began to relax and was obviously having a friendly argument with Carlo. It ended when the music began, and Carlo walked across the floor, came up to Karina's table, and bowed. "Madame, will you give me the honor to dance?" He spoke as if he had never met her before, and the colonel was astounded when she got up. The American also seemed to get a surprise. "What are you being so coy about?" Karina whispered softly in Carlo's ear as he glided her onto the floor. "Shh! I make a bet. She asked me you are Karina Lang. I pretend I do not know you. Then I bet her $20. I go and ask your name." He stole a glance at the American, who was scowling at the floor, and chuckled. "But I do not say I ask you to dance, so I win $20 and I make her mad. Then she make her husband buy the car so that she can make me feel small with her money. It's all in the sport. You do not mind?" "No," Karina laughed softly. "And where is her husband?" "He gamble at the sporting club, the baccarat. We go join him later on." Carlo danced as if he were made of elastic, and she remembered his lissome body all dark with sunlight on Cape Ferrat. Karina murmured, "So, you only want to dance with me to win a bet?" No, I bring her here so that I keep my date with you. I think of dancing with you all the time since I met you in the sunset. I see the sunset in your hair while I talk to the other one. I feel the warm sunlight in you. Shh, she's watching us talk. Let's dance." They danced. She could feel his heart beating when the music stopped. His eyes were like dark wine. She pulled herself away from him gently. She whispered, "Now go back and tell her who I am." Carlo scowled, and his breath was warm on her cheek. "I don't care who you are. I don't care who she is. Damn her!" "Carlo, don't hold me. The music has stopped." She stood away. "Thank you for the dance." Carlo escorted her to her table and bowed in a formal way, but his eyes blazed. Then he went back to his American. The colonel grinned. "He looks as if he got burned in a prairie fire." Karina reddened, then she laughed. "Well, I am a prairie girl." "Do you know him?" The colonel paused. "I didn't think you'd get up and dance with a stranger." "Oh, I met him one evening. He drives cars, racing, He's Carlo Redonco, Count Redonco, I think." "Huh! He looks like a playboy. All the racing drivers are playboys." "Well, that's his business. He won the Mille Miglia. Believe me, he's no playboy behind the wheel." Then she stopped talking and watched the dry and bitter face of the Long Islander as she quarreled with Carlo. "Well, you certainly wrecked the party," said the colonel. Karina was not listening. She was considering the fact that the name Carlo Redonco meant nothing to the colonel. But it had meant a great deal to Larry Strange. She hardly noticed when Carlo gave her a slight bow as he got up and left with his American. She watched another dance, and then got cross again. She hadn't meant to disturb Carlo, but she had not counted on disturbing herself. The champagne coursed after the Riesling in her blood, and she remembered the pulsing in Carlo's body and the beating of his heart. Damn! She laid a couple of bills on the check and got up suddenly at the end of the next dance. "Good night, Colonel. I'm going back to get my beauty sleep." The colonel stood up and bowed, and she waved back to him as she went out the gate. The cream sports car waited at the curb, and Carlo opened the door, and she got in. She hid her surprise. "Where's your friend?" "I left her at the sporting club," he growled. "I'm going back to join them later." He jumped into gear and rushed up the hill by the tennis club. He pulled up on the Menton Road and shut off the engine. The lights of the sporting club glittered below. "I think I must be crazy. I still feel my heartbeat after I dance with you." "Don't be a liar, Carlo." He caught her hand and pressed it on his heart. It seemed to thump under his silk shirt. He kissed her hand softly. The moonlight was dark and magnetic in his eyes. Suddenly she kissed him on the mouth with warm lips. "Now take me home, Carlo." He obeyed without a word and cruised the car slowly. "And now I go back to the damn sporting and lose my money." "Why do you gamble, Carlo?" "Because I am alone." She did not say anything until they pulled up at the Quatorze. "Good night, Carlo, and thank you." "I shall dance with you again, yes?" "Yes." She paused. "Are you staying long in Monte Carlo?" That will depend maybe on the American." She got out, and he kissed her hand. She knew as she went up to her salon that it could depend on her. on the turn of the card, on the dollars of an American husband, on the arrival of a roll of film. Carlo would always set his timetable, but he could also burn in a prairie fire. She flung her handbag on the chair and sucked in her breath. She was not all fireproof herself with Carlo Rodonco. End of section 18. Chapter 19. The sun breathed a hot golden haze on the sea when Woodhouse brought her tea in the morning. God, it's hot in the morning, Woodhouse. It's hot, and it's Sunday, sighed Woodhouse. There might be a little air up in the mountains, Miss Lang. Have you got that car? Yes. I'll have a swim, and then we'll go up in the mountains and have lunch up there. It's my turn today. Very well, Miss Lang. About 11? Yes, pick me up at the plage. She ate a light breakfast and had a swim before the Sunday crowd thickened. She left her swimsuit in her cabin and came out to meet Woodhouse in a Hawaiian skirt and a handkerchief bra. Sharp at 11, Woodhouse pulled up at the gate in a low green sports car, looking bronzed and gay, in a Cambridge blue flannel jacket and white flannel trousers. Carina got in beside him. What is this, a Jaguar? You told me to get something that could move. Woodhouse chuckled. I hope we make some use of it, Miss Lang. It's a show car, and I've had to grease a palm to get it. Where to? Climb. They pulled up to La Turbie, and Woodhouse checked his watch again. Nicely. When did you learn to drive like this, Woodhouse? Brother Fred used to race them, Miss Lang. Taught me a thing or two. Bit stiff in the wrists, though. Woodhouse opened his map. What about St. Martin de Vesubie for lunch? Anywhere you say. After lunch, Woodhouse spread his map on the table, and casually Carina chose the road that came around by Piracava. The cool mountain air tingled on her skin under the hot sunlight as Woodhouse cruised down the valleys and tried the engine on the hills. She felt grand when they ran into Piracava. She looked up at the wooded crest over the village. I'm going to climb up there and get on top of the view. I'll meet you here again in an hour or so, she smiled. It doesn't matter if I'm late or if you are. Woodhouse grinned, and she saw him swing the car and go out on the mountain road. She guessed that he was going to open out that engine. She smiled. She might have to buy this Jaguar to bribe Woodhouse away from Jake. She climbed again through the long grass and at last heard the cowbells. They were deep in the valley, the herds being too lazy to climb on this torrid day. She lay in the scented grass a while and then strolled up to La Mimosa. There was no smoke today, and nobody appeared on the porch. She stepped up onto the porch and looked in through the open window. Larry was absorbed in a book that had lines marked in code signs. She made no sound in her rope sandals. She whispered just above his head, Asleep? Larry leapt up. Lord, you scared me. Come in. She came over the window on long golden legs, and the sunlight seemed to burn inside her dark skin. Where's Madeline? Gone up into the woods to find plants for the garden. I'm just being lazy. She picked up the code book. That doesn't look like very lazy reading. Give me a cigarette. I left mine in the car. She grinned. Woodhouse drove me up in his new Jaguar. Woodhouse? Then he laughed. Lord, I'd forgotten. All Washington wanted to know how on earth you stole Woodhouse from Jacquard Wiley. He's a honey behind the wheel. She paused. Not quite up to Carlo, but you certainly don't get time to watch the grass growing. And how is Carlo? Oh, he's fine. Back again, gay, beautiful, and bronzed, and a dream to dance with. When did he come back? Yesterday, she chuckled. He was delayed a bit, though, in San Remo. He met an American woman with a Wall Street husband and a neckline down to her waist. She's in Monte now. Maybe Carlo is going to sell her his Romano, if he can make her mad enough. You ought to help with that. Carina smiled. She lazed back her golden legs along the cushion, and her body seemed to breathe the perfume of Piracava and the heat of the sunlight. She waited, and would wait for a week until he led the question. Well, did he bring you anything? Not a thing, she spoke slowly. Not a silk hanky? Not a box of candies? Only a roll of film. Larry put the code book away on a bookshelf. How long is he staying? I don't know. Maybe that depends on the rich American. Or on you? Maybe. She blew out a ring of smoke. Why? I just wanted to know. He paused. How long are you staying in Monte Carlo? That depends. On what? When are you supposed to be in Hollywood? Tomorrow, she smiled. But you said that all that wasn't important at all. He was silent a moment. I mean, you don't have to stay any longer. Why? Don't you want me to? I don't mean that. He was very careful. But I don't want you to stay around with Carlo Ridonco. Jealous? The cold Washington glint was in his eyes again. Don't be a damn fool. He paused. I just don't advise you to stay around seeing Carlo, and I don't want you to cross a border with him. You're on a border in Monte Carlo, so don't go for a drive with him into Italy. Why? His voice snapped. Because I tell you not to go. You mean it might be dangerous? Yes, that's just what I mean. There was a long silence, and he lit another cigarette. You don't tell me very much, do you? I tell you just what you need to know, that's all. He smiled in a grim way. I trusted you. He paused again. I'm not going to ask you to do any more. Why not, if there's more to be done? He paced around the room, and the sunlight had gone out of his face. He was making a decision. No, go back and get on with your picture. Again he paused. Perhaps someday I'll explain it all to you. He tossed his cigarette out the window. Give me the roll of film, and get the plane out tomorrow. I haven't got the roll of film. He stared at her. I mean, I haven't got it here with me. Why not? Because I'm not going to give it to you. What the hell do you mean? Just what I say. She got up. I don't know why you're here. You haven't told me. Larry looked at her with eyes so cold that she felt them down her spine. If you want to get the story about this from me, I'm sorry. You won't get it. Then I'll find out somewhere else. It's nothing to do with you. Nobody knows you have carried anything. You're quite safe, and nothing can happen to you. He was cold and angry. Any risk in this is my risk alone, and it stays that way. You ask everything, and you give nothing. I suppose they're all that way in the room. What they're like in the room is none of your business. Only yours? In this case, yes. He clenched his hands. Bring me that film, and get out of Monte Carlo, and keep away from Carlo Ridonco. Don't be so melodramatic. Anybody'd think somebody was going to get killed or something. That's just what may happen, so get out of Monte Carlo. No, Larry. I'm going to stay around until I get the answer. The smile was a little cold on her sunburned face. But don't worry, I'm not going to let you down or let anybody know you're here. Maybe I can't see a damn thing in all this bright sunlight, but I know I've got to stay until I do. And I'm not going to give you that roll of film until I give it to you in Washington. At last he seemed to understand, and the angry shock was on his face. Do you mean you don't trust me? Right now I trust nobody but Corina Lang. She picked up her bag. Give my love to Madeline, whoever she is. He picked up a notebook. I want your room number at the Quatorze, Suite 12. If anybody leaves a message for you that your dress will be ready tomorrow, then come straight up here. If I feel like it. Someday I swear I'll slap your face. Not if I see you first. End of section 19. Chapter 20. When they came down in the valley of the Var, the light was a golden haze, and, after the clear mountain air, the heat made Woodhouse sweat over the wheel. He took a corner and met a beam of sunlight and nearly went over the parapet. He braked with an oath and pulled up with his wheels on the brink. Damn it, the sun and sweat got in my eyes. I'm sorry, Miss Lang. She took off her sunglasses and said, Put these on. The sun hit her eyes, and she grinned. I don't know how you drove against that sun. Woodhouse cursed all the way down from l'Esperance amid the Sunday traffic. He apologized for his language when he dropped her at the Quatorze. I'll bring you some tea when I put this car away. She got into a cool robe and waited for Woodhouse. He poured the china tea and dropped in a slice of lemon and handed her the bottle of aspirin. Corina lay in her robe on the bed, and Woodhouse was at the door when the telephone rang. Woodhouse saw her scowl at the telephone, and he took it up. It's from Mr. Spiel. He cupped the telephone. Do you accept it? Woodhouse gasped at her oath. She snatched the telephone and said, This is Miss Lang. Put Mr. Spiel on. Woodhouse moved. Don't go, Woodhouse. Hollywood took a long time, while Paris once again told Nice just what Paris thought of Nice. When the quarrel had been settled, they let Mr. Spiel come through. Karina had a fancy that the call was coming from somewhere a long time ago. Manny sounded like a ghost at a seance. "Is this Karina Lang?" "Yes, it's me, Manny." There was a very slight pause. "How are you, honey? Are you okay again?" "Well, I'm in bed." "In bed? What's wrong with you? Jake called me Thursday and said you'd be okay in a couple of days." "Well, maybe I will be." There was a distinct pause now. "Karina, what's going on? We shot the picture up to a deadline on you." Karina looked at Woodhouse. "Give me a cigarette, for God's sake." "I haven't got a cigarette. I'm in my bath. Oh, who are you talking to?" Woodhouse lit her cigarette. "Woodhouse, my valet." "Oh, yes, Jake told me." A pause. "What are you doing in bed at this time of day with a valet in the room?" "You don't keep valets in the kitchen, darling." Another silence, then a gurgling noise. "The goddamn telephone fell in the bath." Manny roared now. "God damn it, honey, when are you coming back? Listen, you're in a picture and I'm stalled with that son of a bitch Gary Owen saying he's going to walk out if I can't shoot him with you right now. Karina, you just can't do this." "Don't bawl at me, Manny. I just can't get back right now. I can't help it about Gary Owen." "Listen, honey, cable me your flight tomorrow, or I'm coming over to bring you back," he roared again. "Every time a star gets on the Riviera, something like this happens. Next thing is the newspaper boys will be on your tail, and—" A pause, and then quietly, "Karina, what's keeping you in Monte Carlo?" "You'll have to use your crystal ball, Manny. I'll cable you when I'm coming back. Bye." After a bath and a cold shower, Karina felt hungry and fresh. The alpine air had braced her spirit. "You look too gay to dine alone, my dear," said the Marquise from the next table. "Oh, I'm quite happy alone." But she was not in a mood to be alone this evening, and she speculated on making a break with the dark young man in the Fiat who drove round and round the circle of the place and looked up at her on the terrace each time. The Marquise had also noticed him and murmured, "Italian, of course, they never give up." Karina smiled and nearly waved the Italian before she went into the lounge for coffee. The colonel was lighting his cigar and looked at her with careful eyes. "I haven't seen you around all day, Miss Lang." "Oh, I went up into the mountains. It was lovely up there." "Humph. I went down on the beach and had beach balls bouncing off my head all day long. Don't understand why they don't relax in the sun." "Well, you don't relax much, Colonel." "Going dancing tonight?" "Don't know. Might go out and get myself picked up." The chasseur came over and bowed. "You are wanted on the telephone, Miss Lang." Karina walked over to the booth and promised herself to hang up at once if it was Jake or Manny. But it was Carlo. His voice was a growl. "Forgive me to telephone you." "Okay, what's new?" "I'm damn mad. I'd like you to come out and get drunk with me, yes?" "I don't have to get drunk, Carlo." "I don't understand you. You come, yes?" "Yes. Where are you?" "At my hotel. The Grimaldi. I come for you." "No, I'll walk over. I want some air. In 5 minutes." "Now I'm happy again." Karina went upstairs and put on slippers. She hated dancing on heels. She was humming when she went down the steps to the Grimaldi and found Carlo sitting under a palm. "So Miss Lang is gay tonight." "Just the mountain air, Carlo, and a little wine from the Rhine. Where's your American friend?" Carlo scowled. "Bah! We get in the car, yes, and go somewhere." "That's why I'm here." Before she stooped into the car, he asked, "Why do you look so damn beautiful tonight?" "Maybe you make me feel beautiful, Carlo." Carlo drove in silence. They cruised down in silence from Cape de Ale, and then he saw the lights in a garden restaurant and ran the car into the drive. The lamps hung among the giant banana leaves gave the place a quaint Polynesian atmosphere. They sat at a table under a banana tree, and Carlo ordered a bottle of champagne. The music came from a radio hidden in a shell of the rock behind some purple bougainvillea. "Where are we here, Carlo?" "I don't know. Île-sur-Mer, I think. What does it matter?" "Tell me about your American." Carlo snapped his lighter and the flame shot in his eyes. "Bah! Quelle femme! That fool husband. He got to play golf and she asked me to come up and have tea. I go in, and she sit in a bedrobe and panties, like a postcard you buy in Paris. Incroyable! Don't blow up, Carlo. I promise I won't be incroyable if I ask you up to tea. You make a joke of me. You don't understand. Blue panties at her age." Relax, Carlo, or you won't sell her the Romano. I don't care. I just walk out of the damn room. Then I think of you. She bring me bad luck. I lose my money in the sporting club last night, so I go broke away tomorrow. Forget about tomorrow. Let's go dance before you spoil my evening. They danced under the huge banana leaves and among the boles of the pines, and she could feel Carlo's heart beating under the heady music. The blood was dark in Carlo's face as they sat down. You make me go crazy about you. I don't go crazy since I'm in Poland. Maybe you don't like it if I go crazy about you. I haven't complained, Carlo. Then suddenly he was very quiet, and she heard only the sea whispering gently on the beach. You like me, Corina? Yes, I like you, Carlo. The shadow of the leaves troubled his eyes. I cannot forget myself. I am all holes. That machine gun. I am hollow. And I don't want to fill myself up again and be happy. You do not understand. His eyes looked old and hungry. Maybe not, but I can feel it all behind you. Let's leave it there, Carlo, for just one night. She pulled him up by the hand and let the music blend them. She whispered, I'm happy too. She made him forget under the leaves of the garden, and then his dark mood came again, and when the music had gone and there was only the sound of the sea, bah! You make me happy now, and then you go back to Mikhail and you forget, but I remember you. Forget Mikhail. He doesn't mean anything to me. Now he got very angry and moved his chair away. Ah, you think I am a fool. I know you do not bring things from Michael unless you are crazy about him. Always he makes women drunk with those blue eyes. And then they do things for him, and some do not go back. You do not make danger for you if you do not love him. I know. You are a big star in Hollywood, but once another woman carried the message for Mikhail, and they catch her, and Mikhail only laugh when she die in the dawn with a pistol on her neck. I tell you, Mikhail bring you the bad luck. There is always the danger, and I do not wish the danger for you, because you make my heart beat, and I can't stop it all night long. So I go tomorrow, and then my heart go back to dead. His voice snarled. God damn how I hate the fear. It stripped me naked. I hate them all in Europe. Shut up, Carlo. He jumped at the sharpness of her voice. You're angry with me? No, I'm angry with all that makes you this way. She shivered. It makes me cold. That champagne is cold. Carlo, can you drink whiskey? Yes, I am sorry. I make myself also... I hate myself when I go cold. She got up. Let's go get that drink. She was silent all the way back to Monte Carlo. Carlo pulled up by the garden. She waited a moment. Carlo, I've got some bourbon in my salon, but I don't think you want to drink it up there. No. She squeezed his hand. I'm glad you said that. Let's go to the nightclub and get warm again. The nightclub was warm, and the whiskey was warm inside them. They danced out into the garden, and she made him forget it all under the pines. He was very quiet as he said good night. Then he paused. I want to go tomorrow, he sounded worried. I just can't go. She held her mouth on his in a long kiss. She went up to her salon, and she gripped the back of a chair in anger. She knew that he would not go now. She had made him stay. But she felt sick and a liar, and swore that she would never forgive Larry Strange. End of Chapter 20. Chapter 21. The next afternoon, when Corina came up from the beach, she saw the colonel in the hall of the Coutures. He was clicking a cigarette holder in his teeth, and looked as if he would like to snap off the mouthpiece. Hello, Colonel. Brooding? I was thinking of having a drink. Don't look so grim about it. You ought to loosen up, Colonel. Staying long? The colonel looked sour, and there was no light in his iron-gray eyes. Just as long as I think necessary, Miss Lang. He paused. I'd like to have a little talk with you. Another grilling. The colonel frowned. That's your word. Okay, let's go up to my room. When they got up to the salon, she relaxed into a chair. Have a cigarette. What's on your mind, Colonel? You know very well what's on my mind. He spoke sharply. I want to get back to Washington. Well, I'm not holding you. You are, Miss Lang, he paused. Damn it, you're making the whole State Department and the room ridiculous by your refusal to tell us what happened between you and Larry Strange. You'll be in a very unpleasant position if we have to open up this matter into a manhunt for Strange, and it's known that you refuse to cooperate. You don't seem to realize that you're putting yourself in a dangerous situation. Oh, I guess I know that, Colonel. The Colonel got up and walked about and then came back and confronted her. Miss Lang, we know that you're in danger of having your contract revoked, that you're holding up a picture. That's your career, and nobody seems to be able to give any reason whatsoever for you to stay in Monte Carlo. Have you grilled the studio too? The Colonel nearly jumped in anger. We have grilled nobody. We have made inquiries that nobody could connect with the room. We can't grill anybody, as you put it, because we want to keep this in the room. The whole working of the room depends on absolute secrecy. He clenched his hands. Damn it, don't you see that we're trying at all costs to keep this away from the police and the press, and that you're obstructing us in the most hostile way? We don't want any more witch hunting, Miss Lang. He took a step and then swung round on her. Why are you in Europe? I told you, I'm just making color movies of Monte Carlo and having a nice personal holiday on my own. She smiled. Maybe you think that I have a date with your Mr. Strange. Her eyes were laughing. Or that I brought out a roll of microfilm for him? The Colonel was very angry and very cold. What I think is my business, Miss Lang, but I don't quite see Strange using you as a courier. Well, he could hardly ask one of his friends in the room, could he? The Colonel started. He could not see anything inside those green eyes. His words came slowly. No, but, Miss Lang, why don't you help us? He spoke sincerely. You're a very intelligent girl, and I'm surprised that you continue this incomprehensible silence about Strange. All I want is facts, and then I'll do the thinking and let you alone. I have no wish to bother you. I'm simply doing my job. You don't seem to understand that Larry Strange may be a traitor or an enemy agent. Maybe I do understand it, Colonel. I don't know what you mean. Just what I say, she paused. You said just now that you would do the thinking for me. The green eyes were angry. I'm going to do my own thinking. I think my brain is just as good as yours. Don't try to think for anybody, Colonel. Maybe you were also trying to do the thinking for Larry Strange. Go back to Washington, Colonel, and leave me on the job. The Colonel went white under his new tan. So you do know about this? About what? About whatever's going on. Karina leaned back in her chair and laughed all down her body. God, and you say you'll do the thinking for me. About whatever's going on. She stopped laughing. You don't know a damn thing, Colonel, do you? No. Nor do I, or not very much, but I'm going to find out. She jumped up and the green eyes blazed again. And don't you get in my way. The Colonel could not speak, he just stared. This is a shock to you, Colonel, isn't it, to find out that the whole room may be in the hands of a blonde from Hollywood? Miss Lang, I demand that you tell me what you know about— Don't demand to me, Colonel. It's a long time since I socked a man. She walked once around him and then smiled into his eyes. Just relax in the sunshine, Colonel, and don't report me as hostile, or I'll make it damned hot for you back in Washington when I get all this straightened out. But stay around, Colonel, in case I need a big, strong man who can use a gun. A gun? Certainly, a gun. Don't you ever go to the movies? Sooner or later somebody always pulls a gun. When the Colonel had gone, Karina lay on her bed and tried to sleep. But the duel with him had awakened her brain, and she knew that she had told him so much only to commit herself to the job. There was no going back now. She had to come through, or the Colonel would burn her in Washington. She had warned him to keep out of the way, but she knew the Colonel would not leave it alone. Manny Spiel was a successful executive at Golden Lion because he could put a man on a job and leave him alone. But the Colonel could not leave anybody alone. One did not need a crystal ball to guess that Larry Strange and his chief were in conflict all the time. She saw the Colonel as a gray spider in the web of the room, but he could not quit his web and go out and catch flies, and he wanted his web around him all the time. End of Chapter 21. Chapter 22. Carina was on her way out to meet Carlo that evening when the concierge stopped her. "Oh, Miss Lang, there is a message for you." "A message?" She opened the envelope and read the telephone message. "Madame telephoned that Miss Lang's dress will be ready tomorrow." "When did you get this?" The concierge looked at the time on the message. 3:00, Miss Lang. She was pale with anger. "Why the hell didn't you bring it up to me then?" "You were on the beach, Miss Lang." He was amazed at her anger. "I'm sorry." He stared at the message. "It did not seem very urgent, Miss Lang." She realized that it did not read that way. "I'm sorry, it's not." She paused. "Find my valet and send him up to me." "Certainly, Miss Lang." She could have killed Larry Strange as she went up in the elevator. She banged the door as she went into her room and picked up the telephone and asked for Count Redonco at the Grimaldi. Her hands shook in anger. "Carlo, I can't come this evening." "You can't? But why?" "I just can't." "But I wait now for you." "I can't come." She gave a little laugh. "I haven't got another day, Carlo." Then she thought of it. "I have a story conference on the line to Hollywood and must check on the script. I can't help it. Let's keep the date for tomorrow evening." There was a pause. Carlo was angry. "I think I don't understand the Americans. I go away in the morning." "Tomorrow evening, Carlo, and I promise not to be like a Paris postcard. Good night, honey." She put down the telephone. She smiled. She knew that would keep him in Monte Carlo. She was changing out of her silk bodice into a linen blouse as Woodhouse came in. "Have you eaten, Woodhouse?" "Yes, Miss Lang." "Get the Jaguar and fill her up with gas." "I'll bring her around at once." Woodhouse was already moving. "No, pick me up at the top of the garden. Don't bring her round. In 10 minutes. She paused. "Better get a coat, Woodhouse. We're going high." "In 10 minutes, Miss Lang." Carina put on a wool jacket over the blouse, got a scarf for her head, and took a plaid coat from the closet. It would be cold in the night air up in Pierre Cava. She got into the car at the top of the garden. "Pierre Cava." "In a hurry, Miss Lang?" "No, just get there." They hardly spoke a word on the way up. Once they started the mountain climb, Woodhouse could not talk anyway. The corners over the precipices kept a man busy at the wheel. There were not many lights in the mountain village when they drove in. The hill people went to bed early. She told Woodhouse to pull up at the hotel corner and got out. "Wait here." Woodhouse shut off the engine and watched her climb the path through the corner of the grove and then strike out on the grassy slope. He lit a cigarette and reckoned she must know the way, but he no longer had any doubt that Miss Lang was not on a vacation in Monte Carlo. Carina saw a light in the window of La Mimosa and felt the mountain dew on the grass. She fell over a ground creeper and cut her knee on the path and swore in the silent countryside. There was no moon, and she had to find the path by starlight. A white goat moved by a tree and startled her, and a bird screamed from a bush. She stepped out of the porch and looked in through the window. Larry wore the same dressing gown that made him look like a monk that night in the Abraham Lincoln in Washington. She realized again that he did not look American at all. He was listening to a foreign voice on the radio and ticking off letters in a code book with a pencil. The radio voice was only barely audible. He was rigid in concentration, and she allowed him to finish his count of the letters before she spoke. "Busy?" He leapt up as if he were dislocated. Then he switched off the radio and came and helped her over the low windowsill. "Good Lord, I didn't expect you." She was angry, but she spoke softly, guessing that Madeline was asleep somewhere in the bungalow. "Then why did you send me a message?" "But Madeline telephoned you at 3:00. "I know, but I only got it after dinner." She glanced at the code book. "What were you doing now?" "Listening to the radio." "Why did you send for me?" His voice was taut and precise. "Because I wanted to warn you to get out of Monte Carlo." "You told me that before. Why this sudden urgency?" "Something I picked up on the radio today. Stay away from Carlo Redonco." He looked grim. "I know he's still in Monte Carlo." He looked sardonic. "And I suppose you're to blame for that?" Maybe I am. Why should I stay away from him? Because something may happen to him, and you may be suspected if you're seen around with him. He's also around with a rich bitch from Long Island. A man like Carlo is always around with some woman. Why are you going around with him? Because he's nice, and because I don't want him to go away. He got a cigarette, but did not light it. Maybe I want to know what's going on. Maybe I want to know what Carlo is doing, and what you're doing. He gazed at her with cold, sardonic eyes. I know just what you mean. You want to know what side I'm on. No, she said, I want to know what side I'm on, because that's the same question. You're as stupid as those fools in the room. What a way to talk about the masterminds of American intelligence. So you're not here on a job from the room? Larry walked around and then came back and growled, Get out of Monte Carlo and go home. That's my order to you, Miss Lang. But I don't take it, Mr. Strange. If anything happens to Carlo or to anybody, I'm going to be there. You want to do all the bossing and all the thinking, and I suppose take all the bows if whatever game you're playing comes off. If you ask me, you're a bunch of stiff shirts in the room, all afraid to move 1 inch alone. I'm not afraid of doing any damn thing alone. Don't shout at me, and don't wake up Madeline. Look, he spoke quietly now. You've done your part in this. Now please go back. And if you won't give me that roll of film, then hold it safe, for God's sake. Where's the bathroom? I cut my knee. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't notice. Come on, I'll fix it for you. I wouldn't let you touch me, she blazed in anger. Where? He switched on the light in the little passage. There on the right, there's a bottle of alcohol on the shelf. Better disinfect it. She went into the tiny bathroom and rolled her stocking down and bathed it and felt the alcohol sting in the scratch. Then she slipped in a pad of cotton wool and rolled up her stocking again. When she came out in the passage, she saw the white bed in the room facing her. She paused an instant. The kitchen was on the right. Where was Madeline's room? There was no other door. Then she remembered that only a man's toilet things were in the bathroom. That was curious. She came out and lit a cigarette. He still looked angry. I could kill you for bringing me up here at this time of night like a schoolgirl to warn me to keep away from a man. Oh, shut up. I'm warning you to keep away from a man who's going to be killed, Miss Lang, so now you know. She smiled at him. Is that supposed to scare me? Lord, what a fool you are. She picked up her handbag and put one leg over the windowsill. Good night, Mr. Strange, she smiled. What are you thinking now, behind that grim smile? Only that you have beautiful legs. She stepped out into the night and heard his soft laugh, and had a feeling that somehow he had got in the last surprising word. She looked back and saw him in the window. Say good night to Madeline for me. She chuckled as she went down the path. Then she looked back again at the bungalow. Maybe Madeline slept outside in the garden. Woodhouse drove down in silence, and she was alert and rigid as he carefully swung on the giddy downhill spiral over the gorges. This was a dangerous road, and she was tense and awake in every nerve when they got back to Monte Carlo. She got out at the garden. Put the car away and come up. Yes, Miss Lang. She went in and saw the colonel writing a letter in the lounge. He looked up but did not say anything. Suddenly she was annoyed. She walked over as he folded the letter. You can go to bed now, Colonel. I'm back. The colonel could not stop an angry flash. He looked at her coat and scarf. It must be cold tonight, Miss Lang. It's always cold in Moscow, Colonel. She left him standing in amazement and got her key from the concierge. When she reached her salon, her face was tingling still from the alpine air, and her brain was sharp and lively. Hell, she thought, I'll never get to sleep tonight. Woodhouse came up in 10 minutes, and she looked at him with considering eyes. Woodhouse, when did you get drunk last? Well, Miss Lang, he considered it. Blessed if I can remember. Can you drink bourbon, or do we get scotch? There won't be any difference in the morning, Miss Lang. I've got things in my mind that won't sleep. I can see that, Woodhouse paused. Can I help you, Miss Lang? Maybe, but right now I want you to get that bottle and sit here and take off that tie and do some deep-sea diving in that bourbon, okay? Woodhouse got the bottle, brought it over, got a second bottle, and put them on the floor between the two chairs. Then he sat down when she had relaxed with the cigarette and opened his collar. Corina looked at him with a musing eye. I've only once before met anybody who started with the bottles on the carpet, Woodhouse, and that's the last thing I remember him doing. As Woodhouse poured the drinks, she looked at him. Tell me your life story, Woodhouse. Did you ever let anybody down, or lose a job, or anything? Once, Miss Lang, I got the sack. I don't believe it. Not you. How did you lose the job? Well, Miss Lang, the ambassador was away, and I took over some of the ambassador's duties in his absence. The last thing she remembered before sleep was Woodhouse walking very carefully to the door, putting one foot slowly before the other, and murmuring, "A very lovely evening, Miss Lang, a very lovely evening." End of Chapter 22.
Chapter 23. The hangover vanished in an early swim, and Corina ate a large breakfast after a brisk walk up from the beach. She dozed on her bed, and woke sharply as the mistral came in under the window shade and pricked her skin. The curious alpine wind came through the clear sunlight and surprised her like the Arctic cold of ice cream on a cold day. She was amazed by the goose flesh on her bare waist and legs. She let up the shade, and the sun came in like a hot breath, but the gusts of wind freckled the blue sea outside the shelter of the bay. She felt her nerves tingling, and the sharp teeth in her brain. And then suddenly she got an attack of the jitters. She called down to the concierge for the Paris Herald Tribune, and the chasseur came up to say it had not yet arrived, and brought her a London paper of yesterday by courtesy of the hotel. She let out a blast at the astonished chasseur, and when he had gone, she swore at her silly anger. She lit a cigarette. Hell, I'm all shot up today, she thought. Why? She did not like this at all. The last time she had got this psychic warning, a telegram had found her in Florida to say that her father had died. She remembered the shock now, and it all came back like an echo that haunted the room. The bourbon last night had only postponed the action going on all the time in her mind. Some things were not happening at all. They were just awaiting. And all this time in Monte Carlo was awaiting. When she was with Carlo, she was only getting in closer to the shadow behind him. The ghost of Europe was always behind him, but there always seemed to be another ghost waiting around the corner who might step out at any moment and meet him face to face. She sat down and looked at things now, as the queer whine of the mistral came down over the sunny town. Larry Strange had warned her to keep away from Carlo, and she knew that he was in earnest. He had looked taut and worried last night. She felt that she was lost and looking for her way, and she knew also that the colonel was uneasy and unsure of himself in this foreign ground. But Larry sat up in Pierre Cava with the air of a man on his home base. It all added up, she saw in a percipient flash. Larry Strange could handle things in Europe, while the colonel was only trying to search it out at the end of the intelligence lines. She would not have a worry in the world if she were sure of one thing, what side Larry Strange was on. I'm taking an awful chance, she thought, as she realized that she was holding it all in her own hand. But if she disclosed the colonel to Larry, or Larry to the colonel, she knew that it would all blow up in hasty actions before it got to the point of climax. That was her hunch, and she had played it, and must play it now to the end. That, and the inexplicable feeling that she must keep Carlo in Monte Carlo. If anything happened, it must happen here, where they could all know what it meant. Apart from Larry, nobody knew what was going on, and the colonel knew nothing at all. The only grain of sense she found in the colonel was his idea that the missing roll of microfilm was not necessarily linked with Larry's disappearance. Then what did I bring out? She wondered. She lit another cigarette and drank a glass of Vitel. And what is on that roll the Marquis is keeping for me? She saw clearly that it all could be answered in the fact that Larry was a traitor to his country. But that's too simple. I know it's too simple. But how did she know it? I don't know. I guess it all comes to the fact that I'm gambling on Larry Strange. But she was also gambling on something she had not known about before. The brain inside the smoked blonde head of Corina Lang. I feel like hell, but I feel grand. She paced about and stopped in front of the long mirror. Then she knew. Gee, I've always looked before to see how beautiful I look. And now I'm only trying to know who and what I am. She looked at herself in a puzzled way. But only one thing I'm sure of. That blonde by the swimming pool just isn't around anymore. End of chapter 23.
Chapter 24. All day, as the mistral gnawed at her nerves, Corina felt like a runner waiting on the mark for the bang of the gun. But the wind dropped at sunset, and a warm bath and a glass of champagne relaxed her as she dressed leisurely and had a cigarette. Woodhouse stood by the wardrobe and asked, "What do you wish to wear this evening, Miss Lang?" "Something that says, 'Come and get me,' Woodhouse." She looked with curiosity to see how Woodhouse had translated that, and found that he had decided on the black bought as a demi-soiree on Fifth Avenue, and the black panties that were all handmade lace, bought that weekend last year in Paris. She had another glass of champagne, got a long cape with a red silk lining, and strolled across the square, breathing the flowers, on her way to the Grimaldi. Carlo had a carnation in his yellow silk jacket, and waited on the porch of the Grimaldi. The cicadas chirped in the dry palms, and the garden was like a bowl of perfume. "You look beautiful tonight," said Carlo, and kissed her hand. "Hunger makes me beautiful," she grinned. Carlo opened the door of the Romano and smiled. "I know a good place to dine, so you just come because you are hungry." "Of course, Carlo." Carlo was in good humor tonight, and they dined at a restaurant on a balcony over the sea. He asked a waiter to bring a rose from a vase, and then dropped a petal into her wine. "It makes the aroma, yes?" She sipped the golden wine, delicate with the scent of the rose. "Yes, where did you learn that, Carlo?" He looked surprised. "But I do not learn. I see the rose and I see the petal in your glass." She brushed his face slightly with her eyes. "I'm stupid, Carlo." The diners were cosmopolitan on the balcony, and many tongues mingled with many wines of Europe. A dark and tall Italian from Milan was breaking down the cool shell of an English girl in his confident way. A Russian émigré with a bony face and a red Slav mouth was making a British Labour politician forget his coal mine background in Wales. Corina watched them all, and Carlo was silent for a long time, and then the shadow came on his face. "Now they drink the wine, but they drank the blood not so long ago. I hate them all." She stared at the quiet violence in him. "Don't you have any politics, Carlo?" He looked at her with a kind of astonished disgust. "Politics? Me? Are you crazy? They are all the same to me." Corina ate a peach in silence. What did this mean? Then why did he carry messages? Was he on no side at all? "I hate it when you do not come last night. I get so angry that I go to the sporting club and I lose everything." "I'm sorry. Why must you gamble?" "Because I like that I do not know what is going to happen in some one thing. That I get only on the table. Always in the other things, I know what is going to happen. Even in the races, I know if I'm going to win, and I know if I'm going to lose. And I drive just the same, and maybe break my neck, although I know I'm going to lose." "How do you know, Carlo?" "Because I'm a Pole, and I know that Poland always lose. It is in the blood of a Pole to know. So I go in the sporting club like I go in the war, although I know I'm going to lose." "That's silly. You'll lose if you expect to lose." "Ah, you do not know. You do not play on the table. I played once and I won." "Ah, one chip, that is the joke." "Well, one chip, Carlo, but I left it on." She told him the story of playing with the Marquise, and he was amazed. "So you win over 1.5 million francs, and you do not even know what you win, and then you buy the beautiful things in Paris on the way home. I haven't taken the money. I left it in the club. I don't feel it's mine. She paused. Did you really lose all your money? Yes. I am a fool. Carlo, why don't you play with that money I won? If you don't, I'll only leave it in the sporting club. Maybe you can win with that. Are you crazy? I don't take money. I sell the car, yes, but I'm not like that. All right, Carlo, you play with that money. If you lose it, I'll take the Romano. Then you'll feel all right. No, I don't like this. Are you afraid to gamble? Carlo lit a cigarette, and she could see the gambling in his eyes. No, but it must be the square business. She laid her hand on his. I know, Carlo. She paused. You mustn't lose, or you'll be in a mess with the Romano people. But you won't lose. She knew that he had to win, because if he lost all his money, he would not stay in Monte Carlo. Come on, Carlo, let's dance. The blood flushed darkly in his face when he sat down again. I forget everything. I forget the holes in my body. I forget the nothing in me. I think I breathe again, and it makes me remember all the things. And I am all the battlefield again, and I am in the prison. I'm going to open the gate and let you out, Carlo, don't you see? He scowled at the gay and brilliant children of Europe on the balcony. I hate them all. Shut up, Carlo, she smiled. How can you play if you get all worked up like this? Her voice was soft in the shaded light. They are only ghosts, Carlo, and I'm alive and breathing. Let's go. They went out in silence, and she wondered why the sad ghost in him made her want to give him love. This was nothing like the hot sunlight in her that had led her into marriage with those boys she had dumped at Reno. She had wanted only Richard in Richard. But in Carlo she wanted that strange ghost that seemed to breathe in Carlo's breathing and haunt his face. It was not Carlo she wanted, the Carlo she could know, but the stranger in him that she could never know. As they cruised along the shore, he spoke suddenly. So you want me to play tonight? Yes. Yes, I want to play, but I think it is not the money tonight. I want to know if you are right, that I can win. No, it is not the money, and that is strange for Carlo. He passed the sporting club, and she said, I thought you were going in. No, I go back first to the Grimaldi. I always have one thing with me when I play, a little cross. It is the talisman. You do not mind? No. But the memory in the talisman had upset him, and he was gone away again and nearly hit a palm tree. He swore, I beg pardon, I forget my driving. They had nearly crashed, and she was tense when he pulled up at the Grimaldi. He could not win while he was in this mood. She got out of the car, and that surprised him. You'd like a drink, yes? Yes. They walked into the Grimaldi. It was a residential hotel, and the cocktail bar in the corner had no barman. Two grim old ladies knitted in armchairs. I don't care for this place. Can't you give me a drink in your own room? But of course. The room he lived in was large and beautiful, and still had the royal atmosphere of the Grimaldi princes. It is like a private house, you see, and very old. Look at this tapestry. It's a lovely room. Carlo spoke into the old-fashioned house telephone and ordered whiskey. Carina looked at him. Carlo came alive in this room. A porter, like a family butler, came up and left the bottle on the tray in the grand manner. It's nice here, Carlo. They had a drink and a cigarette, and Carlo, like a host in his own house, spoke of the history of the Grimaldi and brought all Europe into the room. Then he rose and went to the bureau. Now I find my talisman. Carina walked about and then lay on the bed. It was all soft down, and the old silk counterpane had a crown of gold. She felt that she was lying down in the past of Europe. She lay back on the pillow, and Carlo brought over the small gold cross. The arm of the cross was gashed and crooked. Tell me about your talisman, Carlo. It was once my mother's. She watched Carlo's eyes going away. The light in them was like a dead moonlight. She wear it always, and then I take it from her when they shoot her. That is the bullet that wound the arm of the cross, you see. His eyes were dead now in their dark light. Then it was all blood, but now the blood is all dry. They came into Poland and they shoot everybody. Shut up, Carlo. He started away in shock. I beg pardon. I make you tired and you say shut up. And I said shut up, Carlo. I can't help you by listening. I can't help you that way. She put out her hand. Not that way, Carlo. She pulled him down to her mouth, and when she heard his heart thumping, she could hear all the guns of Europe thundering on the bed, and she felt good about it in a way that she had never felt with Richard or anybody else, and maybe would never feel again, as she opened his wounds and healed them up, for a little time anyway, and made him believe he was alive again, and not dead as he feared, if only for a little time in this old and beautiful and haunted room. End of section 24. Chapter 25. They went into the sporting club in a warm glow, and Carina could feel Carlo's mind breathing again. She went to the case and drew her money, and then smiled at Carlo. Let's take it easy, Carlo. It's going to be a long night. They sat at the corner of the table, and Carlo changed the $500,000 plaque into 10 50-mil plaques, waited a little, staked, and got a double on the third douzaine on the first 2 plays. Carina said, Well, that's 400, Carlo. Why don't you play in hundreds? You have a good bank. Carlo missed twice and then collected 800 on a double. The croupiers were alert now. They were afraid of big staking on 2-to-1 shots, but Carlo was not afraid. In a little time he noticed the paired numbers of the middle douzaine were striking again and again on the wheel. He went for a 3-timer and picked up nearly 3 million. The light in his eyes was warm and happy now. Unless he went crazy, he could not lose on the night. But he did not feel crazy with the comfort of Carina's hand on his knee. Carina smiled as she heard the croupiers whispering at the head of the table. They sent for more plaques and prepared for a winning run by the gambling Count Redonco, who was now playing like a shrewd banker. Winning at the table can be just as steady and persistent as losing, and Carlo won steadily until he was the only player left at the board. The chef looked at his watch. It was nearly 2 o'clock. They were still playing baccarat by the window at the grand table, but this was the last roulette wheel turning in the room. The chef looked at Carlo politely. They would go on as long as he wanted to play, but they would like to go home. Carlo smiled. One more and then we stop, yes? The chef agreed, and Carlo got another 1,600, his luck holding to the last. The end croupier counted up Carlo's plaques, and a chasseur came with the tray. 10 million, 300,000, monsieur. Carlo moved his chair away from the table to leave it clear for the long grossing up, watched by the director and one of the casino police. He lit a cigarette for Carina and smiled. The chasseur stood by with a tray of plaques waiting for orders. All this time I have to wait for you to win the big money. You are my lucky star. I'm so happy, Carlo. There were not many people now, and Carina felt they were alone in the room. The chasseur waited with the tray, in no hurry, sure of a grand tip from Carlo, and happy to see the winning smile that always brightened the weary room in the early morning. Carlo grinned. I think we make the share, yes? No, Carlo, what you won you keep. I still have my money. He had given her back her plaques, and she had them on her lap, and she still felt they belonged to the Marquise. She felt a sigh of peace in her. Perhaps now Carlo could give up his dangerous game of carrying messages around Europe and lose that knife edge of fear that was always in his face. But it had gone now, and she could not see the dark ghost behind him. And then, quite suddenly, she knew they were not alone in the room. She felt them almost before Carlo saw them, and she could not bear to see the dark ghost leap back into his face. He sat in a kind of paralysis for an instant as he looked at the man who stood with a glass in his hand just outside the bar. The man shook the cubes of ice in his glass and drank and looked over the rim of the glass at Carlo. There was no expression on his face, and one could not be sure he was looking at Carlo. Dark night was in the face of the man, and a kind of silence in him that made death stand in the room. His friend came out from the bar and stood by him and lit a cigarette and looked at Carlo through the smoke. He was younger, and there was a curious smile on his face, like the embalmed smile set on a dead face in a funeral parlor. One waited a moment before realizing he was not smiling at all. They stood under the light in black tuxedos, and their elegant clothes made the sense of the sinister in them all the more strange in this place. Carlo looked at them for a moment. Then, without looking at her, he took the plaques from Carina's lap, put them on the tray, and spoke to the chasseur, who walked away in a slight surprise to the case. "What did you say to him?" "I told him to bank them all in your name." His voice seemed to come out of a hollow box, and Carina did not ask him why. Since he had seen those two men, everything about him had changed. She wanted to touch him, to warm him, but she could not put out her hand. He was absolutely alone now, as if she were not there. He was polite and strange as he spoke. "A little drink, yes." "Yes." He did not go to the bar. He walked over to a seat by the window and signed to a chasseur and said, "Champagne." Then he smiled at her as if he did not see her at all. "We must celebrate, yes?" She could not say anything. The two men stood outside the bar and did not speak to each other. Then, quite suddenly, Carlo shook his head in a vigorous way as if he were shaking a nightmare out of his mind, and smiled as if nothing at all had happened. "I think maybe I see things, how you say, imagine them, in the hour that is not night and it is not morning. Ah, here is the champagne. I drink to the most beautiful woman who bring me back so that I'm alive again and happy, yes?" She moved sideways a little, but did not take her eyes away from the two men. But Carlo did not look at them again. "Always I say to myself, Carlo, be calm. Put your chips on the table and bless them with a smile, and they will win. And tonight they win. Oh, so much money. How do you make it in America? $30,000, yes?" "Yes." "And now how do I spend all that money? I win again the Mille Miglia, or I do like an old man in Poland who get left the fortune, and you know what he do? He buy for himself a coffin made of gold." "Oh, stop, Carlo, let's go back." He paid for the champagne, and they went out in silence. He dallied outside by the Romano until the men came out. They just glanced once and then got into a black Porsche. Carlo closed the door and drove slowly up to the Coutures. The Porsche followed them and pulled up behind as Carlo stopped by the Coutures. He cut the engine and raised her hand to his lips. "And now thank you for a most beautiful evening." "Get out of the car, Carlo." She was already out on the curb. "But I said get out and come in." She waited for him on the top step. She went to a seat by the window overlooking the square and sat down and spoke in a dry, strange voice. "A drink?" "If you like." "Bring something. Bourbon." The chasseur bowed. Carlo lit her cigarette. She clasped her hands to keep them from trembling. She looked out at the square. The two men had got out of the Porsche and sat smoking on the chairs by the green. "Who are those two men, Carlo?" "You do not know them." "Why are they here?" Carlo smiled dully. "That I shall know." "They're following you, Carlo?" "Maybe." She could feel the blood draining out of her face. "Is it all my fault, Carlo?" Carlo looked at her with distance in his eyes. "How do I know? You bring me something and I give it to somebody, and now those men are here." He looked away. "You bring it from Michael, yes?" "Yes." He did not look at her, and she felt the lie like poison on her tongue. Carlo raised his glass. "It's all in the life, yes?" I don't know." "Little one, do not be sad. Tonight, in 1 hour with you, I live all the life that is enough for one man. I'm born again, and I breathe all the flowers and all the gardens, and I am happy. I have that, and my little cross, and your perfume still in my soul." He put down the glass. "And now I go for a little walk in the night, and maybe I am not alone in the gardens. But first I write a little note at that table, yes? You excuse me." She watched him carefully write 2 notes and then close them inside an envelope and write a name on the envelope. She thought it was 100 years while he sat under the lamp. Then he came back with a smile. "And now I say good night." Her hand jumped and caught his hand. "Carlo, stay here tonight." "But why, little one? I don't like to wait, so I go for a little walk in the beautiful gardens." He pulled her up and led her out the door. She went down to the Romano with him, and he opened the secret panel and put in the envelope and said, "You see, you twist like this and it opens, yes?" "Yes." He locked the car and handed her the keys. "Aren't you going to drive, Carlo?" "No, just now I prefer to walk. You keep the keys." He looked at his watch. "If I do not come back in 1 hour, you will see the car is locked in the couture's garage, yes?" "Yes, but why?" "You open that envelope if I do not come back, yes?" "Yes." She could see the men on the chairs. She looked at her watch. "In 1 hour." He kissed her hand and bowed low over it. "I go with your perfume in my soul. Goodbye." She wanted to call to him as he walked across the square and did not look at the men. He walked down toward the sea, and then in a casual way the men got into the Porsche and swung down the way Carlo had gone. She stood in a kind of a dazed shock, but her brain acted on its own, and she took the number of the Porsche and wrote it down. She felt sick and alone, but knew she could not go up to her salon. She had an impulse to get into the Romano and follow the Porsche, but something in Carlo forbade her. Worst of all was the way he had not looked at her when he had asked her if she had brought the roll of film from Michael, and she had told him a lie. God, I hate all this, she thought, and felt cold and wanted to go in and sleep and forget it all. But there was nothing to do but walk around and round the square, or sit on a chair on the porch of the hotel and wait for the everlasting crawl of her watch in the night. She sat for a moment on the couture's porch and lit a cigarette. There was nobody in the place. Only a few cars were parked, waiting for the baccarat players in the casino. The dark North African porter stood at the door of the casino and looked down on the square. A train whistled far away, maybe in Italy. Across the square, by the corner of the garden, she saw a gray horse in front of a carriage and the coachman walking up and down on the pavement. She wondered why he waited so late and strolled around the green, and she went up and stroked the patient horse. "Do you wait here all night?" The coachman raised his hat and smiled. "I wait for the prince, madame. He play the baccarat, and I wait to bring him home. He is a Russian, madame, and he like to drive home in the carriage and hear the bell on old Charlie. He do not like the automobile. Maybe he is a little crazy, but I like to wait and drive him, and when he win, he is the Grand Seigneur, so..." Just below, the powerful motorcycles of the mobile squad waited outside the police station. A couple of weary garçons came through the garden of the casino and walked home on their hinged feet. Carina felt cold and could not find anything to say to the old coachman. She gave him a cigarette, and he lighted one for her, and then she heard a step and saw Woodhouse coming up the street from the lighted cafe below. "Hello, Woodhouse." He stopped in surprise. "Miss Lang." They spoke a few polite words of adieu to the coachman, and then walked toward the couture's. "You are out late, Woodhouse." "I went to the open-air cinema, Miss Lang, and it was a bit nippy down by the sea, so I had a couple of brandies and a coffee to get me warm. Don't feel sleepy tonight. Maybe that black coffee." She halted. "Woodhouse, would you like to go up and bring me down a warm coat and a scarf for my head?" "Why, of course, Miss Lang." Woodhouse came back with a fur coat and a scarf. She took off her cape. "Take this in. Just leave it with the concierge." Woodhouse took in the cape and came back to find her sitting on the edge of the garden. "Can't sleep, Miss Lang?" "No, I just want to stay out a while, sit down. Would you like a cigarette?" There was no sound now in the night but an occasional stamp from the gray horse and the rumble of the freight train coming along by the sea from Menton. "Did you see a good movie, Woodhouse?" "Well, bit hard to answer that, Miss Lang. You were in it." "Oh, which one?" "Blessed if I know, Miss Lang. It was about gangsters in Miami, but there was a lot of singing and sunbathing in it." "Yes." "They had it called I Can't Do Without You, and she had a divorce in the middle of it, and... God, where was all this? In Hollywood, a long time ago." The heavy freight train thundered along by the sea and shook the ground and reverberated in the hills. Woodhouse smoked in silence, and Carina looked at her watch. Only 20 minutes, and she could feel time aging in her mind. There was nothing to do, only listen to the train as it overpowered the brain with noise. Then there was a grinding of brakes, a hiss of air and steam, and suddenly short blasts on the whistle. Carina stiffened and stopped her impulse to spring up. Now there was an answering porter's whistle from the station below the casino and a shout in the night. Carina jumped up and Woodhouse stood in surprise as he saw her agitated face. He muttered, "That train must have hit something." A bell clanged down below, and the engine snorted and the train shuddered all along the wagons as the engineer backed it on the line. There were more shouts, then a silence. Then they heard a night telephone bell in the police station, and 2 police came out and jumped on the motorcycles and roared down to the sea. Even the sleepy coachman was alert now. 2 more police came out and sprang on motorcycles and raced down the hill, and Woodhouse said, "Something wrong somewhere, Miss Lang." She did not answer. The police ambulance came down fast by the garden, halted at the station, picked up another policeman, and jumped away almost before he had closed the door in the back. "An accident," said the old coachman. Carina walked 4 times around the square, and Woodhouse waited, talking to the coachman. She could feel Woodhouse following her around with his eyes. One of the policemen roared back to the station on his motorcycle and jumped up the steps. The old coachman grunted, "I go and see." Woodhouse waited and did not look at Carina as she paced up and down. It seemed a long time before the old coachman came back. He shrugged. "Another suicide, under the train. Oh, Lord, they play and they lose all the money, and they take the pill and go to sleep on the rail, and then the train come, and they do not lose the money any more." "Ask him who it was, Woodhouse." Carina moved away, but she heard the answer. "The chef say a name, I do not... Yes, it was Redonco. He was the Count Redonco. Always the Count or the Baron in Monte Carlo. Always they gamble and then they take the pill and sleep on the rail." "Woodhouse!" Woodhouse left the old coachman and walked by her towards the Coutures. "A suicide, Miss Lang. It wasn't a suicide, Woodhouse. They made it look like that." Woodhouse stopped and then walked on, and his face was like chalk. She opened the door of the Romano, manipulated the knobs, got out the envelope, took up the car license and documents and closed the panel. "Put this car in the Couture's garage, lock it, and tell them nobody must touch it or take it out except you. Then come up to my room." She did not even look at him and walked up the steps. She got her key from the concierge and walked up the stairway. She went into her salon, drank a glass of Vitel, and opened the envelope. The small gold cross fell out on the table, and she trembled. Then she took out the pages and glanced at the first one. It was a formal receipt for the purchase of the Romano at $5,000 paid in francs, designating the car numbers, license, and engine, endorsed to Miss Carina Lang. It was signed Carlo Redonco. On the next page was the note she dreaded. "My darling Carina, I know now it did not come from Michael, but it is nothing. I go with your perfume in my soul, and I am happy that you came. All my love always, Carlo. P.S. Be careful. They know it is you, and you are in danger." She murmured, "I killed him." The door opened softly and Woodhouse came in. "Something to drink, Woodhouse." Woodhouse poured a neat brandy and she gulped it down. Then he poured a longer drink of brandy with ginger ale. "Have a drink yourself, damn it." Woodhouse had a drink and watched her steadying her hand as she lit a cigarette. He did not dare offer to light it. "Can I do anything, Miss Lang?" She got a slip of paper from her handbag. "Yes, this is the license number of the black Porsche. Get up early in the morning and see if you can find it parked by any hotel. That's all. Just locate it." Woodhouse took the paper. "That is a Swiss registration." "That doesn't matter. Find the car." "Very well, Miss Lang." He paused. "I take it that it was not a suicide tonight and that the people in this Porsche have killed him." "Yes." "What are you going to do about it, Miss Lang? Shouldn't you tell the police?" Carina was calm now and looked straight at him. "Woodhouse, you told me that a British agent was killed in an accident in this hotel. Did they know who killed her?" "Yes." "Did they go to the police?" "No, Miss Lang. So that's what it is?" "Yes." She paused. "Suppose the police guess it's a murder. If the job was done right, they won't guess. They prefer suicides to murders on this coast, and they keep their guesses to themselves. Murders aren't good for the Riviera, Miss Lang. I see. Was he a friend of yours? He became a friend, Woodhouse. I spent all the evening with him. I said good night to him. She looked at her watch. 40 minutes ago at the door of this hotel. Woodhouse considered it. That will be all right. There won't be any questioning of you. I know how they work here. He paused. Are you in any danger, Miss Lang? Maybe. I have something they might try to take back, but it's not in this suite, Woodhouse. She smiled. I guess they won't try to get it tonight anyway. I don't think I will go to bed, Miss Lang. If I'm going to check that Porsche early, I'll sit here, if you don't mind, until it's daylight. No, Woodhouse, get some sleep. Nothing will happen tonight. They have to be just as careful as I am, and keep away from the police. Very well, Miss Lang. Now he smiled. I knew there was something doing, but I could not get the hang of it. Good night, Woodhouse. Woodhouse went out, and she sat down and wanted to cry, and remembered Carlo in the old and beautiful and haunted room of the Grimaldi. Well, she had the answer now about Larry Strange, but it would be a long time, if ever, before she could forgive him. She warmed the small gold cross on her heart, and then the tears came and dropped on the wounded arm of the cross. End of section 25. Chapter 26. Corina awoke in the morning and did not feel she had slept at all. Woodhouse let up the window shade. Well? The Porsche is parked at the door of the Renier. That's the small hotel just below the Grimaldi. That's all I have found out, Miss Lang. Woodhouse paused. I believe the concierge there is Jacques, who was a porter in the Couture's. If that is right, I can drop in and see him as an old friend, and I may find out something. Anything else? Woodhouse opened the Nice Azure. There is a late flash in this. They call it a suicide. Woodhouse paused again. I don't think they can have evidence of anything else. That train just cut him up, Miss Lang, I am told. Corina felt sick and cold. All right, Woodhouse, don't go anywhere. Stay around. She had a cold shower to shock her into life, and ate her breakfast quickly to let the maid clean up the room for the day. She went out and walked in the hot sun a little, and when she came back, the colonel was reading the Nice Azure in the lounge. Good morning, Miss Lang. Back from an early swim? Just a little walk, Colonel. The colonel folded the Nice Azure. Nasty thing, that suicide last night. I suppose you've heard about it? The colonel paused. Wasn't he the man you were dancing with the other night? Yes, I knew him. Don't understand why those people go mad at the tables and lose their money and lie under a train. He didn't lose his money last night. I was with him. He won. Then why did he commit suicide? It wasn't a suicide, Colonel. The colonel gave a slight start and watched her taut face. He did not know what to say. It wasn't a suicide, Miss Lang? No. The concierge spoke to the colonel from his desk. Washington for you, sir, on the telephone. Will you take it in the booth, sir? Yes, yes. The colonel went over to the booth. He was not long inside, and when he came out, he looked dazed. He hesitated, then went to the concierge. Put me on the first plane to New York. The concierge reached for his airline table and said, I'll check, sir. Just a little moment, please. The colonel came back, and Corina looked at him. You looked as if you'd had a shock, Colonel. Somebody dead? Well, yes, there is. Mikal? The colonel got a worse shock now and turned pale. What do you know about this, Miss Lang? Just a guess, Corina got up. Don't get on that plane. Stay around until evening, anyway. Miss Lang, I insist. Have a nice swim, Colonel. Corina went up to her salon and found Woodhouse waiting. She took a page of notepaper and wrote, You can come down now. Woodhouse will bring you. C.L. She wrote Lawrence Strange on the envelope and said, Take this up to a green bungalow called La Mimosa at the top of the path I went up the other night in Piracava. There is a Mr. Lawrence Strange there. Give him this letter, and then bring him down in the Jaguar. Bring him straight up here the moment you come back. Yes, Miss Lang. Corina drank a glass of Vitel. She was furious with thirst all this morning. Then she smiled in confidence. She had not really guessed to the colonel. The name McCall had jumped out of her mind as if it had been sleeping there all the time. But she felt better that she had worked it out herself. "I've got it up to this," she told herself. "Now I must plan ahead." She put on dark glasses and a large sun hat and looked in the glass. "I'm just anybody now," she thought. She got a roll of bills and walked through the town and found a shop and bought a pair of binoculars. Then she went down by the Riviera and saw that the Porsche was gone. She went along the promenade and tried the glasses on the cars parked by the Monte Carlo beach. She found the Porsche and could read the number. Then she began to search the beach and found the killers basking under a red umbrella. She spent a long time focusing on them and found a white spot that looked like adhesive tape on the lip of the older man. She waited a long time, and then the younger one, she could see his embalmed smile in the powerful lens, got up and walked down to the sea. He had a limp, and Carina remembered that he had walked normally last night. She put down the glasses and thought grimly, well, Carlo didn't go down without a fight. She was amazed at the shock of hatred in her. She had a long wait before Woodhouse would come back, and she wanted to swim. She went down to the beach and hired a cabin and borrowed a French swimsuit that nearly cut her up the middle when she kicked out into a crawl. But the swim freshened her, and she managed to eat a light lunch on the beach. She went back to the Couture's and saw the colonel lunching on the terrace. He looked alone and angry. She went over for her key, and the concierge said, "Miss Lang, the police want to know why Count Redonco's car is in our garage. I understand Mr. Woodhouse put it there last night." "That's right, it's my car now. I bought it from the Count last night. He wanted money to play." She opened her bag. "There is his receipt and the car papers endorsed to me." The concierge looked at the papers and said, "Can you leave these with me?" "No," Carina took up the papers. "Tell the police to go to hell. What I buy has nothing to do with them." The concierge flinched from her angry eyes. He spoke quietly. "They will not trouble you, Miss Lang." Carina hid a smile as she walked away. It did not need Woodhouse or a crystal ball to make it clear that the Riviera police wanted no trouble with Americans or the Coutures. She went up to her salon and tried to read the Herald Tribune. There was a review of her last Golden Lion picture, and she read it curiously. It did not seem to have anything at all to do with her. "What in God's name is happening to me?" she thought. "I'm just not there anymore." Then she knew. The woman who got up off the bed last night in the Grimaldi was not Carina Lang of Golden Lion. She's gone, she thought, and she isn't coming back any more. As she waited in her chair, her mind clicked off for 10 minutes in sleep. Then she bathed her face in cold water and made up with care. The short nap had cleared her brain, and she felt calm when at last she heard Woodhouse turn the key, then knock at the inner door. "Come in." "Mr. Strange, madame." Larry looked fresh in a sport shirt and cotton trousers, but also businesslike with a small briefcase in his hand. Larry watched Woodhouse as he closed the door and then spoke. "That maniac! He came down the col in a slalom ride and scared the hell out of me." Carina lit a cigarette. "So you came down?" Larry put down the briefcase and helped himself to Vital water. "I saw the Nice Azure just before Woodhouse came. So they got Carlo Redonco?" "Did Woodhouse tell you that?" "Woodhouse didn't give me time to breathe, let alone talk. Who killed him?" "I don't know their names, but I saw them. I have their license number. They're staying at the Rainier. I saw them on the beach. They haven't gone." "Did Carlo say anything to you?" "He left a note. He told me I was in danger." "What happened?" She told him, and he listened gravely. Then he asked, "If you had followed the Porsche, do you think you might have saved him?" "For how long? They would have got him anyway once they found out you had landed them with a fake film." "So you worked it out yourself." He paused. "You think they might try to get back the role you have?" "I think so, as long as I stay in Monte Carlo." She wrote a note on a page, folded it, and pressed the service button. The floor valet came in, and she gave him the note. "Take that to number 25. The valet went out, and Larry said, "What's that?" "I'm just asking somebody in." She looked at him with angry eyes. "I hate all this." The valet showed the colonel in, and Karina watched him and Larry stare at each other and saw the colonel go pale. Then her voice snapped. "Don't act as if you were Stanley and Livingstone." The colonel took hold of himself and managed a polite smile. "Hello, Strange." "Hello, sir." The colonel tried to keep the edge out of his voice. "Is somebody going to tell me what all this means?" "Why didn't you tell me the colonel was here?" Larry asked Karina. The colonel stared at Larry. "Good God, have you been here all this time?" "Not here, up in Piracava." Suddenly Larry laughed. "She's a nice one, isn't she?" The colonel tried to turn a scowl into a smile. He was good and mad with this Hollywood girl, and he was staying that way. "Perhaps Miss Lang will be good enough to explain all this mystery." "Don't be sarcastic, Colonel. Suppose you tell Larry your news from Washington." The colonel had a slight flush as he looked at Larry. "Mikhail killed himself last night, jumped from a window. They called me today." Larry showed no surprise. "Well, that's the cleanest way of doing it." "So that's two gone," said Karina. "Carlo Radonko and Mikhail." The colonel looked astounded. "Radonko? What's he got to do with—" Now the colonel exploded. "I want to know what the hell's going on." Larry looked cold and angry now. "Keep your temper, sir, while Miss Lang is in the room." "Miss Lang is making a monkey out of me." "She is not. Miss Lang didn't even tell me you were here." Larry smiled a grim smile. "All Miss Lang knew was that she carried a roll of film, and she's worked it all out for herself, and it's a hell of a pity we haven't a few more brains like Miss Lang in the room." "What roll of film?" "Not the CK3 from H safe that you are missing, sir." "Then where is that?" "In your own desk, sir." Larry smiled grimly. "I knew you'd never look for it there. I sent out a fake by Miss Lang. Now they know it's a fake, and they killed Radonko, who was only a blind contact. And Mikhail learned that it was a fake, and the game was up, and he killed himself, or was killed." "Suppose you just tell me who this Mikhail is," said Karina. Larry looked at the colonel. "Perhaps you would like to tell her, sir?" The colonel flushed in anger and embarrassment. "No, you can tell her. I can't look any more of a fool than I feel now." Larry spoke slowly to Karina, trying not to make it look too bad for his chief. "Miss Lang, Mikhail was a Pole who worked on code broadcasts for the room. I suspected him for a long time, and the colonel wouldn't let me act, so I'm afraid I acted on my own." "Why did you suspect him?" Karina was curious about the workings of the room. "Because his sister wanted to get to the States, and he wouldn't sponsor her. He said he didn't trust her. From that moment I suspected him, so I saw her in Paris a couple of months ago, and found she was a code expert. She's a genius. She can even decode from music. I knew the colonel would never believe her story, so I got the stuff from her to break the codes, and I just went along by myself. I found out the broadcast that carried the stuff, and after that it was easy." "But how did Miss Lang come into this?" asked the colonel. "I had to get somebody to bring out the film." "But why send a fake film?" "To get a message back. There was a chance they would exchange messages before they could get the fake on a screen, and, well, it worked." The colonel was alert now. "Have you got the message back?" "Miss Lang has it." Larry smiled grimly. "But she refused to give it to me until she knew that I had not disappeared." "But why have you come out, Larry?" The colonel was back on Christian names now. "To get you out. That's why I left a trail in the Abraham Lincoln. Once Mikhail knew they'd got a fake, and knew you were in Monte Carlo, and that I was missing somewhere, he was bound to crack." Larry smiled. "The funny thing is that the other side doesn't seem to know you're out of Washington, but they suspect Woodhouse." "How are you getting all this?" "On the radio." Larry touched his briefcase. "I have the codes here. You're going to get a surprise, but I would never have got it if I hadn't met Madeline." "And who is Madeline?" Mikhail's sister? It was Karina who asked the question. Yes, and also the wife of Carlo Rodonko. I know, it's unpleasant. She married Carlo when she was only a child. It was only a marriage of chivalry, to give her a passport, but I think she fell in love with him. He didn't, though, and she went back to her maiden name when she got a DP card. So she guessed Carlo was a courier, but she didn't have any feelings about working with me on the job. Larry looked grave. But she didn't know that Mikhail was an agent. I had a hunch that Mikhail was working with Carlo, and he knew that if she came to the States, she'd find it out. You seem to have gone pretty wrong, Colonel, said Karina gently. The Colonel rubbed his forehead in a bewildered way. But I still don't understand Mikhail. It was the Russians who killed his family, and he hates Moscow. It isn't Moscow at all, sir, said Larry quietly. Then he spoke to Karina. You see, I suppose we can't help it, but we only see two sides in the Cold War, Miss Lang. And we only see patriotic agents. But Carlo had no politics at all. He was a gambler, and he wanted money. And he worked as a courier for money. And Mikhail worked for money, big money. They're ready to pay anything. And who are they? The Colonel looked bitter and angry now. Larry touched his briefcase. When you see these codes in my notes, you'll know. The Colonel paced about the room and muttered to himself. Well, what happens now? Well, sir, I suggest you get the message Miss Lang holds back at once and get it decoded. My guess is that it will lead us to everybody in this ring. I know who sent it out, of course, but there may be more. Mikhail didn't transmit it? Asked the Colonel. No, it didn't go from the room, or on The Voice, Larry smiled. It went out on an item called Star Parade, all about Hollywood stars. It was a beauty, but it wasn't from a record, and they made one mistake. They used a broadcast that only goes once a week, so they couldn't correct for a week when I got my own record sent instead. Then it was too late, and now they're all tangled up. The air is buzzing with sign calls, but Washington doesn't come back in any of the codes. But how did you get the record on? Hardcastle worked on it with me. See him when you get back. He knows the dope, and the guy who worked with Mikhail. Larry smiled. He doesn't belong to us, you'll be glad to hear. I'm afraid Hardcastle disobeyed the room, too, sir, and took a chance with me. The Colonel grunted and tried to smile. Well, what do we do now? You'd better come back on this plane with me, and we'll decode that film Miss Lang is holding. But, Larry glanced at Karina, I don't know if we're finished here yet. Those men who killed Rodonko are still here, and they may try to get that film back from her. They won't stop at anything, because they'll know by now that Mikhail is dead and the message is meant for him. Miss Lang told Rodonko she was carrying for Mikhail. Oh, but they can't get the film back. We hold it. But they only know Miss Lang holds it, and as long as she stays here, they'll hope the film is here. We have a chance of identifying them if they try to steal it or kidnap Miss Lang. The Colonel was so astounded that he stared. Miss Lang, did you hear that? I heard it. Larry, I will not have Miss Lang risked in this way. The choice, sir, lies with Miss Lang. Then what the hell do you propose? To stay on, as long as those men stay. I think you ought to go back at once with the film and handle things in Washington before the papers and the witch hunters get it and blow it up. Larry paused. If you have any doubt about the decoding, then take Madeleine. But she has no visa. Well, if the room can't handle that in 5 minutes in Paris, we ought to shut up shop. It's the least we can do for her now, and she has no money at all. Didn't you say she's Carlo's wife? Said Karina. Yes. Then she has 10 million francs that Carlo won last night. It's in my name at the sporting club. My God! Larry almost smiled. Did he win at last? The Colonel paused for a moment and then walked over and looked Karina in the eyes. Miss Lang, I am officially telling you that the room does not ask you to accept any risks by staying here. That is officially accepted, Colonel, she smiled, but I guess I'm going to see the end of this. All right, Miss Lang, it's up to you. He grabbed her hand. See you in Washington. Now his smile was warm. You're a grand girl. Oh, where's the film? Oh, Karina leaped for the doorway. I'll bring it to you in a couple of minutes. The Marquise. Lance handed the colonel the briefcase. Here are the codes. What about Madeleine? Where is she? In Pierre Cava. I'll fix it in Paris and put her on the plane tomorrow. You're certain she's all right? Dead certain. Okay, we may need her on the breakdowns if we can't get them on these codes. He shook hands with Larry. Well, goodbye for a while. Take care of Miss Lang. End of Section 26. Chapter 27. When the colonel had gone, Karina called down to Woodhouse and asked him to bring up tea. Larry cut in, Get me some sandwiches. I haven't had any lunch, and I'd prefer coffee. Karina told Woodhouse and then smiled at Larry. I've gone all English with Woodhouse. Tea in the morning and afternoon. He's a honey. He's a hell of a driver, that's all I know. His brother used to raise jaguars. Woodhouse is a very good driver. I know, he just scared me, but I know he's good. When Woodhouse had served the meal and gone out, Larry was thoughtful. I wouldn't be at all surprised if it all came down to Woodhouse. His name came twice on the radio, and it was followed by the word nada, and I think it means they know nothing about him but suspect him. I'm not surprised. A woman doesn't travel with a valet. Why did you bring him? Just a hunch. I can't understand how they don't seem to know that Malcolm is here. And who is Malcolm? Larry was surprised. George Malcolm, the colonel. Karina grinned. The liar! He told me he was Frank Fulton. Oh, so we used that one. Well, it covered him. And how did you get out and disappear? I just came out on a CP, as if the colonel had sent me, on my usual alias. Larry grinned. The last thing he'd guess, I thought, is that I'd just do it straight. He finished his coffee and stood up. Now we've got to wait around until something breaks. If those guys come for you, they'll come when you're alone, or maybe with Woodhouse, if they suspect him. They can't come in from the outside. I don't think they'd risk walking into the Couture's, but there may be more than two of them, or they may bring in somebody new and put him in the Couture's. He paused. You can't plan. Karina said, all you can do is leave it to me. I might be able to play them, or bait them into something. Have you been seen around with Woodhouse? I mean, outside the Couture's? We had a few jaunts up in the hills. Look, if they suspect Woodhouse, suppose you go out with him in a social way. I don't get it. Well, as if he was a boyfriend, and not a valet. Larry smiled. They might just add that up to believing him to be an agent, and that you've given up playing safe now that Rodonko is gone. Larry paused again. They don't know you know they killed him. They might go for the two of you. It's just a chance. Karina thought for a long time. What chance would I have if I went in alone and met them? It's dangerous, and I don't see where it would get you. Larry frowned. There's just a long chance they might kidnap you and dope it out of you, or even go the whole works and hold you against whoever is going to be caught in Washington. I'm not afraid of that. I wasn't thinking of you, Larry smiled grimly. I'm thinking of the goddamn newspapers. You can't have a movie star kidnapped and keep it secret. No, whatever you do, you mustn't do anything that will get you into the papers and link you up with the Room. Larry took a cigarette and did not light it in his usual way. This kind of war between agents is fought out in a no-man's land outside the police and the press of all countries. A hell of a lot of people get killed all the time, but nobody knows what's behind the deaths under the trains and drops from windows and so-called murders by street gangs. We settle our own business in our own way, and neither side can risk being involved with police or press. There's a kind of code in it, because none of us wants our network exposed. He paused. Those guys won't do anything that leaves a police trail. They probably broke Rodonko's neck and then were safe when the train went over him. He was very grim now. There are trains running every night, Miss Lang, and all the brains in the world are no good when a blackjack hits you. I know I can handle them if Woodhouse is with me. Okay, tell Woodhouse anything he needs to know. I have no worry about him." Larry sat down and looked weary. "All I can do is stand by and let you act alone, if there's anything to do." "Why don't you give Woodhouse a gun?" she asked. "Because he can't use it. Use your head. It leaves a hole. We can't get away with murder, but we can get away with an accident, if we can make it look good. As you said, there's no use planning anything. It all comes down to whether those guys try anything and whether you can outsmart them. It always comes down to that in the long run." He smiled. "It's all yours, and if you get anybody killed, be sure it looks like an accident." "Including myself?" "That's just what I meant on this nice sunny afternoon." Larry smiled. "I'll take a taxi now to Pierre Cava. It's not going to be very pleasant telling Madeline about Mikhail." "Where does she sleep?" "In the hotel. She let me use the bungalow for the radio, and because I could keep secret there." "How very proper you are, Mr. Strange." "What do you think? I'm on a job." "I see. But she'd be a lot happier in the bungalow tonight instead of lying awake in a hotel thinking about her brother." "Well, what's that?" "A cross. Carlo gave it to me. He was looking at the gashed arm. That's where the bullet that killed his mother struck it." She paused. "According to the code, as you call it, Carlo was innocent. They killed him because they thought he had switched. But I stuck him with that fake message." "No, I did." "That's not the way I see it. I'm sorry. I'd like to square it up for Carlo with those two men. Are you shocked?" "No, but it's all business, or a war, if you like, and feelings don't come into it at all." She looked at him, and her eyes were bright with anger and pain. "What a fool you are." Suddenly he felt embarrassed and guilty and wanted to get away. "I see." Then he forgot his job. "My God, I wish I knew some way to stop it all. I'd just like to stay up in Pierre Cava and listen to those cowbells and paint some pictures." He handed her back the little cross. "Maybe you'll forgive me someday." Then he was gone, softly, out of the salon. End of section 27. Chapter 28. When Larry had gone, Karina called up Woodhouse and had to wait 5 minutes until they found him. He apologized. "Sorry, Miss Lang, I was out. I slipped down to the Riviera to see my friend Jacques, but it's his day off, so I got nothing. But the Porsche is there." "Never mind, Woodhouse. I want you to take me out to dinner this evening. I'll explain it all later. Now I just want a long sleep, and you'd better get a nap in. Call me at 8. "Right, yes, I think I'll have a little nap." He pulled down the shades in her bedroom, and in 10 minutes she was asleep. She seemed to come up from a long way when Woodhouse awakened her at 8 o'clock with an infallible cup of China tea and lemon. Then he went out and turned on the bath, and she felt refreshed and wide awake when he came back into the room. He handed her a bathrobe and stood by the wardrobe. "Where are we going this evening, Miss Lang?" "I don't know. Wherever we can locate the Porsche. They'll probably dine on the plage. What shall I lay out for you?" She slipped into her bathrobe. "Whatever you want me in. After all, I'm going out with you." She had a smile as she went into the bathroom. She had a quick bath, and when she came back she was alive with curiosity to know what Woodhouse had laid out for her. A red Algiers skirt, a blouse of Moorish gold, the red Koran beads cut by an Arab, and the amber panties with a red butterfly apron that made her feel like a harem girl. She glanced into the salon at Woodhouse reading in Patience, until she would call him to clasp the huge gold buckle at the back of her skirt. He looked calm and English, but she remembered the way he drove the Jaguar, and there was no doubt that he had laid out what he wanted her in, and had taken her at her word. She slipped on the panties and realized that Woodhouse had considered no bra was needed under the heavy gold silk, or stockings under the red skirt. She called to him, "Come and do my buckle, please." He came in and clipped the notches of the intricate buckle, and she looked at him in his short black jacket and trousers and said, "You're not going to take me out dressed like that." "Oh, no, Miss Lang. I'm going to change now." She mused on Woodhouse as she sat at the mirror. She realized it was curious how she had got used to Woodhouse, and never noticed him when she changed a dress, Just now she had slipped on her bathrobe when he was in the room. Woodhouse ignored the fact that she was a woman. In his own way, he was like Larry Strange. He did a job, he was neutral as a doctor. All his impeccable training in embassies had made him master of all situations. He was English and detached in his discipline, but he was also English in another way. He did not ignore a challenge. In the Jaguar, he gave battle to the road, and what he had chosen tonight said very plainly that he saw her as a warm, romantic girl, and that was the girl he would like to take out for the evening, if she was his girl and not Miss Lang, who employed him. She realized that Woodhouse knew a lot more about the world, and maybe about women, than anybody she had met except Carlo Ridonco. She knew now all that she had learned from Carlo, and she knew above all that she had found out that love was something that could heal a man's wounds, and that she had known what it was to be a woman for the first time with Carlo. She put Carlo out of her mind with an impatient toss of her head. All the thinking and the memories about Carlo would have to wait until she had dealt with anything else that was going to happen in Monte Carlo. She had to stay on edge now, and not get mixed up by brooding on the death of a man who had not long before come to life in her arms. She looked at herself in the glass and saw that she looked good, and that Woodhouse had made her feel good and alive in this skirt as warm as blood, and this blouse like orient sunlight that breathed on her skin. The carved red beads had sharp corners that tickled her throat and made her want to sing. Old Solomon himself would have approved. She put a drop of rose to orient behind each ear and went out into the salon. Woodhouse came in a navy blue flannel suit with a soft cream shirt and a dark blue silk tie. Karina looked at her watch. "There's no hurry. I'll tell you what I know. I haven't been holding out on you. I just didn't get it all added up until today. I went in blind and had to find my own way." She smiled. "You're a funny kind of escort. Aren't you going to give me a drink?" Woodhouse colored a little and got the Teo Pepe. She lit a cigarette and Woodhouse sat down. "I'm going to tell you all I know. Mr. Strange wants you to know. I understand, Miss Lang. It's all off the record." She raised her glass. "This whole evening is going to be off the record." There was a long silence, and Woodhouse looked at her with those steady gray-blue eyes that brought the Jaguar down the call. He did not say anything, but he met her eyes. She put down her glass and carefully told him all that he needed to know, and only that much. She had learned from Larry that too many details only addled the mind. Then she got up. "So it's up to us to give them a chance to tackle us, if they feel that way. They made a mistake in sending your name on the radio, and these guys may suspect you're the Colonel. If Mr. Strange got all the code messages, they don't know the Colonel was here." She paused. "So it may be damn dangerous, or nothing may happen at all. Now let's cruise around and locate the Porsche. They'll probably have dinner on the plage." Karina had guessed right. They found the Porsche at the plage. Gustave, pleased that Miss Lang had come to dine, asked her to choose a table, and she picked one across the dance floor from the Porsche men, who had a table on the platform side. She let Woodhouse choose the meal, and then spoke softly. The two at the corner of the platform. It was a moment before Woodhouse cast his eyes on the men. The silent man in brown had no plaster on his lip now, and the other sat in a black suit that made his smile deathlike and cold on his young face. "Something funny about that black suit on a young man," muttered Woodhouse, "and that smile doesn't belong to him at all. Any idea where he comes from?" "No. He looks Slav, but he might just as well be a Mexican." Woodhouse paused. "He just looks like a killer, and that other fellow has a face like a shut door. He might be a Hungarian, but his face is too silent. A lot of Turks and Egyptians have silent mugs like that." Woodhouse did not look at them as he talked. They don't seem to belong to anywhere. "Russian?" "I don't think so. Russians sit all the time with their minds working inside their heads like bees in a hive. You can almost hear 'em. That fellow in brown is no fool, but that young guy looks an imbecile." Woodhouse paused. "But they are here on a job, and they are waiting for the next move. They haven't looked at you since you came in, but they know we're here. The fellow in brown has let his cigarette go out. Woodhouse put down the wine list as if he had finished discussing it, and smiled and looked around. He let his gaze rest as long on the two men as he did on the other tables, and then, as if he had not seen anybody at all, he turned to Carina and said, "It's going to be a long wait, Miss Lang. Can you dance?" "I can get round." "Then let's dance." Woodhouse let his glance slip to the men. "I'm not very good, but we'd better put on a show." Carina got angry. She had been happy, and now Woodhouse had turned himself into her valet again. "Don't you want to dance with me? I'm not a wax model in a window." Woodhouse colored and got up. He moved her out in a nice easy foxtrot. "Don't push me as if I were a baby carriage," said Carina, and at that moment the impatient pianist swung it up, and a young Dane bumped Woodhouse against Carina, and they all laughed and loosened up. Woodhouse wiped his brow when they sat down. "You'll make it, Woodhouse, but it'll take a little doing." Their dinner came, and when they had finished, Carina said, "Well, if we're going to stay here, let's keep on enjoying ourselves, and let them sit there like a couple of funeral parlor men." They had several more dances, and Woodhouse did not bother any more about remembering he was valet to Miss Lang. It was midnight when Carina asked him to call for the check. He paid it, and they went out to the Jaguar. "Let's stall a little." Carina strolled about and looked at the flowers on the bank under the wall. In a few moments the men came out and walked over to the Porsche. "Let's go. See if they follow us." Woodhouse cruised slowly up to the casino gardens and made a tour around them before he came back to the Coutures. The Porsche was already parked by the green, and the men sat at a table at a Café de la Turbie, across the square from the Coutures. They called a waiter and ordered something. "Let's sit in the window and have a drink," Carina decided. They went into the Coutures and sat in the window where she had sat with Carlo last night. She looked at the table where he had written the letters and felt sick at the memory. The chasseur brought Vitel, and Carina smoked and watched the men over their cognac in the café. They could see her and Woodhouse in the French window and sat in their habitual silence. "We're not getting anywhere," she was irritated. "What the hell can we do?" "I don't know. They can't do anything but sit there and watch us." Carina began to prickle with impatience. She snapped her lighter. "Not a damn thing can happen here. Carlo just walked out and asked for it because he knew it was coming anyway. But I'm not going out for a walk and maybe get blackjacked. All we can do is sit. What they want is that roll of film, and they certainly don't think I've got it in my handbag. As long as I'm here, they'll think it's in my room. Their only chance is to get somebody inside the hotel." She felt the night air cold on her bare ankles. "They're not going to leave that cafe as long as we sit here." She crushed out the cigarette. "The fact is, we're not going to get anywhere tonight. It doesn't look like it, Miss Lang." "Well, let's call time out. Leave the Jaguar there and let's go up and have a drink." Up in her salon she lay back in her chair, and when Woodhouse brought the drink, she clinked her glass on his and nodded him to the armchair. Woodhouse leaned over and lit her cigarette, and she smiled her thanks, and they sat in easy silence. She studied him with calm and friendly eyes. "You know, I didn't know a damn thing about England until I met you." "Well, you weren't there very long, Miss Lang." "I don't think that's what I mean. I haven't been in Europe very long, but I know a little about it now, and I learned it all from Carlo. It all came through him. You can't see a country from the train, or find your way on a map. It's the feeling of the place that counts, and you can only get that from the people." She smiled. "I haven't been to your Devonshire, but I know that it's warm and sleepy and that people grow there. It's a place. And I know from Carlo that Poland isn't a place at all. He came from nowhere and left nothing behind him. He lost his family, but I didn't feel they belonged to a country. They only belonged to him. Poland must be a bit like Hollywood. Well, I know why Hollywood is that way, and maybe when I read a couple of books, I'll get to know why Poland wasn't there at all. But you come from a place, and it's with you all the time, and I can feel it, and it's good and warm." They were silent again, and once or twice when she looked up she found his eyes always calm and blue and waiting like the sea. He had strong, clean hands, and they were brown now from the sunlight. She felt close to him, at home with him, and she knew that all her confidence in Monte Carlo had come from knowing he was there. She had made all her own decisions, but she knew that if there was one she could not make, Woodhouse would have made it the moment she called on him. And now, just in being there, he was helping her to get rid of Carlo in her memory, as she must get rid of him, and clear her mind for what might happen with the men in the Porsche. She looked at his brown hands again and knew how they would feel, strong and in control, as on the wheel of the Jaguar. She had a tingling in her that made her want to get up and out of the chair. "I think I'm going to bed. I'm warm now." She walked into the bedroom without looking at him and sat in front of the mirror. She did not quite know why she had got up like that. She combed the little wave on her temple. Then she took up the tissue to remove her lipstick. She hesitated, put it down again, then took a lipstick and repainted her mouth. Woodhouse came in and stood in the room as if he waited an order, and she looked at him in the glass. "Open my buckle, please." She did not move on the stool, and Woodhouse bent and opened the buckle, and she tingled when his hand touched her spine. Then he stood back and gave a little bow. "Good night, Miss Lang." She did not say anything at all and waited for him to close the door. Then suddenly she sank her teeth into her red lipstick, and there was a flash of light in her green eyes. End of section 28. Chapter 29. Next morning, Woodhouse was the cool, detached valet again. But Corina knew what she ought to say. "I feel grand this morning, Woodhouse." "Beautiful day, Miss Lang. Bath or shower?" She had a brisk swim, came back to lunch in her salon, and considered the men in the Porsche. She did not want another dead night watching them across the square. They had got Carlo at 3 o'clock in the morning when there was not a soul about, and they could kill him swiftly in the garden and dump him on the railway line. They had wanted to get Carlo, but all they had wanted from her was a roll of film. But they would not mind getting her at the same time if they could make it look like an accident. They, or somebody, would try to get that film in Monte Carlo or anywhere between there and Washington. They would suppose she would not wait much longer in Monte Carlo with a message to deliver in Washington. She called Woodhouse and told him how she had argued it out. "We must jump them into something, Woodhouse. We can't just let it die out in a long stall." She got up. "I'm going to sleep now. When you bring me tea, I'd like a map of the Col de Bros country up there." She awoke with a clear mind to study the map. She skipped her tea and spent a long time on the map. She looked up at Woodhouse. "That road winds around to the Col by Menton." "Yes, Miss Lang, that is the Col de Bruce circuit. They finish the Monte Carlo rally every year on that circuit. I've driven it with my brother in a speed trial." She traced the road that ringed the great deep valley. "Which is the most dangerous side down from the Col?" "The drop to l'Esquerre. We came down that way from Pierracava." She thought for a moment. She had been down that spiral with Carlo, with Jean in a taxi, and with Woodhouse in the Jaguar. It had looked more dangerous each time. "So, if you came up by the Col de Castellan from Menton and down on this side, it would be quite a ride?" "Going all out, Miss Lang. You can't find a more dangerous road in Europe. Go over one of those drops, and you've got no chance at all." "Is the Porsche fast?" "Oh, yes. Can nearly hold a Jaguar. Both over the 100 mark." Corina ate an eclair and stroked her forehead. She spoke at last. "We've got to get them out on the road. But how? We've got to make them wait for us and then jump them into something." "Any ideas, Miss Lang?" "Yes. I want 'em to think we're carrying the film." She smiled. "Have that Jaguar full of gas. I think we'll wait till they come up to the square tonight. They're bound to sit at the cafe if you park the Jaguar at the curb by the Coutures." She paused. "Then there's just a chance my plan will come off." Her mouth got taut. "Then, I guess it will be all up to you, Woodhouse. Is that okay?" "Suits me, Miss Lang." Karina dined in her salon. It was the longest evening she had ever known, and she read a novel with one eye on the page and the other on her watch. She heard midnight chime on the Monaco clock and wondered if the Porscheman had gone home to bed. She wondered if he was as weary of his vigil over the square as she was in the salon. The half-hour struck, and she swore in dismay. Another night like this, hanging about and waiting for things to happen, would make her jumpy again. Then, suddenly, Woodhouse came up and said, "They are across in the cafe." She pulled on her jacket and was dressed in a suit for a journey. "Better give them a little time, Woodhouse." 10 minutes, Miss Lang." It seemed a long 10 minutes. "Let's go." Woodhouse picked up a small suitcase, a valise, the movie camera, and his own overcoat. They went down the stairway, and Woodhouse spoke to the concierge. "Miss Lang is going to see a friend in San Remo. We may spend the night in Italy. Help me with these things." The concierge showed no surprise. Midnight jaunts across the border meant romance on the Riviera. Karina tied the scarf on her head and glanced across the square. She saw the silent man tap the table to call the waiter with a check. They had jumped to the bait and were ready to move. Woodhouse whispered, "Tip the concierge." Karina smiled at his quick thinking. She gave the concierge a 1,000-franc note and could feel the eyes watching her across the square. This looked like a quick getaway in the night. They had paid the waiter across in the cafe. "Let's go." Woodhouse swung the Jaguar, and as they went up by the garden, Karina looked back and saw the pair getting into the Porsche. Woodhouse took it at touring speed along the road to Menton and Italy, and the Porsche came about a furlong behind. "They've bought it, Woodhouse. They think we're going to Italy." "Yes. Get your knee out of the way." Woodhouse speeded up by Cap Martin, and the Porsche closed the distance between them. He went in fast to Menton and turned abruptly up the road to the Castilian ascent of the Col. Karina looked back and saw the Porsche brake suddenly and then follow the Jaguar off the main road. "That surprised them, Woodhouse," she smiled. "But they're coming." "Good. There won't be a soul on this road." Woodhouse shot through the hamlet of Monte, and there was not a light in any cafe or window. "Just the country ahead now, Miss Lang. Are they hanging on?" "Yes. God damn their lights. Push up that glass. It's okay now." Woodhouse grunted. "Come on, let's see what they're made of." Karina sank down in the sudden wind and heard the tires scream on the corner. For a moment they lost the lights behind until the Porsche driver realized the Jaguar was apparently trying to get away. Karina saw the beam again on the corner behind as the Porsche came up in pursuit. She glanced at Woodhouse. His face had no expression at all, and she did not know how he was going to handle this. Karina felt her teeth close hard. It was going to be a nightmare coming down from the Col. Woodhouse nearly knocked over a cart outside his sleeping farmyard. Behind, she heard the scream of wheels as the Porsche just missed the cart. Woodhouse pushed down a knob and braced himself as he hit the final climb to the Brous. Now the valley was dark below in the shadow of the half-moon. The Porsche never lost a yard on the giddy climb. "He's tough, Woodhouse." "Tougher the better," Woodhouse said, and he rimmed the precipice with an inch to spare. Now they were on the crest of the Col, and the canyon opened below. Woodhouse raced down to a wheel-high parapet of stone at the first corner of the descent, and Karina choked down a scream. She thought for an instant that he had not seen the corner, and when he braked, she nearly shot out of the car. "Brace your legs, hold on," Woodhouse shouted, and swung by the precipice as stones shot over the parapet and dropped away into space. He nearly went over on the next corner, and Karina could hardly believe it when she heard the Porsche screaming behind. She gripped the side of the car as the giddy corner spun under the white wall of rock and over the canyon below. The wheels seemed to spin without stopping in the strong, easy hands of Woodhouse. She had a crazy thought that she would give $1 million for 100 yards of straight road. Then suddenly she knew that Woodhouse had gradually steadied the speed. It was still crazy, but the Porsche now had got on their tail and nearly rammed them on the bend. 2 more bends and the road straightened for 80 yards. Then the Porsche came out, and she saw the grim face of the silent man alongside and his hunch forward as he went to shoot Woodhouse for the corner. Then Woodhouse put his foot down, and Karina heard a choked cry and knew that it came from her. There was nothing ahead but a white parapet of stone 2 feet high on the brink of the canyon. Nothing but a miracle could break the car in time. But Woodhouse did not brake. There was a wild shout from the man with the death mask smile as the wheels ground too late under the Porsche. Suddenly, the underbelly of the Porsche shot up into her eyes, and she felt the wrench as Woodhouse swung the Jaguar clear of the parapet and nearly shot back into the wall of rock as he fought to keep on the road. God! Suddenly, there was no Porsche in the night, and no noise. Only the Jaguar coasting down with engine silent and the lamps blind. There was not a light on the landscape, and one might think now that man had never come up here in this alpine valley. Woodhouse wiped the sweat from his eyes on his coat sleeve and did not say a word as he coasted down in a whisper, slowly, along by the canyon with death at the bottom. The chance was equal. I only just got the Jaguar away, she heard Woodhouse grunt at last in the interminable silence. She looked at him, and his eyes were black in the night. Then he spoke again. Not even a cat could fall halfway down there and stay alive, and they went all the way. Then he said in a dry voice, "They didn't go back to see how Redonco looked after that train." "What do we do now? Go to San Remo?" "We don't need to go. You can change your mind. We'd better go to Nice, have a drink in a nightclub, and then go back on the Corniche and come into Monte Carlo again from the Menton side. Just out for a drive in the night." Woodhouse grunted again. "Doesn't matter much, though. There wasn't a soul up there on the hills, and you can't tell whether one or two cars are on the road at that speed. Don't worry, Miss Lang. It's a tough game. Don't forget how quick they handled Count Redonco." "I'm not forgetting." They were down in the valley now, and Woodhouse lit her a cigarette and cruised along to Nice as if nothing had happened at all. End of Chapter 29.
Chapter 30. Woodhouse did not call her with tea in the morning. She awakened at 10:30 and called him in. "Breakfast right away, Woodhouse. I'll just have a shower." She ate her breakfast in pajamas and a robe in the salon and found that she was very hungry. She remembered the sunrise as they came down from the Corniche to Monte Carlo. "Any news, Woodhouse?" "Haven't heard a thing, Miss Lang, but they must have found them by now." Woodhouse went in to lay out her bathing suit, and then the bell rang. She got up and opened the door to Larry Strange. "Good morning, Mr. Strange, bright and early from the mountain." Larry grinned and poured himself coffee in her cup. "I've got some news for you." "Oh?" "The Porsche has gone out of your life. They crashed up on the col last night. Found this morning by the milk wagon going down." Woodhouse came out and said good morning. "God knows what they were doing up there." Then Larry saw Karina looking at Woodhouse. There was a long silence. Karina said, "They tried to shoot the corner from Woodhouse." Larry went pale. "My God, did anybody—" "There wasn't a soul, Larry, not even a dog on the road, not a light anywhere. It was just like you said, a no-man's land." "But we don't know anything about it, sir," said Woodhouse calmly. "We were going to San Remo, and then we decided at Menton to go for a drive on the col instead. There was a car behind us, and they must have got the same idea. We didn't know who they were, but we decided to show them what a Jaguar could do. They had a go, but we lost them somewhere coming down from the col. They weren't behind us any more. That's all we know. May have given up or crashed. Don't know what goes on behind you on the road, sir." Woodhouse smiled slightly. "Not at that speed." Woodhouse looked at him with steady eyes. "Don't know a thing, sir." Larry grinned at last. "Well, by God, did they touch you?" "No, sir, not a mark on the Jaguar." Larry sat down and got a cigarette. "I'm going to smoke this one." He grinned at Karina. "Did you have a nice ride?" "Don't talk to me about it." "I won't. I've come down there with Woodhouse. Well, what happens now? I'll just check up on all I can when the police identify them. They'll probably have the story in the papers this evening, and I'm going to pick up any gossip I can. I'd like Woodhouse to use his local talent, too. He seems to know his way around this place. Yes, the concierge at the Rainier is a friend of his. I'm sure he can get something out of him. Okay, I'll go on the job with Woodhouse later on. Corina lit a cigarette and watched the smoke hang in the sunlit room. There's one thing I'd like to know, Larry. Just why did you pick on me? How did it start up in you? Larry spoke slowly, working it out as he went along. I've hardly had time to get it straight in my own mind. I knew from what I overheard you saying in the Trianon that you'd do it if I sprang it fast on you. I saw that you were waiting for something to happen inside you. But behind all that, I believe I must have had the idea that it would be a kind of inspiration if you did it. You see, they were sending the stuff out in just ordinary gossip column dope about stars, and you were on the first message I located. That was an accident. But maybe it worked out in my subconscious mind. Anyway, I know I was ready in some way to pick you when I saw you at the Trianon. He shrugged. That's all I know. He looked at her, and the sunlight was warm in his eyes. But what I want to know is what made you jump up suddenly and come in out of the blue to Washington? I've been trying to understand it all myself, Larry. She frowned. It all comes down simply to the fact that I wanted to get away from Hollywood. I jumped up from the pool that day with my head splitting with hot sun and a couple of drinks, after Manny and I had got round to talking about Washington, all over a spy story, and I just got out blindly. But I would have got out anyway. I know that now. It was just like you, Larry. I was ready inside me, and when you're ready, you'll always jump at the chance. That's how I got into Golden Lion. Her smile was a little grim. And that's how I got out. That sounds as if you don't plan on going back to Golden Lion. No, I'm not going back. I've got enough money to get along for a time, and I'm calling it a day. I left Corina Lang behind at the pool, and I'm not going back to find her again. I just couldn't find her anyway. But I've found somebody else. Me. And I'm getting a hell of a kick out of being me and my own boss. And I've also found out something important to me. What a woman is and how she works. Not in one way, but in all kinds of separate ways that make her a lot of people at the same time, and all of them interesting, to me anyway. Maybe it would sound corny to women who knew all about it long ago, but it's news to me at the age of 24. It's a wonderful thing to discover I'm alive and breathing after all. That's what I owe you, Larry Strange. And to Carlo? Sure, I knew you'd know that. I don't mind. Carlo left me two things I didn't have before. A small cross and myself. I was just acting myself in a picture all along the way, and I was just as lousy in that part as I was in pictures. And all it got me was a couple of marriages in the Breen office. In the Breen office? Larry smiled. Yes, that's where I really married them. The whole of Hollywood is a Breen office that pressures you into making everything look good and gives you a yen for a happy ending. So you marry a couple of guys that were good for a weekend in Acapulco and pretend they're good for a lifetime. So now what do you want? That's what I'm going to find out. And my guess is that I'm going to find it out in Europe. I learned more in an hour with Carlo than I learned in all my life with other men. I married a couple of guys who did a big job in the Pacific, and one of them had a shrapnel wound under his medals, but somehow the war didn't leave any mark on them. But Carlo was all wounds, his own wounds, and all the wounds of Europe. She sighed. I guess it's not what happens to the man, but it's the man it happens to. So I just want to stay around and find out why Carlo got like that, and why he became an agent for money because he hated all countries and was trying to punish them in that way. I don't understand it at all, but I'm going to try. It seems to me you understand a lot. Larry was very quiet. You've brought Carlo into this room just as he was before that train went over him. That I rolled over him. Maybe, but you can't turn back the wheels of that train. You know the reason he got killed. I know, but I want to know why they all have to get killed that way. You won't be able to do anything about it. Maybe not, but I'm going to know. I just walked into the room by accident, but I know now how the room works, and at least I know why it's there. And I'm in Europe by accident, and I'm sure going to know how it works and why it's there, and meet some Carlos before it happens to them, and maybe see how it all begins. Are you going to stay in Monte Carlo? No, Monte Carlo isn't a place at all. It's all chandeliers and diamonds and people walking about on Persian carpets over their own graves. I'll go up on a mountain in Switzerland, some place like Pera Cava, and have a look down on things. I'll learn one of those darned languages and read something that isn't in Hilda Hooper or Walter Winchell, and I guess start all over again from the ground up. Maybe I won't grow very high, but at least I'll know I'm growing. She smiled wearily. I'm sorry, but you asked me, and now you know. She paused. And what would you do if you were me? Precisely what you're going to do, said Larry. I was brought up in Europe, in Paris and Geneva at school, and I know what you're looking for, and I guess you'll find it. But I don't think anybody will sell you anything you don't want to buy. She suddenly moved in a brisk way. Now let's get it straightened out. I have 10 million francs in the sporting club that belongs to Madeline, plus $5,000 I've got to pay somebody for that Romano. I have a receipt from Carlo, but I only staked him the money, which he gave me back, so I've paid nobody for the car. See Madeline and ask her how she wants the money, and if she wants the car or the cash for it. She can have it all in dollars. I can use the francs in Europe. And that, I guess, is the end of my assignment from the room. Can you handle all that okay? Yes. And you, Larry? I do a job in the room. I'm there because I wanted to know how it all works in practice. Only for another year. Then I'll get into something that will use my mind. Espionage is all brain and technique. You feel like the guys that service a plane. You don't fly it, but you want to know how the engine works before you take the controls. Espionage works for countries, but the thing itself is neutral in a queer kind of way. You feel closer to the guys against you, like Carlo, than you do to the guys at home who blab in the Senate or on TV. They don't ever get in contact. But the agents get in contact at the point of a knife or the end of a gun, and they know darned well there's a war going on all the time. And then you begin to know, the hard way, and you don't forget it, but you can't open your mouth. but I don't want to open my mouth. I just want to know. I see that. Maybe that's why I like you. You're certainly a hell of a surprise, stepping out in that bikini picture on the cover of Life. Maybe when my year is up, I'll come and paint you on a mountain in Switzerland." Larry looked grim. "I'll sure need a little air in my own mind after 4 years of reading code books in the room. I have quite a job to catch up with you." "That's a date." She went into the room and came out with a sun hat. "Let's go out now and sit on the terrace and just forget all about the room." End of chapter 30. Chapter 31. They strolled along the terrace, and Corinna was at peace in the balm of the sunlight. She felt as if a noise had gone out of her head, and knew that she had been ticking like a clock all the time she had been in Monte Carlo. Now it was all over, and she could feel her mind breathing again. She leaned on the stone parapet and looked down at the blue sea below the green lawn. She sighed. "It's beautiful here." "I'll never like it," said Larry. "I was here once before in the spring, and I sat on this wall and watched them killing birds down there. All I can see now is white feathers blowing in the wind and rich bitches shooting pigeons. Monte Carlo is built on rock, and it's all hard as stone, and don't let that blue sea and French charm fool you. The French can't see a lark or a thrush without wanting to put it in their stomachs." She sighed again. "You know all about Europe, and I'm only coming in off the farm. But I'll learn, Larry, I promise you." Then she stopped. "My God, am I seeing things?" She turned away to look over the sea and let Larry watch the sight with fascinated eyes. Leading his pink and scented poodle in a lavender silk suit, a handkerchief drooping from his pocket, his long platinum hair curled on his neck, the beautiful Armand was taking the air. When he had gone by, Larry asked, "Who in God's name is that?" He saw her smile. "Do you know him?" "That is the one and only Armand. The last time I saw him, he was diving into my swimming pool to yank out that poodle. The poodle drank Manny Spiel's bourbon and got drunk and fell into the pool. Armand came to Hollywood on the Edith Sitwell wave of poetry. He wrote chansons to me and also nearly got me laughed out of Washington in Hooper's column." "I remember. So that's the guy who sold you to Hilda?" "That's him." She felt amazed. "My God, it seems like 1,000 years ago." Then she laughed. "Well, I guess Jake kept his promise and got him burned out of Hollywood." Larry looked at his watch. "I'll sit here for a minute and then I'll go and ask Woodhouse to nose about for some news and see if there's a story about the Porsche in the paper." They sat in silence for a while, and Corinna looked up out of a reverie when she heard a step on the gravel. Larry saw her stiffen, and then she groaned. "I suppose I ought to have known." Larry watched the swarthy man coming along, mopping his bald head in the sunlight. His boots came down flat like hooves, and his strong frame carried his stomach well, and he still had the vigor of a peasant under his Americanized personality. "Who is that?" "Manny Spiel." She gave a slight smile. "Come to bring me home." Manny stopped dead in front of them as he found her under the parasol sun hat. There was nothing in his dark gypsy face for an instant, and then he smiled. "Hello, honey." Then he came over and kissed her on the cheek. "You look grand." "Manny, this is a friend of mine, Larry Strange. Larry, Manny Spiel. He ought to be in Hollywood right now, but he seems to be here." Manny grinned, and the gold tooth sparkled in the light. "I know somebody else who ought to be in Hollywood right now, honey, but we'll let that wait." Larry got up and smiled at Corina. "I'll go along now and get that done. I'll find you here?" "Yes, come back. I'll be here." When Larry had gone, Manny sat down. "Is he the reason?" "No." "Who is he?" "He works in Washington, State Department, I believe." "Huh! He couldn't buy a mink for a midget if he works in Washington." Manny lit a yellow cigarette. "What kind of a place is the Cator's? They didn't seem to know your name." "Lang," said that damn porter at the desk, and looked at his book. "Miss C. Lang, sir, is it? Doesn't he know who you are?" "He knows, but it doesn't interest him." Her quiet voice made him look at her for a long time. "Honey, you've changed, and your voice has changed." "It's broken, Manny. Not alto any more. You know how it is." Manny laughed. He was relieved. She wasn't in a mood. No pink pages tossed in the swimming pool this time. Hell, she had something new. You could hold the camera on her face now and see something more than a beautiful yawn. Well, only one thing did that for a woman, and it wasn't Elizabeth Arden. She came back to him out of dreamland. "So you've taken a break at last, Manny. God knows you need a vacation." Manny was playing her as delicately as he might cast a fly. "Sure, thought if Monte Carlo was good for you, it ought to be good for me." He paused. "The picture is coming on fine. I'm glad now we had a break. I've got 3 new guys on the script to wake it up in that Vienna sequence. They ought to have it okay about Monday. Suit you, honey?" Corina looked at the blue sea, and he knew that she was seeing the blue sea and liking the beauty, and was not thinking of the picture. And then he was sure. "I'm not going back, Manny." Manny counted to 10 in his mind. That count had got Manny Spiel out of many a bad jam. Now he was like his old gypsy father coaxing a horse in a whisper. "You want a few more days, honey?" "I'm not going back at all, Manny." Manny counted to 10 again. "Honey, you're sure you know what you're saying?" Corina looked at him gently and then touched his hand. "Manny, you're an old gypsy man. You always know just what's going to happen. Isn't that right?" "Yes, I can tell." "And you know now, Manny, and don't lie to me, that you will never see Corina Lang at Golden Lion again." Manny lit another yellow cigarette. Then he got angry. "Who the hell is this? Paramount or Metro? Or some goddamn director who—" "Why do you lie to yourself, Manny? You know I'm not going back to make a picture for Paramount or anybody, that I'm not going back to Hollywood at all." "For God's sake, Corina, are you going crazy? And do you think you can walk out on a picture that's half done? You're under contract, and we've got Gary Owen, and we're paying him, and paying his goddamn studio for lost time, and—" Corina leaned back in her chair and smiled in the shade of her hat. "Let's drop it, Manny. My contract is folded on this picture. I'm writing my agent and selling my house and sacking Barbara and Janey. It's all over, Manny, and you don't have to say goodbye to my friends for me. I haven't got any, only picture friends." "Hell, honey, I'm all shot up on this." He fidgeted. "I just can't think." "Nuts, you're thinking now. I can see you. You're already casting Gloria or Jean in my role. All you want right now is to get on the line to Hollywood, and you'll give a performance like John Barrymore never gave in Hamlet. You wouldn't miss it for a million. So just be nice and leave me alone by the sea and get on the line and have a happy time." Manny felt his skin prickling all over, and it was not from the sun. He looked numbed and old and bald in the sunlight, and he was hardly aware of Larry when he came back with a newspaper in his hand. "Hello, Mr. Spiel. You ought to wear a hat in this sun." "Maybe I should." "Why don't you set up a story here, Mr. Spiel? Sunlight and color and all the Alps behind." Larry smiled. "Good place for a spy story." Manny Spiel looked up and jerked his mind awake to the reality of life in Hollywood and scowled around at this dreamland of blue sky and golden sunlight. His voice was sharp. "A spy story here?" He got up and looked at Karina. "See you in the Coutures, honey?" "Sure, Manny." "Well, I suppose I'll see you around, Mr. Strange." "Sure, Mr. Spiel." Manny Spiel walked like a horse along the gravel. Then he seemed to remember urgent things. He quickened his step. As he went round the corner of the casino, he was still going like a horse, trotting. Karina smiled and yawned in the sun. Then she saw the wrecked Porsche in the picture on the front page of Larry's paper. "What's in the paper?" "Lots of things," Larry smiled. "I've got to call the colonel. I'm just waiting for Woodhouse to get all he can. I think I'm going all British. I'd like a cup of tea." While Larry waited for the call to Washington, Karina was clearing up things with Woodhouse. "Put me on a plane to Geneva tomorrow, Woodhouse. I think it's time for me to go." She smiled. "Let's have a drink while we get things sorted out." Woodhouse poured a long drink and sat down and accepted a cigarette. "You're not going back to Hollywood?" "No." She looked at him with friendly eyes. "You know, I was going to try to steal you from Mr. Weil, but I know I shouldn't have anybody to help me along in Europe. I'm just going to get around on my own and stop being a star and get to know people as myself. I'm just beginning all over again, Woodhouse, and it's going to be a long way. Book me to Geneva, and then I'll find my way up a mountain and get me a little chalet and work around from there." She raised her glass with a smile. "I'm glad you came with me." "So am I, Miss Lang, and I'll be sorry to go. I got young again going around the call last night. We had a good time, Miss Lang." "Yes." She looked into her glass, but was not really looking away. "I'm glad we did all the things we did together, and they'll stay with me." She looked at him. "I'm not going to pay you, Woodhouse. I can't. You're a friend. But I am going to buy you something, and it will turn up in Washington. You must come down with me tonight to the sporting club and handle all that money for me and turn it into checks or something so I can use it in Europe. Can you do all that for me?" "Of course, Miss Lang." She told him about the money and to whom it belonged, and asked him to arrange about the Romano, and suddenly she felt as if she were making a will. Carlo's will. She jumped up. "And, Woodhouse, when I get back to New York one of these days, if you're not there to meet me, I'll cry." "I'll be there, Miss Lang." Woodhouse went down to arrange her tickets to Geneva, and she walked out on the balcony. She heard Larry talking quietly on the telephone in the suite. He was going to spend the night there. It was peaceful at this hour, and the evening blue was like a breath on the sea. Then suddenly, across the way, she heard a stamping like a horse, a voice bawling out the operator, and the slam of a telephone, and Manny stood by his window pawing the air with his hands. He stamped again and struck his head with his fist, and then he saw her on the balcony. "These goddamn French!" he roared across the evening calm. "Haven't they ever heard of Hollywood or Golden Lion?" "But the Lion is Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, monsieur, so I can get you the Lion, yes?" Manny stamped and roared again. "God damn them! Haven't they ever heard of Manny Spiel and Golden Lion?" "It's no good, Manny. You'll have to send for them." "Send for who?" roared Manny, and brought 4 people to their windows. "Your audience, Manny." She walked back to her salon and trembled a little as she lit a cigarette. She was glad when Larry came back after his call. "Take me out to dinner, Larry, anywhere away from Monte Carlo. I don't want to stay around here this evening." Larry walked out on the balcony and heard Mr. Spiel blasting fire and smoke on the telephone again. He smiled. "I see what you mean. We'll go to La Reserve at Beaulieu. It's a beautiful place, and we can dine by the sea and forget about Manny Spiel." End of chapter 31.
Chapter 32. Conclusion. La Reserve was cool and immaculate on the bay. The night was blue over the woodland of Cap Ferrat, and a young moon was in the sky. They dined by the window, and the light of the chandeliers shone on the polished floor like the stars in the pool. The chandeliers hung along this beautiful room light and crystal as jewels, and Corinna sighed. "I never knew that chandeliers could look young, Larry." The light sparkled like champagne in the chandeliers, and Larry smiled. "The chandeliers are old Habsburgs in Monte Carlo, but the Habsburgs here are young." Larry looked around and saw people from all over the world in this dining room. They had been everywhere, and some had shot up into the bright sky over San Paolo only yesterday, and others had blood in them that remembered the Caesars in Rome. But they had all acquired that polish that was as bright in them as the light in the chandeliers. They had something in them that absorbed the world. And Larry saw that this girl from an apple farm had the same genius. She was able to breathe the air of Europe like the air in the orchard at home. She was as tranquil in this room as the wife of a Spanish ambassador at the next table. Like the chandeliers, good breeding also could be young. Larry, whose blood was old patrician on the Tiber and the Danube, knew that he wanted to see her in this room that was cool and bright as a mirror and showed the faces of people. And now he saw that Corinna, who had grown so fast in Europe, could ripen into a woman who could grace the table of an ambassador. She knew the value of things, and she had dropped Hollywood without a sigh. She had the power to close the gate behind and not look back. She looked cool and beautiful in the plain black, and when she caught the ambassador's eye on her, she did not look away, and answered with a smile. Those playboys and actors had left no memory in her, but Carlo had shocked her into womanhood, and she was going to stay a woman. To Carlo! Larry had raised his glass and startled her out of her reverie. She raised her glass and drank in silence, and then he knew that she knew in an instant all that had been going through his mind. There was a little pang on her face. Then she changed and looked at a slim, dark man from the Argentine, dancing with a blonde. "You don't dance, of course?" Larry hid a smile as he shook his head. Then he knew that she knew that about him. She would know everything else, and she would know it in silence and maybe never say it at all. She was watching the young moon in the corner of the pool, and he knew that she would go before the moon moved out of the pool. She got out her mirror to look at her face and found her hand brushing her passport. Suddenly she looked at her passport and then around the room. "You know, I've just remembered something. I remember picking up my passport and Janny saying to me, 'You won't need that for Washington, Miss Lang,' but I had to take it." The chandeliers brimmed light in her green eyes. "I must have known that I was going beyond Washington." She looked around the bright crystal room. I've got a queer feeling about this room. I think I came here to say goodbye to Corinna Lang. She raised her glass and the lights were pearls in the wine. Corinna Lang, goodbye. Larry answered a little chime on her glass, and it was like the bells starting a journey. Bon voyage. She smiled and looked at him, and he was glad of the coolness in her eyes. They would always be cool and green as the shade of palms. There was a little ripple of air, and the young moon sank in the pool under a little wave. She moved. Come on. I must get back and go to the sporting club with Wodehouse and get that money. As they went out, Larry looked back at the room that was bright as a mirror and knew that he had seen the face he wanted to see in all that light. When they got back to the Quators, the concierge told Larry that Washington had been on the line and would call again. Larry sighed. I'll have to go up and wait for that call. If you're going down to the sporting club with Wodehouse, we might as well say goodnight. He paused. This was a good evening. I'm glad we went to La Reserve. Going down to the sporting club, Corinna felt that the evening had been amputated. She was a little cross as she went to the quays with Wodehouse and left him to arrange about the money. She strolled about the room and turned away when she saw Manny Spiel playing dime chips at the roulette table. She could not bear him now, but she need not have worried. A chasseur called him to the telephone, and he trotted away like a horse. One could guess by the face of the chasseur that Manny was having a busy evening commuting between the table and the phone booth. She was glad when Wodehouse came and said that everything was done. Wodehouse had packed her suitcases and she felt bleak and alone in her suite. She walked out on her balcony and saw the beam of light from the next salon and knew that Larry was sitting up waiting for his call. The stars were great drops of light in the sky, and the perfume of the gardens came up prime with dew. She felt her blood moving easily and her limbs relaxed, and she realized that all the time in Monte Carlo she had been tuned up like an engine and living on her nerves and brain. But now the strain was gone. She listened to the sea whispering on the sand like a silk gown on a carpet. Her stay in Monte Carlo was like a story that had no end. It had all begun because she got interested in Larry in the Trianon. She knew that she would not have obeyed any other man on this assignment to Europe. One knew that he was dedicated to a job and it gave him an authority that one obeyed. But tonight in La Reserve, as his profound mind had analyzed the world and gone back into the origins of history, she knew that the job was too small for the man. He had broken up a spy ring, and the only glory in the end was Carlo lying broken under a train. Carlo had come from a Poland that was nowhere and has been only a wanderer lost in Europe. He had nothing in the world, only his job. Corinna poured a drink and began to see Larry Strange sitting in his salon with nothing in the world, only his job. Then she saw him in that long black robe like a monk as he came into her room at the Abraham Lincoln. She had trusted him really because he had no emotion at all and could be relied on like a machine. And then she had found him in Paracava, with the sunlight in him and warmth in his hands and eyes, and color that he painted in his picture. She had felt a pang when Madeline came into the room. She had found the real Larry, and in a moment Madeline had taken him away. She frowned while she pondered on Madeline. She could not get over a feeling of disgust that Madeline had slept in the Alpine Hotel. Larry had a kind of Breen office in him. There was something infantile in the arrangement at Paracava. If two people could not live in one bungalow and decide for themselves whether they wanted love or not, there was something childish in them. She began to see that she hated prigs. She had married a couple of prigs who had never realized they were prigs of the body and had no sense of belonging outside a physical bond. When she had made love with Carlo, his mother was in the room, and with them through Carlo, and all the ghosts of Europe, and she had been in contact with them through Carlo and had felt them breathing in the air. They had come into her, and they would stay in her and breathe in her, and she had felt that the love-making was only a way of getting into communion with them, and she had felt exalted and happy, and would always feel that way when she remembered Carlo. She had asked nothing of Carlo and only wanted to give, and she had not known until the feeling of being a woman. Then she realized that Larry had understood all that and would not feel any jealousy of Carlo. She began to see now that it was possible that Larry had kept Madeline away because he knew that Mikhail would die. She knew that Larry would never talk of things and that she must make up her own mind. Larry was not the kind of man who explained. A man confident in his motives did not explain. He had not explained the working of her mission and had not worried her by asking any of the questions that the colonel or anybody else would ask a courier who had made contact on a dangerous job. Finally, she saw that he was a man who did not demand what he did not give and was certain of his own mind. Then she realized, suddenly, that he was the only person she knew who was certain of his own mind. She felt all at once that her thinking about Larry had ended when she knew, certainly, that he was sure of his own mind. The only other person she had known like that was her own father, and she remembered the light in his face that was always there, in sunlight or in rain. She knew that always, when unhappy or alone, she went back to that quiet preacher and held his hand. And she knew also that all the time in Monte Carlo, she had been going back to Larry and remembering the cold gray truth in his eyes. It all came down to a simple thing. She believed in him. She went out on the balcony again, and the night came up in longing from the gardens, and the stars were still moist and light, as if there were dew also in the sky. She felt richer now since she had cleared the doubt about Larry in her mind, and was able to think about him as he was in Paracava, with the red paint like blood on his hands, and the green of the pine in his eyes. Once he put his brain away, he would be gay and light, and maybe under his silence there might be laughter, surprising as the cowbells in the silence of the wood. She listened as if she might hear his laughter in the salon, but when he came out on his balcony he looked tall and silent and secret in his black gown. She was surprised when he spoke. "I'm just waiting for that call." She waited a moment to decide and then spoke. "Why don't you come in and have a drink? You can tell the concierge you'll be here when the call comes." He also waited a moment and then agreed. He looked a little cold and far away as she poured him a strong bourbon, and she felt she did not know him any better than on the first night in the Abraham Lincoln. He looked at her in her black dress. "I thought you'd be in bed." "I was thinking," she smiled. "Maybe I was adding it all up on my last night in Monte Carlo. I've been on a long journey since I left Washington." "Only to Monte Carlo." "Not that kind of journey." She paused. "Don't look at me as if you're going to paint my picture." His smile was light and only warmed his eyes a little. "I'm afraid I was looking at you that way." "So you want to paint me?" "No, not even a painter would want to paint you yet. Not even you can change all over in 1 month. It takes a little time before it all blooms out in the face." "Do you always see people this way?" "No. Most faces are only photographs, but some are paintings. When they're paintings, you only remember how they feel in your memory. I tried to make a sketch of you the other day. I couldn't remember one feature of your face." He gave a pleasant laugh. That wasn't very bright for a boy in the room. He poured himself another drink. "Once I was away from home for 3 years. When I got back, I didn't know my young sister at the train. It wasn't that she was older. She had changed into another person. I imagine if you didn't see yourself in the mirror for 3 years, you might get the same kind of surprise." "I don't think you have to wait 3 years to get a surprise like that." "Maybe not." He paused again. "But if I had really been able to see into a person, I would have seen the other person in my sister long before it came out in her face." He spoke slowly. "But I think I know what you will look like in 3 years." She knew she would lose ground with him if she put the question, but my God, what a different person he was in the wood. He was easy, as if one had sat with him by the fireside for long years. It did not matter whether one talked at all, and now she was enjoying the silence. She could not stop her oath when the telephone rang. She jumped up and went into her bedroom and closed the door. She sat at her mirror and used a moist lipstick on her mouth and dropped a little perfume in her bosom. She could hear his quiet voice in the salon, but not what he was saying. She waited until he was silent again. When she went in, he was sitting with his face strict in thought. He looked up and forgot to smile. Then she exploded. "You look like a goddamn monk in that dressing gown, But you don't have to wear that Good Friday look on your face. Do you all wear hair shirts in the room? He was so astonished that he stood up and stared at her. I'm sorry, You look as worried as Manny Spiel in one of his brainstorms. What's wrong? Has the colonel got a call from McCarthy that he's being investigated or what? For God's sake, relax. Her voice softened. All right, tell me. There was slight color in his face, and he was glad of the bourbon. Well, I've had a disappointment. I must go back in the morning. He paused, and I was planning something else. What? I wondered if I might go to Switzerland for a week. Switzerland? Why? Well, I thought you were going there. She looked at him and then she laughed. How the hell can I know what you're thinking under that black robe? She felt that tingling again. Must you always wear that when you come in to see me? Well, he said, if that's all that's worrying you. He flung away the black monk and stood in red shorts that glowed on his dark skin. He closed the balcony window and the light was alive on his body as he walked back to his chair. The springs chuckled under him as he sat into the green cushions, and sunlight laughed in him. He grinned. Is that the last bottle? She got out another bottle. She wanted to adjust herself to the man who had stepped out of the black robe. The anger that had shot up in her had quickened her blood, and she could hear her heartbeat in the room. She had become aware of the working of his brain and the strength it gave her, and she was not going to be swamped in this rush of the blood. She was calm and in control of herself when she turned from the cabinet. What were we talking about when you got the call? We weren't talking. She gave a slight chuckle and poured a drink. Well, what were we thinking about? I was thinking about codes and the room, and wondering if I could last out another year in Washington. Well, you won't become a Lincoln in the room. It's not only that, but you're right, we're all monks in the room. I don't mean moral monks, but code books are dry stuff and they make us dry. But we all despise the glamour boys, and none of us is looking for honor and glory. I admit I took a chance and brought off this catch myself with Hardcastle and you, but the room will get the credit. He gave her a friendly smile. But we'd all have been in hell of a mess if you hadn't kept your mouth shut. The colonel wanted me to thank you, and he also wants your expense account. Larry smiled. It will go down as item Miss X. Miss X won't be sending in the account. Forget it. I guessed that, but the colonel won't forget you. I don't think you'll be idle long in Europe, Miss X. Don't try to rush me into the room. I want to belong to me. I've belonged to Manny Spiel, and now I'm not going to belong to the colonel. She looked at him with cold eyes. Did you plan to come to Switzerland to talk me into the room? No. Maybe I wanted to talk myself out of it. Ah, to hell with the room. Swing that bottle. I want to get the knots out of my mind. Then the silence came down again. At last she raised her glass and said, Well, it may be a long time. He raised his glass and was silent again. She knew that she was going to see him again, but suddenly there was an urgent longing in her to know now. She realized with a slight shock that the wish to know was in her brain, not in her body. She wanted to know the answer and get it out of the way. If she did not get it now, it would keep on being a question in her mind all the time in Europe. She was surprised that such a cold reason should be in her mind, as his lean, dark body made her anxious, and she held her knees together to calm the tingling. There was something cold dominating the room, and she knew now it was the cold and accurate mind of Larry Strange. She wanted to speak, but waited as the silence ached in the room. Then the silence began to creep into her body until she could hear each heartbeat and feel the coursing of her blood. The light was haze in her eyes, and she was transfixed in this silence. And then she knew that her eyes were burning and sweat was on her face, and she felt it coming like a long scream, and she leaped across and buried the scream in his mouth. and knew the wild kick of his heart under her own. The morning light was coming over from Italy, and Larry laughed softly in the dawn. Well, I knew that something had to give. He was grave. I think I might have perished in the room if I had waited another year and lived like a monk with those code books for my Bible. Well, it's all right now. Yes, but it's going to be a long time. She looked very calm and happy in the cool light. That doesn't matter, but we had to know. Anyway, I had to know. I can belong to myself now. I wonder if I know what you mean. I just don't want anything to get in the way. I can't grow if I'm looking back. If this hadn't happened, I'd been always looking at you in that chair and not knowing if I wanted you or not, wanting to know what it would be like and if it was true. Now I know that it's true. Yes, it's there, and it will always be there, and it doesn't matter how long. She sighed. I could live on this night for 100 years. Well, I hope the Colonel won't leave it that long. Don't work on him, Larry. I won't forgive you. And I shall know. She looked at him with detached eyes. All that matters now is that I cracked the ice in you and that you can breathe again. As long as you're breathing, you'll be alive. Larry looked at the morning light and had peace in his face. Well, I never knew I could meet a woman as calm and as sure as you are. He grinned. So there won't be any lonely letters and cables from Switzerland? Not one. I'll let you know where I am, and that's all. I'll just be there growing. And then maybe you'll turn up again and life will plan itself when you leave the room. She got up and stood at the window. Now, go back to your room and don't say goodbye. He went out of the room and did not say goodbye. The end of a novel by Vivian Connell. End of chapter 32. End of Monte Carlo Mission by Vivian Connell.